Hi, folks. This is Irongeek here. I'll let my co-hosts go ahead and introduce themselves as I go to find the stream and actually paste it in. One of you two just go.
You first, Jack. Go for it. You were here.
Nah, you go ahead. You go ahead, Kosik.
All right. My Akashic Flow here from akashicflow.com. We're a think tank and just here having a good time, talking about real stuff and just seeing what's up next. How about you, Jack?
Hi, I'm Jack Pergoza.
I'm talking about real stuff and
I'm just here taking my first steps into the InfoSec realm, and well, that's me.
So, did you guys check out that Cloud Bleed stuff?
Yeah, I can't say that I honestly did. Go ahead and give us a brief rundown.
I just wanted to. It's just they found this way of basically, killing. I believe the encryption. I just wanted to know a little bit more about it. That's why I was asking. But I'll go over it fairly quickly here. How about you, Jack?
No, I've been busy with getting this with this job offer I just got, so I'm doing all the pre-employment stuff. So I didn't have much of a chance to look into it.
Oh, I see. Well, apparently Cloud Bleed was discovered February 17th and affected Cloudflare's reverse proxies, which caused their edge server to run past the end of a buffer and run memory that contained private information such as HTTP cookies, authentication tokens, HTTP post bodies, and other sensitive data. So, sounds pretty severe, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean that's the risk you take when you lose control of your servers.
Yeah, I sometimes joke with my clients and I tell them, well, you just gotta make sure that cloud infrastructure doesn't turn into a storm.
But the cloud's not actually on a real server.
But it's out of your.
Brian?
How's it going?
Sorry.
But it's out of your hands. I mean, you can't control a third party security layers.
Oh yeah. That's
well, given enough weapons, you can't. No, yeah, you're right. You can't.
Oh my God.
What's the saying? It's like there is no cloud. There's only someone else's computer.
This is why I like Cubes OS and their Zen based operating system. It's just like having a little cloud system in your computer that controls everything, but you actually own it, so you can see what's happening. You're not like flying blind, throwing information up there and all this
and hoping for the best.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's my other debate I've been having with a lot of folks about, switching out of monolithic kernels, because they're just one of the main problems that we all have, because monolithic kernels are like monolithic relationships. All it takes is one thing to break it down.
I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping just because that's what I do every single time. I'm going to do a little bit of announcement of upcoming conferences I'll be at. And we'll continue off the podcast thereafter, and I'll stream at least. B-Sides Indie is going to be March 11th, 2017. Going to be there to record. BloomCon, March 24th through 25th, 2017. At some place in Pennsylvania, I have a flight scheduled, and I figure I did get there. CypherCon, that's going to be in Milwaukee. That's March 31st through April 1st, 2017. At AID, April 3rd through 7th, and B-Sides Nashville, April 20th. Thereafter, there's B-Sides Charm, which is on April 29th through April 30th, and there's no con I still don't have confirmation on yet. B-Sides Chicago needs to get back with me. Besides that, as far as housekeeping stuff, the reason this podcast or this particular stream is called "You Never Argue with Loaded 45." My only sibling, Bedford, recently turned 45. Also, while going through stuff, I found that I have recently acquired in my possession a very nice 45. I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera on for this thing.
Wait, you need the skunk hat. Where's the skunk hat?
Oh shit! Forgot the skunk hat. Gotta get the skunk hat. I will take this to a con one day. All right. Shit. You gotta get the thing to fit. All right. I think I got it. This is a pair of ordnance, LDA, also known TAC 4. 13-round clip, which is a lot for a 45 or 1911 inspired gun. It's not a 1911 because they do change so much on. I guess it's not a 1911, but a lot of it is very much inspired by 1911. And 13 plus 1 of 45 ACP is
enough.
Yeah, that's a lot of gun. Anyway, that's the reason this stream is called what it is.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, the gun doesn't save you, the bullets do. So make sure you have good bullets in there. Good
bullets and good placement when you fire it. I need to take it out to the range and fire it. I have a lot of guns now.
You should get a cleaning kit if you do. That's very important.
I got a cleaning kit, but Uncle kept them pretty damn clean by the time I got them. So
I'm talking about you keeping them clean too.
Well, I plan on keeping them clean. I'm just saying everything my uncle had laying around, he had already cleaned. Until I go out to the range and see them, they're pretty much good to go.
Interesting.
I don't know. I always clean mine before and after hitting the range.
Okay.
Actually, I heard that.
But then I'm just anal like that.
Yeah, no, but I heard that's really sometimes it's bad for them depending on the metal that the gun was created and the metal in your brush, because it wears it faster, something like that. So apparently, some guns are good if it has a little bit of debris because it will take care of some imperfections or whatever the gun might have in the barrel.
If your brush wears out your barrel, you need a better gun.
Well,
yeah,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Apparently this thing that creates I forgot what I have a friend who's a gunsmith, and there's something in the barrel. There's like a spiral or something in there that creates the force and pushes or whatever. And
yeah, the twist.
Yeah, the twist. And you want to make sure you don't mess that up.
Well,
you're thinking of rifling,
right?
I believe so. Yes, you're correct.
Well, it's just that.
And pardon me, I'm spilled soy sauce all over my couch just a second ago.
That sucks.
Lick it.
I don't think so. I don't know what else is. There's been a lot of really not so attractive butts on this couch over the years. I'm not gonna lick it. I'm just saying.
No. I used to have a friend who was a gun enthusiast, and then another one that was not quite experienced with handling weapons. He bought this brand new pistol right out of the box, never fired it, took it out to the range, and it had a small piece of styrofoam on it, and it kept misfiring. So after that, I just became anal about cleaning my weapons before I take it out to the range.
Yeah, that's very important too. But do you have like a small personal carry?
Do I? Yeah.
Yeah. And then one to use for the range. I have a friend who he does protective services, and he says I have 2 guns. One that I go out to the range and practice, and one that I carry on me. And I know it will shoot.
I got a few of the cool ones I want to try out. That I got. This little one. This is like a little top breaking. I never heard of manufacture this before. Premier, but it's a top breaking 22. It's a 7-round 22, and it looks pretty cool. And the thing is, when you open it up, it ejects all the 22 rounds. Holds 7 of them. It's a nice little snubby. This one is a 9.
Here's all the evidence behind.
All the evidence.
This
is a 9-round 22 by Sentinel, which is another company I really hadn't heard before. and then just a normal 6-shot 32 long, which I don't have. I went by Walmart. I did not see any 32 long at Walmart. Apparently, you can still get this in gun stores, but it's not super popular in modern day, I don't think.
I know somebody that does hand loads. If you're interested, he does custom ammunition. I can
My
give
uncle
you
used to do that.
info off the cast.
Yeah, actually, there was a nice gun. I broke the trigger spur the other night. I dropped it accidentally, and somehow the trigger spur, it was a Smith & Wesson, but somehow it looked like the trigger spur was made out of, the hammer spur, this part right here, was made out of like pressed metal. And when it hit my linoleum floor in my kitchen, it broke off the trigger spur. The hammer spur. I don't know why it did that.
How old is the gun and probably usage?
Dude, this one could be 100 years old easy.
Yeah. Save all the little pieces though.
Well, actually, there's a person, his name escapes me, but he contacted me on Twitter for advertising purposes. He wants me to send him the gun, and he's going to mod it all out and fix it up and make it all pretty. Cool. And, in exchange for like advertisement. So I'm like, okay, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, you mentioned 45s. So I had to put a link in mine, put a couple of my close to 22 caliber ones on there. Yeah, if you wanted to look at some pictures. Do you trust clicking links from U.S. companies?
Long live the Stego.
Yeah, I might have sent the Para Ordnance one I got right now. It's actually considered a pretty good little 45. I also have an old 1911 that's like a 1911 made for World War I, but it's not completely original because they put mother pearl grips on it and they put some kind of really strange sights on it that I know aren't traditional. Still a cool looking gun, but
yeah, another thing that my friend has been researching is the when you buy bullets at a store, certain brands, well-known brands, apparently have different powder counts, and sometimes you're shooting like really hot ammunition out of your guns, and it just basically screws up your wear and tear and your ability to control your aim.
yeah, I have a lot of 38 police specials now, but I'm not sure what all loads I can shoot out of them.
And the last link I posted was 7.62, and that, believe it or not, technically is classified as a pistol. Yeah, you could conceivably legally carry it with a concealed carry permit. The thing's too loud to use without ear protection, but yeah, I love that one.
Oh yeah, I have an AK, but it's like a Warsaw 10. It was like a very cheap full capacity magazine AK-47.
Yeah, AKs are so simple though. I mean, you can get the cheapest, stamped sheet metal you can get, and it will probably still fire if you drag it through the mud.
See, my uncle's case was more refined. He liked black powder rifles, very pretty black powder rifles. He also liked a lot of 22 target shooting, like Olympic level target shooting guns. What he liked.
Oh yeah. He definitely had refined tastes. Mine are more, just like.
Mine's more throw lead down the range.
Have you guys seen those like South Korean airsoft guns?
No.
You can convert them into actual guns. Like I converted an AK-47 with a friend.
To what? 22.
And at least in certain states like Montana, if you build your own gun, you're cool with it. It's okay.
Yeah, but what caliber is it? 22?
No. It's whatever caliber the AK-47 is. Like the whole lower receiver was CNC'd and everything.
So you replaced the lower? I mean, what parts of the original airsoft did you keep?
I think it was the barrel and the lower receiver. Everything else.
The barrel's too small to hold 7.62.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know he did the whole thing, and it was like he changed all the stuff, and we built it. Then he put the pieces, and then we built it together.
Like for less than $100, you can buy an 80% lower kit from a number of companies for 308 or 223 or several calibers, and just then it's at least in the U.S. there's, as long as you're legally allowed to own one, if you bought it, you're perfectly legal in buying it, and you legally have one with no serial number.
Yeah. There's something like that. As long as I think it's something about you can't sell them or something like that. As long as you build it yourself. Type of thing.
You can't sell it, and the lower can't be complete when you get it, because the lower is really the only part that's classified as the weapon, and that's what's serial numbered. But if you buy an 80% lower, and you can buy kits all day long that give you the milling bits and whatnot to finish it yourself, provided you've got at a minimum a drill press and a 2-axis vise. But they're or you take it somewhere, just have them machine the rest. But then you have a legal non-serialed lower, which you can get everything else for all day long with no issues.
Oh, Freaknik, oh damn it, the video's not actually in the stream. I need to actually repost it on my YouTube. There was a video that was done at Freaknik 12 by Hand Grip and Buttstock about open sourcing AK-47s. And they talked about sending this jig around from person to person. They mail it to them so they can make their own, I want to say it was receivers for homemade AK-47s. I'll post some links in the various chats. I need to go. I have videos that are so old that who they originally were hosted on has died. I need to repost those guys to YouTube.
Yeah, I started archiving a lot of them, just even though they're still up now, just for if they're not available later. I mean, I went through a couple of the big cons, and I didn't even watch a lot of the videos. I just queued them all up to download just so I'd have them for later.
My brother's on in the stream, by the way, so say happy birthday and don't steal his identity. Bedford, don't put your real information whenever you do a password reset field someplace, okay? Just let you know. But say happy birthday, Bedford.
Happy birthday, anonymous guy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Dude, I hate password reset questions with fucking passion. Because
you know what? That's why you need a UV key.
Was that?
You need a UV key. Have you seen those?
I've seen them, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I do everything. I got UV keys everywhere. Coupled with some HMAC, and then just the regular UV key situation.
It's like
That's interesting. Yeah, a lot of the password resets. I kind of have internal carbon-based algorithm. That switches it to a different question. That's the one I answer. But
I'll occasionally, some of the questions I ask may be obscure enough, but in general, if you get better known, people know what your password stuff is. That's how they got Sarah Palin, because one of the password reset questions was, where did you meet your spouse? And you could actually publicly look that up, like they met in high school, and that was on Wikipedia, and they got the information.
And they were so smart enough not to use a proxy server or their own or a VPN.
Oh, did they actually catch the person who hacked Sarah Palin's email? I don't remember that.
Yeah, they did.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, they did because her password reset was, what was the zip code in which you were in the city that you graduated high school, and there was only 2 zip codes in Wasilla.
That's funny that they got busted for just going straight to it without any anonymization.
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean that's like blind leading blind. It's perfect.
Well, he didn't think he would actually get in. And then he thought it was going to be nothing there on that Yahoo account, but yet she conducted business from it. So she's a dumb bitch.
Well, all I have to say is, this is why, when you buy all these hacking books and stuff like that, they don't talk anything about, like they used to, you guys remember proxy chains and all that stuff?
Yeah.
When it was heavily used. And, right now there's nobody teaching that stuff out there unless you look for it.
There's enough. I think
if you script kiddie your way into it, you're going to get caught.
I think some hackers also get bit in the ass sometimes by, well, this is not going to work. I don't need to hide behind a proxy. Surely they don't have this open like this. Oh shit! I got in.
Never underestimate stupidity/ignorance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, not because I'm using R bash means you're gonna keep me out.
Okay, I see. Exinop. How you pronounce it? Exinop just joined us.
I think he's muted.
That's okay. I'll just say hello to him. Yeah, it looks like he is muted.
Yeah, just call him no-op.
I think he's trying to he's the Nop sled, I guess, all white.
So besides guns, what else? And guns and various politicians who have email shit leak.
I watched a good documentary on Irish whiskey just an hour ago.
Oh, cool. Tell us a little about Irish whiskey, because I actually I know. Have you ever been to I'm trying. Oh, Jim. Oh, I'm trying to think of the gentleman's name. There's a guy I know who runs a whiskey tasting force.
What? Really?
Yeah, various cons. Jim. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm forgetting your name. He runs like a whiskey tasting force where he gets a bunch of whiskeys together and we all try them.
Sign me up. Nah, I prefer a single malt. Probably. I mean, I'm sure there's better out there, but the best I ever bought was a 21-year-old Glenlivet Special Reserve, and oh man, that was nice.
My tastes are not that particularly refined, but Jim's are. Because I remember he had me going out and hunting down some kind of whiskey for him.
I don't know.
Jim Manley, yeah. Various conferences, he does a whiskey tasting thing, and he does this whole talk about the different types of whiskeys and the proper brewing, how they distill them and all that, like how Scotch gets that peaty ass taste. Which I found that I like scotches, the more mild scotches, but there's some scotches that are like licking a burnt fucking log. I can't do those.
Yeah,
I don't
scotch is
I actually find bourbons are smoother, but a really good single malt scotch, I don't mind if it's not as smooth.
Well, apparently, what the thing with scotches is like good age and the oak they used. I'm not very versed on the subject, but that's what I hear.
Yeah,
you can get a really good one or a horrible one when it comes to scotches.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I noticed is I've tried all the Johnny Label bottle colors, and I really don't like them. I mean, even the high end ones, I don't like them.
Blue Label tastes like shit, man. It's like,
but you got like Black Label
$300 a bottle.
Well, okay, I guess I'm not the only one. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a bad drink at all. It's just the way. I mean, it probably turns out exactly the way they want it to, and somebody likes it. It's just not me.
Yeah, good whiskey is largely wasted on me. By the way, welcome Jay and Jason. James and Jay. I mean, I've always died from the vodka.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear me well or not. Tapping out.
It cuts out a lot.
We hear you, Max Headroom.
There's a video going on there too. What's that? A room? Is it a scary movie?
Well, that's Jay who's the moving.
Yo, Jay. Your camera's on, buddy.
There you go.
He's trying to help you out.
Yeah, he muted it. He muted it too. He just pulled the plug on everything.
Screw them fools.
Did he tape over?
Just trying to creep for a little bit. I wasn't supposed to be seen here.
Well, we saw you. We know where you at.
Could you identify me in a lineup? I don't. It's shadowy in here, man. Like
I didn't really see much very defined. No. So the question, I've done some own home brewing for like mead and so forth, with mixed success. Has anybody here done any home distilling?
By proxy, I've had friends that have, but no, I've been interested in it, but never did it. I'm actually more interested in distilling water at this point, just to have something that's not fluoridated.
You have to.
Sorry, go.
You have to define home distilling. Now, you being out in the woods with a thump tank, I've heard things about that.
Moonshining. You got some of that moonshine?
Well, you know, I do live in Kentucky, so I mean that's where
Get me all that sugar. Put it in the can. Burn it up. Add some cinnamon to that, and an apple.
Yeah, I have heard, repeatedly that home brewing wine makes your house smell good, but home brewing beer makes it smell like crap.
Yeah, it does. I mean, so I hear.
Yeah, I mean the situation with the thing is that if you don't let the gases release, I have not done homebrew, but I helped a friend. I built a pie that he wanted to make his own little automated homebrew machine, and it's pretty interesting. It's a freaking chemistry, dude. It's incredible, like the temperature and the yeast, and you have your own little colony.
Actually, I just thought of something. When most of the places I buy, it's very difficult to find non-ethanol gasoline where I live. I'm wondering if I could just separate the ethanol out of my tank.
No, you can't. You can't.
You don't want to do that. Just a little pro tip.
No, you can't.
From experience. I mean, it's methanol or ethanol. It's not methanol. Yeah, it's not like I'm going to the drag strip and getting their, methyl.
But I'll tell you this: if you do it wrong, apparently it could blow your block too.
Oh, it's trivial to get the ethanol out of your gas. You just dump a little water in it, provided it sits long enough, and you have a drain at the bottom of the tank. It's done. Yeah.
Or you can make your own. Just go to restaurants and get all their used cooking oil.
That's not good. That's not gonna have ethanol.
That's diesel, man.
Yeah, that's diesel. I'll put that in my Dodge.
That's like biodiesel.
Or an M52.
As far I was told that you can, if you're gonna do either ethanol or biodiesel or whatever, apparently the first steps are very similar. The middle steps change, and that's where you can.
On that note, I don't know. I had someone know that was disappointed recently because besides Nova, I wasn't allowed to record because people say private stuff. I wasn't able to record the. There was a prepper talk they had. But I tried to point the people towards HackerCon 3 from a couple of years ago, where the whole theme was basically survivalism and prepper stuff, but from a hacker's perspective, which was kind of fun. I did a talk on EMP and its effects and so forth and the science behind it.
Didn't someone in here make a EMP?
I did.
Yeah.
A long time ago with a friend.
You ever test it out?
Yeah, we did. We were burning old cell phones. They just bust on fire. It's pretty crazy. It wasn't really powerful.
Oh, there was a lady who did something like EMP at DerbyCon a couple years ago, and she didn't want me to post her talk. I begged her to, because it was basically this very beautiful Hispanic woman blowing up electronics on stage. I'm like, the people who watch my channel will really want to see this.
Could you imagine setting up
EMPs? What kind of radius did you have with that?
I'm assuming this is from Toxic Flow.
Could you imagine setting off a decent one at a DEF CON or a Black Hat?
A lot of pissed off motherfuckers.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't get out of there alive.
Well, if they knew who did it.
Well, if that was your presentation and your demo, then you get your just Darwin rewards. So.
Well, a certain jackass did brick some people's Wi-Fi pineapples, and by knowledge, no one kicked his ass. So if they did, I would certainly like to film it and record it and put it up on,
To who? To Darren? Hey.
Yes.
Jack, I was gonna let you know the range was 3 feet.
That's not bad at all.
And also, if you're gonna beat up Darren, tomorrow's the day. He has
No,
the-
not Darren. No, not Darren. Darren didn't break anybody's pineapple.
No, he was just selling them.
Yeah, he was selling them.
Now, that 3 feet, was that directed with a beam or was that omnidirectional?
It was omnidirectional.
Well, that sounds like a good antenna project.
Directional? Can you do a directional EMP?
Well, the lady who did, I'll find her talk. She basically did something with ground fault interrupters and shattering certain electronics, and hers was semi-directional with ham radio equipment. But let me see if I can find her stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could concentrate, I mean, with a properly designed antenna, you could handle multiple frequencies to shoot the majority in a certain direction. I mean, that may get into complicated antenna design, but I'm sure you get more power in one direction than others.
At least with us, we had a kind of controlled environment. It wasn't like that crazy either. So we had like a copper behind it, and we just shot at it, and then we just pulled it back. But I was like 3 feet. It was like doable, but the longer you were away, the more time it took.
Yeah, I guess some kind of dish would help with the directional. Yeah, that probably just that's common sense. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's doable. I mean, but doing something powerful, I mean, it takes a lot of power just to generate,
Yeah, that's why you use the target's power.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, that's something you can carry around. Hey, I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
Yeah, search for DerbyCon GFI. Got something, but it's not the link I'm looking for. DerbyCon 2014 videos. So it's been just a bit. Girl fault interrupted. Maggie, and I can't do Maggie's last name. Gauregui. Google. Sorry.
Smith.
Yes. I'll post it in the various chats so that people can look at later if they really want to. It's like blowing up various electronic equipment with some ham radio equipment.
Welcome, Jay.
Yeah, thanks again.
Howdy. Let's play a little Maggie since we can, and I have the video controls. Let me go ahead and share my screen for just a bit. All right, here we go. This is from DerbyCon 4, so a couple years ago.
Hello, DerbyCon. Well, I'm here to talk to you guys about GFCIs.
It's a good talk to check out later on. I'm gonna get to the part where she actually blows up electronics.
No, wait.
I'm worried about my camera.
Let's just commentate it.
Batteries and
Not the entire thing, though. I mean, it's like 40 minutes almost.
Wait, she said batteries.
She's got these Yagi antennas that she's going to use to like blow up some electronics.
Yep.
So she's doing it over very short distances, but it is pretty cool stuff.
I wonder if we can build one with a hacker ref.
Well, no, it's not so much about we find of what signal you're sending, man. It's about power level.
Yeah, I know, but like basically using the hacker ref to modulate that, and then using something else to send the power down.
That I do not know on.
Okay.
How wide of frequency bandwidth would you need?
I'm sorry.
How wide of a frequency bandwidth would we be talking about for like the one you built? Or guess on that one?
It's just depends, I guess, what you're trying to do. You can use the bigger the band, the bigger the chalk type of thing. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Or something. I do metric, dude.
Anyway, that's a little bit of the video.
Yeah, I would think it'd be more effective with like the, like microwave and higher frequencies, because if you just blast it with lower frequencies, that's just going to cause interference. It's not really going to do any real damage other than, maybe make something reboot.
I hear people talk about making.
I don't know if this is true, but I was reading an old paper that you can basically you modulate from high low, high low, high low, high low, high low, and to kind of apparently there's a way where you can hone into the frequency that will do most damage to a device by scanning certain frequencies and then just zapping it. But I never tried that. That's where I stopped, I guess.
See, I've heard various people talk about making EMP bombs and various electronic weapons, but the ranges I've ever seen demonstrated are pretty fucking short.
Yeah, it's not. I've never seen anything either other than military weapons like the crowd disperser one. Apparently, it has EMP capabilities. I was told.
No, if you could get something where you could just fly up a quadcopter and drop the power leads onto the main transmission lines and power it off of that, you should be able to get about whatever range you want.
Yeah, but then you basically have to Faraday cage the whole device, and the antenna is just gonna burn your drone with it, I think.
Well, yeah, the drone will be gone, but they're cheap. Yeah, I mean, it depends how bad you want to do it and how much range you want to get.
Yeah. But here's an idea. If you automated the drone and you basically Faraday caged everything and had it automatically do it, go from point A, conduct the attack, and then go to an exfil point type of thing.
Yeah, if you start talking about power line transmission levels, I mean, your Faraday cage has got to be grounded. How are you going to ground your something in the air,
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
I guess it could theory. Well, no, I could go around it. Yeah, no, it's scratch hoist sticks. It wouldn't have to be ground, but it would have to be completely enclosed. But yeah, food for thought anyway.
I wonder if you can turn a satellite, like a decommissioned satellite, take over it, and then just EMP all the satellites around it somehow.
I would imagine. Well, first of all, doing a nuke that high up in the atmosphere. Actually, what is the effect of that? Because
that would take out a whole bunch of satellites.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my saying also would cause radio interference all over the Earth because of how it would ionize things in the atmosphere.
Dude, you can go to prison for so long. You get caught. You'll get black bagged. The news won't even know.
It depends what country you do it from.
Yeah, do it here in the U.S. You'll see.
Oh, good evening, Charles and John. Just saying hello to some new people who joined in. We're basically talking about electronic interruption and so forth. You're all familiar with spark gaps, right?
Yep. Uh-huh.
One of the earliest forms of radio communication was spark gap, basically incredibly broadband interference noise, but someone basically just making a quick bit of electric current go on and off, like a lightning almost. And you can do Morse code with that, but it's incredibly freaking noisy. I haven't looked a whole lot into EM interference and warfare and so forth. But the idea of actually making EMP bombs that are powerful enough to where you can actually effectively damage electronics from a decent distance is intriguing. Though I'd hate to test it because I have a lot of electronic stuff at my house that I don't want to go bye-bye.
How much, my mic's fixed, by the way, how much power do we need, would you need to do something at that distance?
Well, I don't know. Akashic Flow got something going on. He said 3 feet, but how much power do you have for even to get 3 feet? And then you got the, what is it, inverse square law? So the more distance you get, it gets harder and harder and harder.
Yeah. Also, you have to be careful you don't fuck shit around you too.
Well, yeah, because I know there's the worry that you know, a bad actor will come in and detonate a device off the seaboard or something like that, you know, airburst style, and that could affect the whole, like, whatever seaboard it's on. But I mean, that's, you know, we're talking
And explode in the stratosphere.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a freaking, you know, a nuclear missile, you know, not a freaking something you carry around your backpack.
It could possibly happen. I mean, you can right now. I mean, have you seen the things Lockheed Martin is doing? They're doing these like
Oh yeah, no, I know what they're doing.
Self-propelled. They're like they're not drones. They're like missiles. Soldiers can carry, and they act like drones, and they just basically, you know, it's just a missile with wings. You know what I mean? A propeller behind it or a jet engine behind it.
Yeah.
Back closer to civilian capabilities, weren't there like LAPD or some big city police department had some EMP type device to stop high speed chases?
Yeah,
there was a modern enough car.
There was a few things. One was like a projectile that shot and I believe struck the car and then released a charge.
Wasn't that a Fast and the Furious?
I don't remember. No, because there was another one where
I saw that.
There was a few of them, but there was another one where it was like a little car they launched that was like rocket, and it would go underneath the car, like stick to the bottom, and release a charge. Let me see if I can find the stuff.
Yeah, if you can get a remote control car under it, you could just, you know.
It was like a rocket propelled car, though.
Yeah, you could just populate with C4 then. I mean, you know.
Oh, what is that Dirty Harry movie where they do that? There's a Dirty Harry movie where they actually take a little remote controlled car and try to ride it underneath a full size car to blow it up.
Oh no, that's that. To tell you where that came from, that actually came from in South America in the 80s when the drug wars were happening, and the army was heavily in South America. The freaking people they used to do that. Like, that actually happened in real life. Like those car bombs and shit like that. They used to apparently remote control cars and put it under, plus C4 and Semtex. You have Semtex A and B and all this shit. But depending on the type of plastic you're trying to use, all you'll need is a switch, and that's it. You can have an extra frequency just for that switch, which is very scary. Or you take a cell phone, apparently, and you can take out the vibrating function of it. You take the vibrating motor off, and you connect the positive and negative. I have a friend who's an EOD who's showed me some crazy shit.
Man, you guys are hitting every fucking NSA keyword I think that there is right now. Man, we're covering nuclear explosions, we're covering fucking bombs, car bombs, EOD, fucking shit.
And that's why
we're calling NSA.
Well, if the NSA sends somebody to do a body cavity search on me, please make sure she's female and her hands are warm. Thank you very much.
Well, all I gotta say is that I will definitely serve my country. You don't have to black bag me or anything. Cup of coffee will do in a contract.
Yeah, because
right now the Army's looking for people that want to go cyber right now. They're talking straight up, they will make you a fucking lieutenant colonel in the Army right now.
But what about?
Yeah, but you have to meet their criteria, and it is absolutely difficult to do.
And you don't know who your commander in chief's going to be in 4 or 8 years.
Yeah, and then it's, how about your MOS, right?
That too.
Well, you'd be cyber if you went in with that requirement. But right now, they're hiring people just straight in on cyber.
Do you know somebody?
Do I know? It's all over Army Times and all those websites. I can get you a couple links if you guys are interested.
I am.
Well,
just to check it out.
I mean, I don't know anybody per se who's made the cut. I just know that they're doing that, but like I said, I haven't come across anybody who's made that cut yet.
Well, no, I don't think many people are doing that direct commissioning right now, which is what that's called. But there are a shit ton of people that are already like the 17 Charlie, the 35 Quebecs, and then 25 Deltas, which are the current Army MOSs right now.
How about
And
52
that
whiskey?
shit is
Does that
easy to
have
get
anything
into right
open?
now if you have the aptitude. What was
Right.
that?
I mean,
Is it 52 whiskey? The whatever the officers one? I forgot.
Oh, you're
No,
talking
it's like a 170 Alpha.
Okay.
Whiskey's medical field.
Hmm.
Or
And
was.
this is always Cyber
no.
Command?
Whiskey,
Sorry.
whiskey isn't medical field. Whiskey is an identifier.
It's
I know that.
Sorry?
I know that my friend tried to go warrant officer, but unfortunately he didn't make that cut.
I see.
Well, right now the fucking cyber is they're hurting for people right now.
Of course they are, because right now with the drawdown and through attrition, they're just
No, it's not even that, man. It's well, one of the reasons that people aren't making it into cyber is because that MOS right now has the highest attrition rate of like I think like there's one other one that deals with like nuclear arsenal stuff, and that's the highest one. Like cyber right now is the second highest difficulty with the amount of people that are getting kicked out.
Right.
Is it top secret
$30,000 a
level
year
3?
in the Army, and you get out if you know the stuff you should know to do that. You can make easily 100,000. Like, it's a no-brainer.
True.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's another reason they're having difficulty with manning in the military. They're getting fucking badass fucking training when they're in the military, and then they're getting out and making buku fucking money on the outside.
Well, yeah.
That's another problem with retaining people.
Well, yeah, because when I was at Fort Gordon, the hot MOS was 25 Sierra, and AT&T would come through and like pick you, and then they would get shipped out. They were pretty much
but remember that you also need to qualify for the ASVAB, I believe, you know.
right.
So you
gotta get like a 110 on your ASVAB.
Getting a 110 on the ASVAB is stupid easy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, it's of
I'll
course
put
it's
the dumbest
easy,
of
but
Don't make it.
once you take the test, it's a different story. When you're sitting down there going through all that stuff and the time and all that, can you handle that?
Well, one thing I'm
It's not a hard test, man. It's not a hard test. I'm a dummy man, and I fucking got a 110.
I mean, I'm take a 50-minute or 50 problem test.
Yeah, I mean, my GT score was 120, and they pretty much gave me the pick of the litter, but I wound up being what I was because the MOS that I wanted was all filled up. They showed me 25 Sierra, or well, it was 31 Sierra at the time, but I turned it down in favor of dealing with computers.
One thing that's striking me on this conversation is the same things happening in the corporate world, you know, with a lot of this outsourcing. You know, the last company I was with, you know, they invested a lot of money in training people in cheaper countries, you know, than the U.S., you know, Mexico, Malaysia, and they train these people up, and, you know, as soon as they got their training, boom, they jump to a higher paying job, you know.
Well, and a lot of the times, too, you get these people from these other countries that they don't know shit. And they come in, you know, and they basically take your job, and because
that's what happened to me. But
I don't believe in that shit. I think that's bullshit.
Like all the stuff that happened at Disney and the bank in Atlanta, like everyone reported, like the guy that replaced him didn't know anything. Like they knew it a little bit, but they didn't know it enough to actually perform the job.
Yeah. I mean, I was in escalations in enterprise environments, and over about a 6-month period, it drastically changed to where the people joining the call had no business being on the call, and they're all getting paid $12,000 a year in Malaysia, and they're replacing people that were getting 70, 90, 115 in the U.S., and they didn't know their ass from a hole in the ground, but they're saving money. Yeah.
And we'll get them. They'll get there eventually, but you know we'll have to deal with the slump until they get the experience.
No, they won't get there eventually because the companies will cycle through them and dump. Yeah, I mean it's the environment will change before they're brought up to full speed.
Well, no, I'm just saying this is the management spin of it.
Oh yeah,
that, We'll get them there, and then in the meantime, they're making $12,000 in Malaysia, but then this other company's willing to pay them 15, and they're going to jump ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know someone that works at Southern California Edison. They did the same one thing. They dumped their entire IT department for H-1Bs, and like now they takes them 45 minutes to an hour to get someone on the phone to freaking tell them why their monitor won't turn on or something. You know, because most people can't figure out that crap.
You know, like stupid stuff. Like, you know, it takes them forever. So, I mean, the loss of work just from having shit IT is greater than the money they're saving, I'm sure.
Especially when you start hearing comments like, you know, once they identify it's a security breach, it's like, oh wait, no, they're just on the internal network. That's not a problem. Our external facing servers are still okay.
No, that's the wrong answer. but then once they're in, the game's over anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, I've literally heard that during conference calls, and that's where it's getting. I mean, they just don't get it. You know, they memorize flowcharts, and if a problem isn't solved by a flowchart, that's it. I mean, they're not, you know. They may be trainable in their native language if they had, you know, good supervision. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of them can learn, but when they're trying to learn something in a non-native language and they're not really being given the training they even need because companies aren't going to spend that money either. Yeah, I mean, you wind up with just stupid shit. And that's
I am sorry, sir,
world.
but we are very capable, sir. We are very capable of making this technology that you speak about very easily. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Guys, content questions for you guys.
This combo went way south.
Guys, I found out the Freaknik 12 videos from 9 years ago. The place I had them uploaded no longer has them. Can I go ahead and just upload them to YouTube?
What kind of 12 videos are they?
The Freaknik 12 videos.
Is that the Freaknik that used to be in Atlanta?
Nashville.
Is that where they moved from Atlanta? Cause
they were never in Atlanta.
Okay, then that's a totally different Freaknik then.
You talking about the black collegiate? There's a black collegiate event. I guess it's black fraternities or something.
Yeah, spring break, more or less.
Okay. Fuck it. It's 9 years old, but it's no longer where I had it, so I'm gonna get it up on YouTube.
Oh, and I don't think the conversation went south. It went like far east.
Well, I used to have that attitude about Indians like that until I've met a few that knew their shit.
Oh I mean, I've had some bosses that knew their shit that, you know, from Singapore and India, and I mean, there's definitely sharp people, you know, but what's funny is a lot of them wound up working in the U.S. You know, they left India, you know? But I mean, yeah, it's not that the people are dumb. Yeah, I mean, it's not that they're not capable of learning, but the corporate environment, the way they're being trained, they're just being dumped into the fire, and those that can figure stuff out on their own and learn and progress, you know, they will. But you know, the ones that wind up staying with the company generally won't, you know, except for a few that stick with it and kick ass and make a name for themselves. But you know, that's, you know, the exception rather than the norm.
Well, where I came from, the environment that I came from when I first entered the IT sphere, it was pretty much a sink or swim sort of deal. My boss at the time was like, I want to see what you can do, so I'm not going to help you. I want to see what you're capable of doing on your own.
Yeah, it sounds like pretty much every position and promotion I ever got, you know, is trial by fire, and yeah, which makes me that much more jaded against those that are, you know, that replaced us, you know, because they're getting the same trial by fire, but nobody's taking care of the garbage end of things and weeding out the junk. You know,
right.
You know.
Right. So then I became supervisor at the department, and I tried to carry on that tradition. The guy that they hired to replace me, which I was pretty much against from the get-go, I got pulled into an office, and then my manager was like, "We shouldn't do that. That's hazing." I'm like, "The fuck?" it was okay. I was like, it was okay. It was okay for me to come in under that circumstance, and now all of a sudden it's bad. The fuck is wrong with you?
Should have said, "What are you talking about, man? I'm black."
Believe you me, me and him and a couple of other people had gone rounds about that shit. I'm like, look, I can't help it. I was born this way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty much anywhere I've been, it's just I don't, just give me a foot in the door. I don't care if you got me mopping the floors. I'll show what I can do and go up from there. But what happens, at least in a lot of the large environments in the U.S. now is, if you're good enough to carve out a name for yourself, you wind up promoting yourself right out of a job because you wind up getting too expensive, and they think they can replace you for 20 cents on the dollar.
Right. I guess that's where I'm at now.
Well, yeah, that's the problem nowadays. Is they talk about this shortage of qualified IT individuals. But really, what it is a shortage of willingness to pay a freaking wage for the amount of knowledge that a qualified IT individual has.
Is that me? Did I fuck someone up?
No.
Well, you also have to understand that
Hello?
these are like Fortune 500s.
That's why I muted myself. I don't even know how I did that. Dude, the new Macintosh with the MacBook with the USB-Cs has a weird triggery touchpad where it sends strange signals that you do not intend to the keyboard.
You mean like this?
Yeah, I've actually heard.
Oh shit.
Hey, Adrian, you there?
Oh,
Adrian, you're on mute for some reason.
What happened?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Oh shit! Let me mute myself because I'm dying over here.
I got one of these new MacBooks, these late 2016 MacBooks with the all USB-C, and the touchpad does weird shit. Like it hit escape where I don't mean it to, and it interprets my gestures as some kind of keystrokes I do not mean it to interpret that way. So I don't know. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh shit! I'm weak.
Was it really that funny? What's up? I muted myself by accident. Come on.
Well, look. This is what happened, Adrian.
Hey, watch out for those mouse gestures that put you on mute, Adrian, especially for the third party.
Oh wow!
Wait, who's muting me?
Your touchpad is, man.
I'm in tears over here for real.
I'm already confused what's going on.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm uploading the Freaknik 12 videos. All right, everyone's silent. I'm still not sure what the hell is going on.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm trying to get my composure back.
Yeah, me too. But here, what I was gonna say earlier about the situation with the military and the work is that you also have all these most of the Fortune.
Damn, he's got an Apple too.
What, is he muting himself? What's going on? I don't know. I'm not deliberately doing it.
Yeah, whatever.
As the originator.
Sorry, man. I couldn't resist that one. I mean, come on.
Wait, so anybody in this channel can mute anybody else?
Yeah.
I don't know how do I stop that? I don't know.
Like this. Look, let me show you.
Just don't be
Ask the bot to opt you, man.
What? Somebody muted me too? What the hell?
That wasn't me that time.
It wasn't me. I don't know.
Which one of you motherfuckers keeps muting me?
I don't know. They muted me too.
There's some clues in the group chat, you know.
It was amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
By the way, you ever think it's like some of these casts we do last for like 4 or 5 hours?
They're
Think
fun.
anybody actually ever listens to all that shit?
I don't know.
I do it. I do at work. It's giving me an idea that maybe I need to invest in a Blue Yeti.
Why?
Well, because my audio sounds like shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just use my. I took an old phone and used it. It sounds to work out.
See,
better.
I'm just using the built-in microphone on my MacBook. Does it sound okay?
As good as you can sound.
Well, yeah, my voice is not always the easiest to understand in the world.
Oh no.
Nah, you sound fine, Adrian. Which means you need more mead.
I got some, but I got vodka and peppermint schnapps to get through before I get to the mead.
Oh, Adrian,
okay.
I was gonna let you know there's a mead thing happening in Vegas, summertime, like 3 weeks before DEF CON.
Not
2
like
weeks
we're gonna
before
make it
Black
at that exact moment, but they're having a mead conference or something.
I don't know. It's like this huge, like a beer and spirits type thing. My friend's
Oh,
going.
so it's not the Mead Paper Company convention then. I want to make sure of that.
Here's what I need. I need a mead drinking horn. My uncle had a bunch of powder horns, but you know, black powder and honey wine doesn't probably mix well together. But he had this very nice horn that I thought about converting into a mead horn. But I'm thinking instead I may just find someone to actually make me one professionally. You know, like how various ancient civilizations, especially the Vikings, used to drink beverages out of a horn as a cup. So I want to get me one of those things made up so I can, you know, do that. Actually, if I can do this, if I can find the outfit around my uncle's house, I like to dress up in old buckskins instead of doing my normal suit thing this year for DerbyCon. Dress up as a mountain man for DerbyCon, the whole buckskins and the skunk skin cap and all that shit.
Dude, shit. I'll volunteer my time and go record this adventure of yours.
All right.
We can document it.
Hopefully, Steph. I have a friend I paid to clean out my uncle's house. Hopefully, she finds some like old buckskins or something. And Uncle, I'm slightly bigger than him, but not by a whole large shot. So I could probably fit in a lot of stuff he wore.
Are you bringing back the spandex?
I don't want to think about my uncle in spandex. That's not a good.
I'm talking about. Have you seen this? Have you seen like when people put like leather stuff on and you can tell they've basically gained weight in them and it's just stretched on.
No, thank you.
Just saying, it can happen.
I'm getting some weird mountain man nerd imagery. Sweatpants and all, you know.
With a horse.
A horse would be a little hard for me to come by, but you know, if we can get Georgia Weidman to show up at DerbyCon again, maybe I can borrow her horse.
Oh wait, you can you know, like these people have these like whatever dogs that they take into places so people can pet because they're like whatever they
Service
call it.
animals?
Yeah, I think they have something like that with horses in Vegas.
Maybe.
You can probably.
I know people get attached to the horse. You all know Georgia Weidman?
No.
She does a lot of talks on like mobile security and mobile malware and all that kind of stuff.
Why, man? Is that the girl that light bulb, whatever, bulb security, whatever?
Yes, that's Georgia. Yeah. She has some she's I don't know what the exact deal is, but she has some kind of horse right now that she does for like racing and so forth, and she's very attached to it. It seems she refers to herself as the horse's mom, which I can't say. I can't say anything bad about that. Those people who refer to their dogs as their children, so that's whatever it is.
I don't know if you know, but horses, for them to like have a bond with a horse, they have to respect you, and you have to earn their respect. You can't just get on it, or depending, of course.
Yeah,
it's like a horse
a lot different from a dog.
Yeah, it's like a more of an equal relationship, and they're very smart. And it's very expensive to take care of them, though. And you gotta be careful. Like one little hole in the ground, and you were hiking with your horse, and you broke its freaking something, and you gotta put it down.
Your serious is like bumming my chill, man. All right, happier topics. No more dead ends. Wait, John Doe says, horn cup equals can't put it down. That's true. That is the thing. Or how about chaps? Ha, assless chaps at DerbyCon. I know her. Phone hacker. She gave talk with no pants on at ThoughtCon. Okay, I'll let you all continue the conversation. I'm gonna go get me some more booze.
What the hell are you reading?
I'm reading the fucking chat that's inside of the Hangout.
What?
Right under
John Doe.
There's a ThoughtCon? Really?
Right under the message that says you muted Adrian.
Who?
Wait,
Who does such a thing?
Wait a minute. I'm intrigued here. There's a ThoughtCon, really?
Yeah. John Doe, can you please tell us a little bit more? Your mic doesn't work? Bullshit. Who are you?
It's John Doe, man. No, that's Jane Doe's other half.
Really? No pants? Like, what is she really wanted to get laid, huh? Or she probably lost a bet.
Yeah, I've only been to ThoughtCon one time. They don't record their talks, so I don't have a whole lot of reason to be there. And one year, B-side Chicago, they had me out, and one of the conditions was I get a ticket to ThoughtCon to hang out, and I get to go see Sue the T-Rex the day before. You all know about the Film Museum in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
No.
Awesome dinosaur display. Way better than the Smithsonian. But they have I think the largest T-Rex that was ever found, Sue. Female Tyrannosaur. So I got to go visit that, and it's a good museum. So
was it really a female Tyrannosaur, or was it a Trannysaur?
Oh my god.
Gosh.
Well, the paleontologists identified it as female, so that's all I'm going to go with. I don't know.
Well, hey, didn't they just found a $4 billion-year-old fossil as the oldest fossil in existence right now?
Possibly, because the Earth is what, 4.5 billion?
No, it happened today. Like they found a
fossil. Yeah,
fossil.
but I'm saying is the Earth is 4.5 billion or so. So a 4 billion-year-old fossil would probably be one of the earliest life forms.
Yeah. Could you imagine if if humans used to live in Mars and Earth was just like where they made their food to sustain the people over there, and then we just killed ourselves, ended out where we had our food grow?
I've heard it referred to as xenogenesis, but it doesn't exactly involve that particular theory. It's more like microbes from one planet land on a different planet and then evolve into current species. I think that's the term, right?
Water bears.
Yeah.
Water bear over there.
Pantitologist. What the hell is a pantitologist?
That's the person that found the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Maybe so.
Hey, what, a pantitologist, you said?
So I'm looking at the chat again, which I should stop looking at the chat. Actually, no. Have you ever looked up the term cotton sealing? I'll let you all do that on your own time. Look up cotton sealing. Let's move the subject on to something else. Does someone else have something vaguely tech or infosec related?
John Doe does.
Bring it up, John Doe.
But he's on like he's just
Brianna Wu,
feeding
what
us
about
crap.
that bitch?
Well, she did seem to pull some plot points from The Moon is a Harsh Mistress about being able to send rocks from the moon to land on Earth with nuclear-like effects. While the physics could possibly work out, there's a lot of math involved with that. Also, actually, the launches issue. In the case of The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, which is the book I'm assuming she's kind of cribbing from, they already had a mass driver involved to be able to send shipments of grain. They modified it to send just like fucking rocks. But yeah, Brianna Wu, a few of my friends actually have written books of her. But for what little I've looked into her, she seems to be insane.
And you don't say. You don't fucking say. Really?
I'll let someone else pontificate on that, though.
I'll be right back. Gotta do a new used beer exchange.
It's like, okay, Adrian. Yep, no comment.
But no one's gonna say anything.
I don't know. I'm just not versed in the subject. I don't know.
Okay, as far as I recall, Brenda Wu is someone who she decided to get herself shit involved in the Gamergate things by trolling the Gamergators, and then the Gamergators like all shitstormed her back. Then she got all butthurt about that, and she started writing articles to people like the FBI needs to get involved with Gamergate. Gamergate's a fucking hashtag. It's not a unified group. FBI does not need to get involved. There's even some FBI investigation into some of the supposed threats, and it came out to be nothing legitimate. But she still money.
But I left my house in the middle of the night, and me and my husband was on the run, and then it was discovered that I'm possibly a guy.
Yeah,
I thought you were a girl.
Well, the running idea is that there was a lot of evidence that Brianna Wu is transgender.
The heck is that? That sounded like the beginning of a horror movie.
That sounded like a transgender noise.
I sounded like you, Brian. Do you identify?
Nope.
Anyway, she poked the bear. The bear poked her back. She cried victim and tried to make a lot of money on a Patreon or GoFundMe or whatever. Encyclopedia.
I mean, bears don't poke back. Article. Bears maul you.
There's probably other industries she could have gone to if she's into poking bears. Just saying.
Oh no. but
now that would be bears poking her, not the other way around.
Okay, explain. Do you have any anything on the subject? Any facts we could add to it?
Look up the Encyclopedia Dramatic article. That's about all I got for you. But if I was to summarize it, I'm gonna bring up this cartoon from Anti-Fam Comics. This pretty much summarizes the situation. You shovel shit that way on the internet, and the internet shovels shit back at you. You see the cartoon?
Yeah.
That pretty much summarizes the situation. And I might get some shit for that later, but I get shit all the time anyway, so be it. So technically, she's not totally wrong when she talks about you could use the moon as a great strategic advantage point against the Earth. But what's in it for the corporations to do that? And there's a lot of infrastructure that has to be built. And where she's challenging a well-seated another Democrat for a particular Congress office seat, she's going to lose.
The thing about the moon too, like now and today, is the resources it has. Is fuel of H3, is it hydrogen 3 for like rocket fuel?
I don't know
It's
about that. I
everywhere.
thought the big thing was aluminum. I thought the Earth. I thought the moon would be a very rich aluminum ore.
Apparently, in the
it's an al-
1970s, they threw one of the rocket, the Apollo missions things, and the thing just rang like a bell. Have you guys seen that?
No, that was what China shot a missile at it when it rang it.
Yeah, but it had happened before. Something that they did, the U.S. did it, and then they did it again, you know, and it rang like for a bell for days, like it was hollow.
I just figured the moon was an alloy of cheese and unobtainium.
Huh. But tell me this, isn't this kind of weird how it's like, even though it's the moon and it is what it is, it's the exact same size to create a solar eclipse
Well, that's just the distance.
from that distance, you know what I mean?
And eventually that'll disappear. It'll be as the moon pulls away from us because of gravity.
Is it gonna bounce out of Mars again or something? Just kidding. Could you imagine that's the
No, it'll just pull out of our orbit.
Hmm.
So they say.
Nah, whoever made it, they'll realign it. As long as it serves its purpose, they'll keep adding the course corrections to it.
I mean, I don't understand. But you know what's really interesting? I wonder is what things will we be able to see, or what radio frequencies will we be able to get from the moon without the interference of the Earth?
Are you expecting strange people from the moon to talk to us? What are you expecting?
Well, basically, one of the main issues in you know, doing whatever radio telescope stuff on Earth, and the reason why they have to do it in so remote locations and some towns, you can't even have a cell phone in these towns. It's illegal for you to own a radio with a specific thing or a Bluetooth device because it creates interference. It's because of all the interference there already is. So it's like your radio waves are clouded with stuff going through them. By being up in the moon, since how the torus sphere and how the magnetism of the Earth works, it kind of keeps everything in there unless it's powerful enough to break through that. You don't have that variable, so you're basically wide open to see what's out there. You know.
Wait, you're talking about like if you had an observatory, the dark side of the moon, you'd be able to see more stuff in space. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like, if we were to, like, once we get there, because it's going to happen, and we actually plant a radio telescope up there, and we do it from the moon without the earthly interference, I wonder what other things will be.
Well, you know, there's radio signals all throughout the galaxy, right? Like, it's not just like, it's one of those things that when you send it out, it just ripples across. Like, it doesn't stop here on Earth, right?
By the way, Brian,
it depends on the type of signel.
Brian and
yes,
Jay,
it does ripple through. Yes, correct.
we need to get you all cool avatars. You all need some avatars. I'm just saying.
All right, teach me. How do we do this avatar thing?
Go probably to G+ and click options. So I'd imagine there's something there.
That's what you do. G+, and then you go to profile and you insert your picture. But let's do this. Everybody just copy the one with the mustachio face.
Oh, by the way, it looks like John Doe wants to plug something. Me, Brianna Rube, moon rocks. Rich people are gonna mine the moon and drop rocks to the earth and not care about if it hits a city with poor people in it. Ah ha 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 ha. She's running for Senate seat or something too. Yes, she is, and that's fucking scary as fuck. Also, I'll plug CypherCon, March 30th and 31st, 2017 in Milwaukee. By the way, a certain, egotistical motherfucker who has a penguin avatar happens to be recording it. April 1st, the next day, same location as Hacks for Kids. Tickets still available at cyphercon.com. Please set up a base like Command & Conquer and Mine Titanium. Okay, I think I read that all right. Is that good? Are we good, John? All right. Anyway, I'm just, doing what I can to promote what people want to promote. I do enjoy CypherCon. The first year was last year, and it was a good fucking time.
Yeah, I don't know. The only conference I really like is the Recon. Have you guys seen that one?
I've never been to Recon. Where's Recon at?
Brussels and Montreal, Canada.
Wait, so Brussels and Montreal, Canada.
Yep. The one in Montreal is coming up, but it's all about like reversing. It's what DEF CON used to be. Like high-end reverse engineering things. A lot of smart people. Very nice people too. I mean, I love it. You guys can check out the videos for Recon 16. I'm talking like there's a whole talk on like PMUs for ARM processors and stuff like that. Like very well done as well.
Oh, by the way, how do I make it go to where it focuses on whoever's currently speaking again? I screwed that up.
Whoever
What?
you've got clicked on, just click on them again.
Okay, I had John clicked, but I don't see it changing when I speak, so that's not working.
Yeah, you basically unselect it. You have like a little white window over it. You unselect it, like the white edge.
All right, I think I got it. No offense to John, but I just don't want it to always focus on you if you're not speaking.
Yay.
Hey, Charles, what's up?
Nothing much, man. Whew. A long, interesting day.
Oh, Charles saw the Recon tapes, right, Charles? Did you like Recon?
Yes.
Is it
All right, tell me about Recon. This is a conference I don't know about. You said it's in Canada and where else?
Brussels.
So it's like what, they like space like 6 months apart?
Yeah, basically, kind of. You can find them at recon.cx, I believe. Let me
Hold on,
verify
I'm gonna
that.
get the
I
Yeah, I
believe
do
it's
mostly all U.S. cons. I do mostly South and Midwest cons.
yeah, recon.cx. Hold on.
Yeah, but I'm telling
putting
you
it in the
guys,
chat channel. It's pretty. It's just from what I've seen of it, it looks pretty cool.
I mean, this conference is definitely the knowledge you want. It's like today. It's like stuff you can use today, and it's like it goes in deep into exploits. It goes really deep into like processes and all kinds of things and fuzzing. I mean, if you're interested in that, I'm interested in reverse engineering, and I love it. I think it's definitely a nice resource to have.
You know what? It's kind of like RuxCon on steroids.
Oh yeah. It's another level. It's what DEF CON used to be. When you used to go to DEF CON and you were lost because everybody was like giving super smart talks and you were like, whoa. It's at least to me.
So, like, and the thing. So what? I haven't been to a DEF CON in a while. So, what's it like now? It's just so many people. Has it changed, or how has it changed?
Well, I don't go to many talks to DEF CON, but it is asshole to elbow because they have so many people there.
See,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like back in the day, when it was like not as big. To me, it was more of a kind of like a friendly, kind of like your friends, your family type of thing environment where everybody can go there and try things and nobody judged you. And if you needed a job or somebody wanted to check out something that you had, they weren't going to rip it from you. Right now, it's basically it's like any other expo that you go out there, say like NAB, National Association of Broadcasting, or any large expo, but for cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Where it's grown and it's great, and I believe it's beautiful that it's grown, but it's grown to the point where, to my taste, I'd rather do what Adrian is doing now. He's going to small conferences because you find real people there that you can actually talk to. And it's not like there's a guy there who went to the conference because he has 20 meetings scheduled, you know what I mean, to sell stuff.
That's the worst. Like like that's why. See, this thing. That's why I fell in love with DerbyCon because it's exactly what you described. How
Yeah, DerbyCon. Continue. Sorry. I gotta represent my local con.
Look, that is the awesome con. I'm not local, but I'm still representing it. It's. I tell everybody about DerbyCon.
How far away are you, Charles?
I'm in Northern Virginia.
Okay, that's a good haul then.
Yeah. But every time there's a DerbyCon, I always fly out. I fly right out from Dulles.
Well, make sure you talk to me about MeadCon this year, because you're definitely invited. Everybody on the stream, talk to me about MeadCon.
Okay.
I just have to tell you what day it is. We do mead and we sing karaoke really badly.
Awesome. Hey, I'll send you some bottles if you want. I'll donate them right away.
All right. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, like with that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with DerbyCon, because of like it's family. Nobody's there to judge you. Everybody's there to help you.
Yeah.
Everybody's approachable, you know, and that's what you want. I like ShmooCon. It's just so hard to get tickets.
Yeah, well, DerbyCon's gonna be like that too as time goes by, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that like when you go to DEF CON now, it's like it's so business-like that it doesn't feel like a hacker conference. It feels like a business expo with villages, I guess you want to call it. Like you have more fun at the villages than you have actually meeting people out there in the industry. And if you tell them, so what do you do for a living? And I tell them, I'm a janitor. And they're like, oh, I see. Why are you here? I'm just a noob trying to learn stuff. They just ignore you completely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On to the next person, because they probably treating it like a business opportunity. Well, I got an inroads at this Fortune 500 company or this Fortune 50 company.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this is the thing, but at least that's how I weed out people, you know, and just using the social dynamic and social engineering aspect, not to take advantage of you, but just to see the type of person you are, where I'm going to waste my time with you if you're just going to be a dick to me if I ask you a simple question.
It's true.
Thanks, because I was thinking about going to DEF CON this year, and if that's the kind of attitude they have, that's a place where I do not want to go.
Yeah,
well, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good people, and mostly, I mean, the people I know when I go, we usually go to DEF CON, but we just meet outside of DEF CON, and we just have a good
DEF CON's
time.
not all bad. I mean, it's DEF CON. The biggest problem of it is it's just so fucking huge. You can see those people you know who are there, you never see because it's so fucking crowded. But it's not all like leadership. I do enjoy DEF CON. If it wasn't the fact that we're paid for it, I probably wouldn't go every year now. But I think it's at least worth going to once or twice.
Yeah, at least if you've never gone to DEF CON, you should have that experience. But just see if you can find some friends. Like, don't go alone. Like, I've gone alone, and it's kind of hard sometimes, and sometimes it's great. There's always after party, so when you go to the booth, ask them, hey, can I get an invite to the party? Always. And go from there. Hey, I said you guys have invites for the party, and you get invites to the party. So.
Yeah, just tell them you know pyro.
No pyro?
Oh, God.
Is that the password?
No. See, I don't. Other than the Trusted Sec party, I don't get in any cool parties at DEF CON, so I don't know.
Well, I know Chelsea Manning's gonna be there this year. He's apparently giving a talk, or she.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay.
Or he's gonna be there. I don't know what to say about that, but yeah. I don't want to disrespect you, Chelsea Manning. I don't know he or she or what to do, but I respect you. If you're out there listening.
I mean, to each his own.
It's a what?
I said to each his own.
Hey, man, I'm all about, I say it's all about smiles and making smiles. If you're not doing that, you're just wasting my time and the world's time.
Boom. I like that. I like that.
You know what I mean? If you're just here to fucking make me feel bad, you know what, man? You can just keep on going.
Oh my goodness.
Well, the cons I have to make it out every year is, of course, DerbyCon, because I'm one of the co-founders. Got to be at DerbyCon.
Can you get us tickets?
Dave will get you if you don't show up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, he didn't get me. I mean, I wound up selling one of my tickets, but the person that was going to go with me, she couldn't get off work, so.
I gotta be at Skydog Con and Freaknik Con. Sorry, Skydog Con and HackerCon every year because I've been to every one from the beginning. And then Show Me Con and Circle City Con because again I was there from the beginning. And I'll probably add on NOLA Con in New Orleans. But I think that's all my
that one.
Absolute go-to cons. NOLA Con, the first time I went to NOLA Con. Whatever one was in 2016. That might have been the third one. They asked me to record, and it was a lot of fun. And you know, New Orleans is a fun place to hang out in, and the food is so good.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward
to the hot chicken.
The
hot chicken.
Was that?
No, that's Nashville.
Hot chicken's Nashville. Yeah, hot chicken. You want hot chicken in Nashville? The place you want to go is. I personally recommend Hattie B's just because they have fountain drinks and a good beer selection. If you want the most authentic shit you can get, Prince's. Prince's is really good too. So, but yeah, Nashville, I go there for like, crawfish boil kind of stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a good time at NOLACon then.
You don't like crawfish?
No, I'm allergic to shellfish.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, that would not be good for you then, man.
Jack, I'll have something on me, so we'll get your that shot. What you call that shot?
EpiPen.
Yeah.
No, I don't think EpiPen's gonna be good enough because you get EpiPen and him keep eating. EpiPen, him keep eating. No, I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah, because when you have to hit yourself with the EpiPen, you have to go to the ER. It's just to stave off the reaction.
Yeah, let's keep Jack from dying, please. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm just saying. So if anybody sees Jack,
just take a bunch.
Have you guys seen that? What's that movie with damn, I forgot his name. Where he gets like shellfish reaction, his lips get really big, and he's like a matchmaker. Damn it.
I have no idea, man.
Hitch.
Yeah, that's the movie. Does that happen to you?
No, it gets worse. My throat closes up.
Oh shit.
Yeah, fuck that.
He about fucking die. So let's keep chill.
No, all you need is a knife and a pen. A knife and a pen, and you can breathe. I know how to do that.
Yeah, let's not
Tracheotomy, whatever you call it.
Let's not get that far along. Let's just keep Shellfish away from Jack, and we'll.
Hey, we're friends. We're getting ready for Jack in case he needs our help.
I have another friend who's like, I have a friend who's allergic to mint and cinnamon. So holidays are shit for him.
Oh shit! Well, I guess Derby time would be bad for him too with those mint juleps.
Oh
that
no!
Too, yeah, he would have to avoid them.
I'm sorry, I had a flashback.
You were like, oh no!
I had a flashback.
Hopefully a good one.
It was
apparently not. Are you okay, Charles?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
It was an interesting one.
Tell us what's the flashback, man.
Okay, this was my first DerbyCon. It was kind of rough because I slipped up and got iced.
Ice, baby. All right, first of all, what iced is, basically, somehow it became a tradition to get warmed up, smearing off ice, and give them to people. Then it became a charity thing where you could, like, pay money to get bands to not get iced. And then someone made, like, apparatuses to cool off the ice fast. And I'm an organizer, and even I don't understand all the shit going on behind it. Anyway, it's a tradition of making people drink, smearing off ice hot. Please continue, Charles.
Yes. So, it's like, hey, do you want to be iced? I'm like, I mean, I've never had it before. Dude, you'll love it. He said, but if you take the drink, you have to drink it all. I said, okay, it's not too bad. Oh my God, when I drunk that thing, I said, oh. And then I felt weird the whole day. And I said, okay, let me just relax. Now I'm sitting in the CTF, feeling weird. But I popped a couple of boxes. Then on top of that, a couple of my buddies were like, hey, we're gonna go get some food, and then we're gonna mess around and get some mint julep. I said, okay, let's. Yeah, on top of the ice now. On top of the ice. So I've been iced. I popped a couple of boxes, so I was happy about that. Had some food and some mint julep. Then they was like, hey guys, we're having a party, and that was the Saturday night party. So I'm already loaded up on mint julep, and the lights are flashing. Dual core, infected mushroom.
Oh shit!
Oh man!
Apparently, Charles was twerking over
Clean up on aisle 5.
Oh my God! No, amazingly, I didn't do that. Thank goodness. I was like, damn. I said, no. If I have to do it, I'm going upstairs in my hotel room. Like, there's no way. But I made it through. But after like an hour and a half, I couldn't take it anymore. I went upstairs. And laid down. I said, I'm just gonna take a quick nap. I woke up. It was 5 a.m. I woke up. People were still in the lobby on the CTF, and I'm just staring at them because I had a headache from hell. So that's my story.
Oh well.
But I had fun.
Apparently, so you did, friend.
Yeah, man. Man, when that.
Glad to have you here alive.
Yes. But who you telling, man? I paid for it in the airport, though. I fell asleep.
Oh, that's the best way. Something I've been doing right now is you can scout out tickets for like charters that are, say, if there was a plane going from Vegas to New York and then they have to return the plane, you can get on that private jet a lot cheaper than getting a ticket, or for like paying an extra $150. Or if you get like 4 of your friends, you can literally split the whatever $425 fee, and all of you fly to Vegas.
Intriguing. I like.
I got something way left field or way out of that conversation. Did any of you guys have your own hack lab? Well, I imagine y'all motherfuckers got your own hack lab. like, tell me about some of y'all setups.
We're theorists. We're script kiddies with dreams. We copy paste it all, friend.
No, like for real. Tell me about your setups. Like, do you guys? I guess you guys like do like Pontones, that sort of thing, or Bootu Roots, that sort of shit.
Yeah. I spend a lot of time on Home Hub, and then in the process, like trying to build my own little hack machine, especially for like web app stuff. And this is all in the VM on my MacBook Pro.
Or like WebGoat and that sort of shit.
WebGo, and then just creating my own, like just installing LAMP, and then just trying to create vulnerable apps on my own so I can learn the back end as well.
All right, so I got another question for you. Have any of you guys ever built a quote unquote purple lab? You know how you got blue team, red team?
Yeah.
I've never built one, honestly.
So what do you just like build a red team lab with a monitor?
No, basically it's defense and offense. So red and blue equals purple type of thing.
Well, yeah, but do you just build a lab with monitoring basically?
Well, yeah. What I have is this. I use Zen. I use CubeOS, which is a Zen-based operating system, and then I have my little VMs that run BroIDS as my IDS, of course. Which I have some little scripts that handle all the packets.
Yeah, someone's.
Who's echoing?
What?
Oh no, it's not happening anymore. It's just like a huge echo.
Can you guys hear me? Am I cutting out or something?
No, you sound good to me.
You sound good now.
All right. I didn't know. So I use BroIDS, and the thing is about CubesOS is QUBES-OS.org. And basically is a Zen-based operating system, and you can separate your USBs, your USB controllers from your Wi-Fi controller. Everything can be independently controlled. Not only that, you can set up your defense stuff if you want to like do your NSM and whatever, and then you can have your offense VMs. So
what do you got as far as your NSM setup? I know you mentioned Bro. What else do you got going on?
Well, at
for
the
your
moment, I'm
monitoring?
using Bro IDS, T-Shark, and a custom elk stack, or whatever way they changed that to
okay.
elastic stack, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going from there, I'm visualizing everything, and I can see everything. Another thing I do to complement that is I have a DigitalOcean account where I spin out my CoreOS servers, and I mix that with Kubernetes and Kafka and MongoDB, and I do like real-time queuing and all that stuff. And you can run like, say, a full-on like Cuckoo containers and Kubernetes treats it as pods, and you have like pod 1 in San Francisco, pod 2 in New York, pod 3 in Amsterdam.
Okay.
You can kind of build your own little showdown type of thing if you want it.
I'm curious. You ever ran a security onion?
Yes. Security Onion. Basically, there's an ISO, but you can turn any Ubuntu one. That was that was DerbyCon 2011, I believe. The thing is, you can definitely use that script to start up. The script he made is really good as a template. It's kind of like outdated, but you can update it.
No, man. Have you run the thing since like 2016, 2017? Like the new ISO?
I have not run the new ISO, but I have a custom.
Like he's got his own like fucking Elasticsearch stuff set up. I mean, it's got the like Elsa squeal. Like it's a full fucking NSM now. Yeah. I don't know what you're.
Well, the thing about Elsa.
Go ahead.
Elsa is.
Yeah, Tickle TK. It's kind of
I know,
squeal.
but it's kind of like, I don't know. When it comes to me, I'm like very focused right now and like just trying to distribute JSON data on what's called an FBP, a flow-based programming paradigm. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept.
No, tell me.
Well, flow-based programming, just imagine a factory, right, that has a line, and say you're going to make potato chips, right? But imagine that's your data. So you have the raw data, then the raw data runs through these processes.
Factorio.
Sorry?
Factorio. It's a game that's kind of like that.
I never played it, but I'm going to check it out. So you take that information and it's being processed through these steps, but they're just independent black boxes, independent modules. John P. Morrison, I believe, don't quote me on that, created this in the 1960s. And it's so amazing. I mean, you can make concurrent programs and parallelism and all kinds of cool stuff because everything is created as a kind of like a little black box. Have you ever used LabVIEW by any chance, Jay?
No, I never heard of it, man.
Well, LabVIEW is a Texas Instrument programming module for engineers, which I used a lot, and it's also flow-based. So the good thing about flow-based is that your modules, one could be written in C, one can be in Java, another can be in Python, and all this stuff. And by having containers, this means you have little containers, of course, with your little environments with whatever you need. So at least in my case, I build Frankensteins off of random stuff I can go online to, and then I just port everything to Go. The good thing about Go is in Go 1.8, it supports plugins. So now you can write plugins for it. It's concurrent, as concurrency parallelism right out of the box. The same guy who created Plan 9 created this, Rob Pike. I don't know if you know about him. And it's amazing. I mean, I love it. And you can use CGo, so you can do C bindings directly into Go. It has, JSON marshalling out of the box. It's like C created for the 21st century, basically. I love it. And I mean, because I came across with some problems by using Python and its resources where I created something in Python and then I had to deploy this for the client. And it was just a pain because you have to make sure everything is there, everything is updated, and sometimes pip packages will do an update and just break the whole thing. And it was like, okay, this is it type of thing. Because Go gives you a compiled, gives you a little compiled binary at the end of the day that you can just drop anywhere. And you can.
Yeah, man, I would really like to hear your review of the new Security Onion ISO. It's come a long fucking way since 2011, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I know he did a great job with the script because I used his script to create mine. And I remember that. And it just saves so much time because Bro is such a headache to do it. I mean, it took me at least like 6 months to get the hang of it. And every time I tried my own little thing, and it was like, ah. But the cool thing.
Well, are you running like Snort or Sericata on yours also?
I'm Sericata. Yeah.
Sericata?
Yeah. I mean, it depends what you want to do. I mean, I also like something that I like to do is just get the raw stuff out. And you can and just do it raw with T-Shark and then just convert it to JSON data with the flow-based system that I was telling you. You capture the packets and then you kind of like you know when you do when you grep stuff, you do history and then you pipe it. That's what you're doing. You're piping things. And then you can pipe it out. I mean, something I've been doing is just.
So you do everything from the command line, then, huh? That sounds laborious as fuck, man.
I'm sorry.
I said that sounds laborious as fuck, man. Like that sounds like a lot of fucking work.
It is not because right now. Have you ever used Docker by any chance?
Yeah.
So you go Docker pool, right? You go Docker pool, and then you bring it down into your CoreOS. I use CoreOS. You can use whatever OS you feel like, and you drop it down, and then you already have a base. All you have to do is dump in your scripts. I mean, I have Bash scripts. Also, if you check out my GitHub repo, I have something called Shibango.
What's your GitHub, man?
It'll be here. I'll put it on the link for you. Let me put you the GitHub repo right here. So, yeah. So there's something called Shibango that I've been researching, and I'm literally converting Go scripts into Bash, basically. So I'm using Go to replace Bash. So not only do I get a lot of more power, I have the power of a full programming language that's more extensible than Bash. And yeah, there you go.
For some reason, I'm doing this in my phone right now, and for some reason, I can't catch your link, man. What's your Git account username?
Yeah, I'll type it right here.
All right.
I know why. Yeah. But yeah, and this is the cool thing is with this, basically creating a microservice architecture, it's a lot easier now with CoreOS and things like that because of the community. And there's like hundreds of thousands of like Docker files that you can get from Docker Hub and all that stuff. And prototyping is very easy. It's like I have this script, which I'm calling Mimic, but basically I just type in YAML format the environment I want to mimic, and it literally creates a cloud init file, which you use in CoreOS, and it builds me a mimic of whatever target I'm trying to get.
You mentioned that you use Zen, right? So did you build your Zen server straight? Because right now I'm using like a Debian server, and I've got like fucking a real thin like Windows manager, like fucking awesome Windows manager, and I'm running VirtualBox. That's really fucking hackish. Is running Zen really worth it?
But you said running Zen, you said?
Yeah, the Zen server.
Well, it depends. Okay, this is what I've done. Basically, I take Arch Linux and I build it from everything from scratch. So I do, Pac-Man, whatever, and I build it from scratch, and then I install SC Linux, of course, and then you do the Zen hypervising system. It's worth it depending on what you're doing. Let's say in my case, because I believe each scenario has its own pros and cons, where I'm running Docker and CoreOS and it shares the same kernel. So say if I'm trying to exploit containers, I can take a template and run a BSD, a Docker with BSD as this main Linux because it shares the same kernel. The good thing about having Zen is that it gives you that isolation between, the things that you're doing, and you can utilize different kernels, try different things, say debug apps, and just make a small template to make it work. It depends on how you're doing your research. And then again, this is just you trying it out in a virtual environment. And then once you find success or a way that you can try in a virtual environment, you then have to try it on a physical environment. You see what I'm saying? Like bare metal, and try it in bare metal and see what happens. At least that's the things that I do. And the good thing about DigitalOcean is that you can spin up a CoreOS server alpha, which for $5, you know what I mean, a month. And the cool thing about it, let's say when I do CTFs, I SSH into it, and I do my CTFs from the cloud. And then say if I need radar, I do like Docker run, tac IT for the terminal. Then do radar /radar2, then /bin/bash, and then it gives me an interactive terminal. Then in there I install tmux, and then I go. There's also another tool called within CoreOS called Toolbox, and what Toolbox does, it gives you kind of like a admin's environment where you can install your own tools within and control the whole thing. And the cool thing is that everything is scriptable, and if you get really deep in it, I mean, you can create some serious stuff in there. You can even create. Have you seen CubesOS by any chance?
Yes, yeah.
So, in CubesOS, you have like different firewalls and different things. You have your wireless, and then you have your firewall, and then you have your VM connected to that. So what you can do the same thing within CoreOS. Of course, you don't have a visual way of seeing it unless you use something like Kubernetes. I don't know if you're aware of it. But
yeah, I get the whole segregating your systems and everything. I don't know. I don't feel like anything I do gets to the point where I really need to segregate that much that I couldn't do that with VirtualBox straight up. I
mean, yeah, the thing is that thing about using VirtualBox, at least in my case, and VMware is there's always escapes because of the damn USB drivers are always get messed up. I don't know if they do it on purpose or what's happening, but every time they come with an exploit, it's like through a driver. And then they fall into kernel space type of stuff. And it's just, to me, it doesn't work. Plus, if I'm trying something new by using Docker, it keeps my machine clean. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Something you can do is also you can run Docker on your own machine, then get something like Guacamole, and then just literally type, your local address at the port that you assigned it to, and you can see basically a desktop, instead of using VNC, or you can SSH forward VNC within your own box, of course, and you can basically see the app or whatever you're trying to utilize within your container on your local machine. It saves you space, saves you RAM, it'll save you the ability to do things. And another thing, you're not going to get your computer full of crazy freaking stuff you just tried once and you just downloaded and built and forgot about. Yeah. I don't know, that's just me. But hey, I believe everybody has their own style. I'm just into, I guess, virtualization and trying things everywhere, however you can. Yeah.
Oh, so could you try sending that your GitHub one more time? I don't think I got it.
Did you talk to him about doing the CTF?
No, but he can do it. You want to do the CTF?
Yeah, I posted the Discord link as well if you guys want to join the Discord and do the CTF.
Yeah, I want to do it. Are we doing it this weekend?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, I am.
Which one?
Whatever's on right now, I guess.
Yeah, go to CTF time or whatever and check out CTF time, see what's up.
Yeah.
I suck, but, whatever.
Hey, man, we're going to have lots of fun.
I can read security logs.
No, I want to get a lot more experience under my belt before I attempt a CTF.
Man, I was thinking that way too.
The best thing to do is just do it.
Yeah, I was thinking that way for a long time too. Like, I need more experience. I'm not good enough or whatever. But now I'm to the point where it's like, you know what? I just need to freaking do it because I'm not.
Go there and grind. That's the hardest fucking part is just grinding through it,
Because I'm not getting any experience, at work because I'm not in that particular role, and I'm not doing.
Try to capture some flags at work, then.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Adrian, I changed my generic picture. I don't know if it's gonna come through or not, but might not be till next time I join.
Hey Jayhawk, do you have a GitHub? I'll just follow you. I just put the link up twice.
Yes. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can get back in.
So Brian, you were in like deep virtual environments, right? With HP, I bet.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's a lot of funny stories around that, but yeah.
I'm just wondering, what do you think? Do you have any bad opinions of what I'm doing? Would you do it better somewhere else, some other way?
Well, let me just tell you a little bit about where I used to be and what they called their cloud environment. They were ESX farms, period.
Yeah.
They're it's not like you could write APIs. It wasn't anything like AWS. I mean, it was they just gave you a virtual server on a farm, and they called that cloud.
That is the cloud.
Well, that's one. That's a small subset of what can be cloud, but that's all they had for cloud. That's what they thought cloud was in totality, and they didn't even do that right. They built. They had a bunch of farms, obviously, but they built the farms to tolerate 2 hosts being down at any one time. The problem was they put them in these 16 blade enclosures, and
so when one enclosure went down, they all went down.
Well, not quite. In one, they found a way to make it worse. In any given closure,
they're all plugged into one switch.
No, in one.
Put them all on the same. Put them all in the same rack.
No, you're not gonna. Yeah, no. They out of the 16, they grouped them up. There were 4 servers in each of 4 different farms. And these were actual, 3 to 4 high rack enclosures. So, they could, you could potentially have a quarter of 16 different farms in a rack. What they didn't take into consideration was that the interconnectivity between the rack enclosures, and even just in the enclosure itself, there were certain firmware components along the way that required everything in the enclosure to be down at the same time. So if you had to take the rack down to update 4 enclosures, you just put 16 farms at -2 servers from what they could handle. So of course, the obvious solution from management then is, don't update the firmware. Never mind what bugs it has. And a lot of them were very strange bugs that also affected availability. Because they all had the converged infrastructure. So you had shared SAN and networking, and every individual little blade thought it had, multiple 10 gig links, and well, they did, but coming out of the rack, they only had 1 10 gig links, so, pity the poor cloud clients that just happened to land on the same rack that had an enclosure running our internal exchange garbage on it, or something else that was bandwidth intensive. It was a nightmare. It was very poorly designed.
Yeah. Have you ever tried CoreOS by any chance?
Not yet.
Dude, you're gonna have a lot of fun. I used to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely check it out.
Yeah. I need to start playing around more with stuff like that here lately. I've just been, I don't know, going apeshit with Sigwin, but I haven't really done any. I don't even have any virtual environments set up here. I just have separate physicals for different purposes. Kind of, I don't know. It was, for all the years I was at the big company, it's kind of, it's like the last thing I wanted to do when I got home was, configure computer systems, so I just kind of, keep them updated, and when something broke, I'd fix it. But, as far as rolling out new toys to play with, there was a time when I'd still doing that stuff. But work just got so bad with all the outsourcing and it was just so many headaches. I didn't even want to see a computer when I got home. Pretty much, as far as doing anything, I just wanted to do what I wanted to do on it and not, configure new stuff. So.
Yeah, I've been at that point. It comes and goes, and now.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it'll come back. It's kind of like the mechanic doesn't fix his own car or lets his oil changes lapse because he's been working on them all day, and I'm feel like don't know when he gets home. But yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things I'm interested in, and I want to play with again. I'm actually looking more along the hardware hacking electronic end of things at this moment. I bought a brand new oscilloscope not too long ago, and it's currently torn apart because I gotta make a ribbon cable so I can get at the JTAG header and hack firmware and open up some more features on it. It's a Rogol, and there's a lot of stuff. It's, the whole process is documented. And it's so I'm kind of partway through that. It's just one of several projects.
Man, that's how I feel about that. You should do what you're like want to do. Like right now, I'm addicted to machine learning. Like it's sad. It's so sad. I'm like every day reading stuff, every day trying new things and parsing data and running around and using TensorFlow and then taking from BroEDS and all this stuff. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I think I started getting more into the electronic thing. I got a couple vehicles that are, one of them's heavily modified and modern computer control and all, and then other one's a lot older. But when I started beefing it up, I hit the problem where it's got an old pre-OBD2 computer system, but it does affect the transmission in that particular truck. And I ran into a problem where I got the motor adjusted where I want it, but the throttle position sensor, there's a very specific range that the computer wants to see, to feed the info to the transmission. And the way I have it adjusted performance-wise, it's not going to hit that. So I got to build a little circuit that gives it a couple of volt limits. It'll float in the middle when it's given good values, but I got to set an upper and lower limit, so it receives certain input and won't let it go any lower, and on the other side won't let it go any higher.
I screwed up with some tool that calls Snap-on, and you connect it to the car, and it has these it's like a computer, and you can see everything. It's like a little Windows CE touchscreen thing.
I can SSH to one of my cars.
That's so cool. Can you see the ECUs and everything?
Well, I can see everything on the OBD2. I haven't yet wired it straight up into the CAN bus for the high-low signals. But it's an 07, so it's only got a single bus. It's not like a lot of the newer vehicles might have 2 or 3 separate networks in the car. They're isolated. But I mean, eventually I will, because I plan to completely gut the factory computer on that and do away with the piggyback stuff and just run a complete aftermarket ECU. And I'm using kind of an oddball engine for it's not like a 2JZ or a 4G Mitsubishi or it's not one of the common ones that a lot of tuners use. So I'll be in virgin territory for having to configure the variable valve timing and all that, because I don't have any baseline to work from. But actually that was why I got the oscilloscope. So
Can you just get a book of the car and the model and then that's what I've done.
I understand the factory system, balls to bones, and I know exactly what it wants to see. But when you cross a certain threshold and you completely ditch the factory computer and you've got to build your own map from scratch, it's a lot. It's fairly easy to do if all you're doing is talking about air fuel ratios and ignition timing and maybe fuel pressures and MAF or map sensor, whichever method you're using. But when you start getting into the variable, the valve timing, some, the more popular motors to modify, yeah, you can download someone else's base map and go from there. But when you're using a motor that other people don't, you're kind of on your own on that, because, like, in my case, Toyota's not going to give me the factory map for this particular motor, so you kind of gotta, you just gotta know how the system works and know what controls it, and then while you still have the factory control in there, monitor what it does at different levels, and then replicate it, whenever you replace it. One of the most one of the fun things to do, which was pretty easy, was a little box that takes the input from the speed sensor that the computer would normally use to cut the speed when it gets to, like on my vehicle, is somewhere between 110 115. So now that happens to be around 112 hertz. So now once it gets up to 110 hertz, doesn't matter what the speed sensor keeps sending, and I just keep telling the computer it's staying at 110 hertz, so it'll keep whining out. So that's yeah, stuff like that. There's a whole lot you can do once you understand how the systems work and what the limiting factors are. There's a lot you can do just with man-in-the-middling sensors, but you get to a certain point, and once you exceed what the factory ECU can handle as far as fuel delivery, there's only so much you can do with fudging sensors, and you get to a certain point, and then you gotta do it different. The factory ECU can only handle it up to a certain point. I'm seeing people drop off. Did I just chase everybody away?
It's okay. I'll PM you later. So have you seen those cars that are drone? They're gonna do drone racing, but the electric cars now.
Yeah, that company I used to work for actually sponsors one of those E1s or EF1. It's like the F1 series is electric.
Yeah, no, but it's electric, but it's a drone. It's like
I missed the drone part. I thought you were talking about cars.
Yeah, no, I've seen those too. Those are really cool. But they took one of those, and they basically have a self-driving car type of thing, like an AI, I think. I wonder, it's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah, there's about a decade ago, I guess, somewhere around there, maybe more. It was probably it was a little more. I was driving 18-wheelers cross country. I got divorced and then just lived in the truck for a while, for about 500,000 miles. And one of the earlier companies I went with, they had what they called an automatic transmission on a semi, but it wasn't really. It was a computer controlled manual, and it actually had servos that actually, dump the clutch and mechanically move the shifter. But they made it look like an automatic inside with your P, R, N, D, and then they supposedly had a manual mode with an up down button. And my biggest problem with that was when you push the button to shift, you're not shifting. You're asking a computer permission to shift, and it may or may not give it to you. If it decides there might be motor damage, then it's not going to let you shift. Well, me as the driver, I would much rather damage my motor and slow down and run the truck into a ditch than to have a computer say no and run off the edge of a guardrail and go airborne.
Yeah. And how about that? Is it auto this way? The self-driving car? That Google is suing Uber now. Apparently, the employee stole 14,000 documents. Haven't you seen that?
I haven't looked. I just.
Oh my God! Apparently, the Google is suing Otto for whatever they call it, for stealing secrets. But I think it's too late for Google. I mean, I bet they've made so much money on this that they're just gonna deal with them in court. Even though it's Google, but I don't think Google is gonna spend more than
I'm sure they've got an actuary that's banging out the numbers on whether it's cost effective. At what point it's cost effective to sue, and how much they can budget for the legal. Whether it's worth it or not. And
I mean, but if they write it out, I mean, What? They're gonna give the guy house arrest, but he's a billionaire now. He's like, whatever, sue me, bitches. I got this. I'm just wondering, but I bet if there was an employee clause, they can probably get him really bad for that. And Computer Act, whatever thing, and all that stuff.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it comes down to money. So, are you a billionaire enough to outspend their legal department on what they think it's worth to come after you? If so, then you win. If not, you lose. Nothing else matters. The actual technicalities and the right or the wrong, and none of that matters. It's
well,
who's got deeper pockets and who's willing to spend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I believe that I think Google's going to make an example out of them, and they're going to be like no limit. You know what I mean? Because it's like the first big incident where an employee goes and makes a unicorn startup, which is a startup with a valuation of over $1 billion.
Yeah, but of all the, in general, like new tech that's rolled out, how often is the first rollout the one that actually survives? Usually, okay, once the beans are released, then everybody picks and tweaks and improves, and then in no time there's a 2.0 out, and your original is obsolete.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that, but I mean, a truck is a kind of it's like, I know Audi has a self-driving truck for the oil rigs in Dubai in operation today. And I think Otto is here in the US, but that's all I know about it, the research I've done.
Those would be fun systems to mess with. I mean,
dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine? You remember that like syrup heist that happened up in Canada? Somebody stole like $3 million worth of syrup.
I haven't heard about it, but I can imagine what somebody hijacked the SCADA controls and rerouted the piping to somewhere else that they had control.
No, they stole the trucks.
Oh, the trucks. Okay.
So, could you imagine if somebody like in that side of the country could just hack the oil rig containers?
Yeah, just have them show up at your house.
Check it out. Transfer the GPS systems to like other self-driving cars, and then have those go out, and then have this self-driving truck go somewhere else.
Yeah, and fill up a self-driving super tanker and send it across the ocean, and boom, you just put 9 figures in your pocket.
No, that's insane. You know that all those like huge tankers are self-driven, right? So
as far as the bulk of the journey, it's not too much different from commercial airliners. So much is automated for takeoff or for mid-flight, and a lot of takeoff and landing is automated now, to the point where the next generation of pilots really aren't gonna have the skills needed, when something fails. I don't care how many backup systems you got, something's going to happen that wasn't planned for. And, that's, I don't know. I'm all for computer efficiency, but there are still, at the end of the day, there still needs to be a carbon-based brain making, critical choices. At least in certain circumstances, like any vehicle I'm a passenger in.
Yeah. Now,
or driving, for that matter.
To me, it's very interesting. It's like recently, like a month ago, there was this guy that basically did a SQL injection with or TAC-1, you know what I mean? On a freaking airplane, and he can get any movie for free and whatever. It's crazy. I mean, come on, man.
I mean that's
SQL map. That's the first thing SQL map does. How much does it cost you to download SQL map and just script kiddie it?
That's just the natural progression of the old online shopping sites where somebody they plug in they'd have JavaScript or some visible backend telling you the price you paid, and you could change it to a negative dollar amount, and they'd pay you to ship you stuff. You know.
Yeah.
That's just I mean, there's always I mean, and the sad thing is, for all the companies to do things right and to actually do them securely, they wouldn't be able to compete. They couldn't compete because somebody else would take their chances and and undercut them, and and that's I mean,
something would have to go wrong first, or they'd have to lose money somewhere.
it's I mean, if you're working in IT security on an enterprise level, you can't quantify how much money you saved them by implementing something, spending their money.
You saved all of it. That's how much you saved.
But you can't quantify that. You can't prove that. You can't show that on a PowerPoint presentation to the executive and his,
you can. This is all the money you could have lost. This is the money you lost.
But their response would be, well, we didn't have that yesterday and it didn't happen then. Who are you? What's this?
Or you guys can have my line. Like every time I go to board meetings with board members and I say, the reason I still have my job with you guys and you have the contract is because I was able to prevent this. And and in speculation, this would have cost you X amount of dollars. If you say the word in speculation, no wait, by saying in speculation, there's no debate.
But that only works up to a certain level, because once you're 10 hops away from the big boss, then
I'm talking board members. Like when you're with board members, there's no other boss. There's the CEO, but the CEO can be voted out at any time and any moment.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
but at certain levels, you're not gonna get the chance to make the IT security presentation to the board members if the company's big enough. You're going to be well down the peon chain, and you're not going to be able to get that message where it needs to be for anything to happen. Smaller companies, without doubt. I mean, even substantially large companies, that can happen. But once there is a certain threshold where, they don't have time for that, because they just, there's too many other things that are quantifiable second by second. The real security issues, they're gonna fall under the radar.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, like, for the past 3 years, basically through a friend, I've been hired to do basically a black box assessment after the incident response team comes in, after everything has been done to mitigate the situation, type of thing. And a lot of people I guess they're doing that now. They're just hiring people to come in and black box their infrastructure. I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity, but at least I have. And they usually choose a couple people, and they build these small little teams, and they have you go at it. But I'm telling you, they're taking that a lot more serious. At least that's my experience. I've seen a lot more seriousness as far as, all right, the pen testers came in, the IR team came in. Okay, let's get these guys to see what they can find. And it goes there. There was a company once that actually did there was a sub company from this company that did this type of pen test, and we were able to still get in the infrastructure. And literally, the incident response team, they never got paid because in their contract stated that they were going to do this test, and if the test failed, they were not going to get paid. So,
that kind of contract would never even work in a Fortune 20 company, because I mean, the place I was at, in 8 years, I know they had pen testing done by third parties, but I also know for a fact that none of them ever touched anything near my department, and I was sitting right in the Soft Chewy Center. There's a whole bunch of stuff that, I mean, even our freaking security cameras were running 20-year-old SSH. I mean, come on.
So were you totally out of scope then, for any type of test?
Well, the company was so big that we didn't have much communication with, the, like the cybersecurity team was, they were, well, I don't know. I mean, they're so huge, but it's like there's no such thing as pen testing the entire company from all angles. I mean, I was in 2 of 6 core data centers, and there was never any physical pen test to the data center. In my time there. And I've personally hooked up numerous devices that by policy had no business being there. I didn't use them nefariously. I used them because they helped me do my job better. But there's a whole lot of stuff that goes just way under the radar. I mean, even the places they hire for pen tests, they wouldn't even know about our, a lot of the network segments. So they weren't. I mean, I guess they were out of scope because they weren't specifically defined. I mean, they weren't defined as being out of scope. It wasn't like stay away from this area. They just didn't tell us about a lot of the areas, subnets we were on. I mean, I could, I could do VNet hopping from the VLAN of my company laptop to the VLAN of the Cisco IP phones that we had at the time. And there was nothing in place to stop that. It was trivial. And nobody was pen testing either of those networks. And both of them had direct connectivity to stuff that could really mess things up. So,
Did Adrian fall asleep again?
No.
Probably.
Adrian!
I heard some heavy breathing, so.
Okay, we'll see if he's awake now. Let me see. Let's do a test right here. See. I don't know. That's so we can give him some respect if he starts snoring. I don't want to be that bad guy. So not mute a friend if necessary.
Well, but we gotta find out if he talks in his sleep.
Oh, he does. He does. He just,
Looks like this particular one died pretty quickly. No video or anything to go over, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, man, you know what? I love these little things we do because we get to talk whatever we want. There's not a subject. We can do it. If people want to hear us, great. If not, there's a lot more things on YouTube, then, just stop trolling us because we're professional trolls. Definitely know what we're doing.
Where's the UK guy that was going to give us some spammer numbers?
I don't know.
He didn't show up this week.
No, he's caffeine. He's probably working or with his girlfriend, probably. So.
Yeah, I got. Well, yeah, I guess you could say I'm working tomorrow. I don't really have. It's not.
Oh, that's awesome, Brian. You found a job. Where at?
No, it's not. I'm just going in to help the wife at her place. The place she works. Man. I mean, it's something to do.
That's really cool. You're gonna help out your wife. You know how many guys just say, "Fuck you, bitch. Go do your own thing." I think that's awesome, man.
I've done it before. They're at a small manufacturing company, and when they need help, they bring in temps, and while I'm able, shoot, I'll go in. And kind of funny thing that I had to win anyway, but it kind of had a little extra motivation. There was a temp of let's just say immigrant descent. And apparently there was some kind of boycott or don't go to work day, recently that a bunch of them, did in protest of something Trump did, and she didn't come in. And I mean, you can't do that stuff when you're a temp and expect it not to have an effect. I mean, or if you're a contractor, I mean, it's one thing if you're respected or full-time employee there, but if you're an expendable contractor grunt, in the start, to start with,
Yeah.
especially if you're a temp and you go protesting something on a political basis and not come in when there's work to be done, you really think they're going to call you back? So then
Yeah,
you,
nobody he doesn't realize he's affecting his employer's contract,
Yeah.
which is the person who's giving him a job is not the place itself. Like you're a private contractor. The reason they're doing this is because of the stupid some laws that basically makes it unaffordable right now to hire a lot of people when things need to be met.
Yeah,
When things were budgeted with another plan type of thing.
Yeah, so I mean, that just adds, that's extra incentive for me to go in right there, just for like, oh, okay, somebody screwed, my wife's employer for some bullshit reason that doesn't even really apply. Okay, I'm sure I have the opportunity to help out on that. I'll do it. I'll pick up that slack. No problem. Yeah, I'll nullify that protest. Because it's silly, because it's protesting something related to illegal immigrants, and so okay, is this person an illegal or not? Either if they are, well, they shouldn't be working there anyway, by law. And if she's not, no, I don't think she is. Then she's protesting for the people that break the law. I mean, that's what the hell? That's yeah. So yeah. So I'm going in. I'm going into the factory tomorrow to do some manual labor. So yeah.
Factory.
It's more like a warehouse, but it's pretty cool. I mean, it's not nearly as sophisticated machines as I played with in my last job, but there's a lot of gadgets there. They make stuff, and it feels good to go in and do something with your hands and actually create something. And you go home and be like, yeah, I did that. And you're out and about, and you see in different stores or something, you see a display case, like, oh, I know how they make those. Oh, hey, I've done that before. Or you're out somewhere else, and it could be anything. Just the induction loop at a traffic left turn lane. That lets the system know when there's a vehicle there waiting to make a left turn. It's, oh, I know how that works. Same thing as a guitar string. Yeah. I'll still be up a little while, but I actually have to get up at a reasonable hour and go in and actually do something.
Yeah. I don't know. Hey man, at least you're doing something. But hey, I was gonna let you know there's this I know about this startup that I can get you some info. But they're all in the East Coast, and they're it's a legit one, sponsored by like a Fortune, say 1000.
Who is it? Or
it's out of Connecticut. Sorry, Connecticut.
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Actually, I've got to re-gravel my driveway and finish building another storage shed, and I'm determined to get those fixed before I seriously go out there and start having for interviews. Because
I'm saying this is definitely a good opportunity, and I don't know, just let me know.
Is that what?
I don't want to either
Is that what you pasted there?
What?
No, that's
that wasn't
Discord.
You. Okay.
I
just saw a link show up. Stuff. I didn't look at what it was. Okay.
Oh, the Discord link? Yeah, I gotta get into that. Hey man, I'm sorry for last time. I just had to work, but we'll talk. Offline, live.
And did you email me last week?
Who, me?
Yeah. I emailed you.
Oh, you did, Jane. Okay. Yeah. I knew one of the people, and then I knew. I couldn't remember if it was James or damn it, I keep forgetting your name. Guy that mutes Adrian. What's your name again?
Akashic Flow. Call me Akashic. It's fine.
Is that what you go by here?
Yeah, that's what I go by. I'll give you all my other info offline. How about that? I bet if you Google the name, you can find all the information.
I didn't bother. I'm too lazy for that. I put in my email last week in chat, so I'll do it again this week.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's not in the Yahoo chat, so yeah, I would. Yeah, there's fewer people on the side, and yeah, it's not. I mean, actually, it's an expendable email address anyway, but I do monitor it. So. I think I got an extra space in there. Backspace. There it goes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, James. Sorry, I forgot it was you. I knew it was. I knew it was one of you two guys, but I forgot which one.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, did you check out that other job they were telling you over here on the cats?
Well, that was messed up because when he mentioned it, he said something about I'm drunk now. I'll check it in the morning, and when I checked it the next day, it was it kept giving me some cookie errors, so I figured it was one of the it was a partial link from his session. It was a PHP link, and so I figure I just didn't have his, the cookie he had when he pasted it, so he pasted a broken link. And when I mentioned it to him, his response was, I don't know, shit happens. I don't know him that well.
Let's just talk off air.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just, he basically just replied, well, you got, that's the problem. You got to jump on stuff as soon as it's there.
What?
Okay. Yeah, and
live on a stream.
and then he proceeded.
Here's my social. Where's the W2?
And then to add insult, and then is like to add insult to it. I'm not saying that was in his intent, but he shot me a couple of links, that were in his neck of the woods, and then down in Augusta, because I was trying to remember if he was the one that mentioned something in Augusta also coming up, and he basically emailed me two URLs that were search queries at Indeed.com, and it's like, I didn't reply. I mean, but I just don't know. That just kind of. Okay, you're emailing me a search query on a regular site that with nothing specific. Well, I know how to use websites, dude. Why are you just what?
Did he build it in Perl? Not PHP. I think he.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's for all I know, he was wasted too. And by the time the next morning came around, he's like, "Who the hell's this guy?" So I mean, it just is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I tried to follow up on it, and I even backed up on the URL and looked at the parent company, and he did mention the zip code in the chat, so I pulled up that zip code and did a search and found some positions, but none of them looked like they matched what he was talking about. So. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, and to be fair, that was the first time we ever talked. He doesn't know me anyway, so
Yeah, but it was kind of, I don't want to say anything here, but yeah, it was kind of sketchy.
Yeah, we can talk
about
offline.
That happened live when I resaw it again.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Shit, somebody's getting fired.
Well, ain't me.
That's why you don't have the job. He got fired.
Yeah.
They might need to edit that part out.
You did catch my Gmail address there, did you?
Me?
Yeah, in the group chat.
Let me see.
On the Google side.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a door wedge and then, like a Unix system. So actually the wedge was from my earlier Motorhead days when I had big block Mopars and a 440, wedge head motor.
Man, I wish you know what you're talking about, but you just spoke Chinese to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that wedge. I'll send you an email.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if that dude was going to be back this week.
I think he's in a black site right now, strapped up. I think he's being dildo boarded. He's fucked.
I didn't go back and re-listen to the whole cast, but I mean, but from memory, I don't think he said anything too far out of line. I mean, yeah.
We'll review it next time.
Topic for next week.
And I will show you.
Alcohol-induced information disclosure with examples. Topic for next week.
Oh my God! Could you imagine him sitting in a room? Who do you sold our secrets to? You know what I mean? Then you got two like good CIA agents, and you got bad CIA agent, and then you got a horrible CIA agent with all the knives. Just kidding.
Yeah, and of course, when the link didn't work, I tried it from multiple browsers, multiple computers, and so they're like, "Oh, where are all these IPs coming from?" So, so maybe that's why I was hearing more helicopters over the last week.
Oh my God! I had an experience once with a long time. I'm talking 2001, 2002. Somebody was experimenting with whatever they were doing, and my friend was like checking out some stuff, and they called me in to check it out. And literally, when we found out where the stuff was coming from, we just, you know what? Let's just throw away the routers. Let's call it a day, man. I'll pay for half of it. All right, we get the same ones. We'll spoof the Macs. Nobody would know.
There've been days within the past couple months where I've been outside working, and and I live nearby, a little podunk, puddle hopper airport, and so and we have low flying aircraft going by all the time, little stuff, and and I fired up my ham rig and I was listening to the aircraft frequencies, and anytime I was hearing something going over and I didn't hear anything on the radio, I'd kind of look up, and because and if it's a little Cessna or something, okay, they're probably just straight VFR, not it may not even be on the radio, but when some aircraft go over, you just look at them, it's like, that looks like one that should be on, probably is on radio. I'm not hearing them. I'm listening to all the frequencies. What are they using?
Yeah, it's like some people, like I had a conversation with a guy, and then he was like all excited because 5G was this like brand new technology, and I'm like, dude, just to let you know, all this thing that you're talking about has been out there ever since Tesla started messing around with stuff. You know what I mean? So let me show you these 11 gigahertz air fiber antennas,
right?
to explain to you the science behind it. That's just crazy.
I remember, I forget where I saw this, because if I remember right, it wasn't in the Anarchist Cookbook, but it was something along those lines. And there were plans on modifying a microwave to beam at your neighbor to give him health problems over the long term.
That's just kind of fucked up.
But that information's out there. It's been out there for decades. And so I mean, anybody could be doing that shit to you. It's just how paranoid do you want to be?
Yeah, it's. I mean. Yeah,
I've considered sleeping inside a Faraday cage, but
I've done it.
Yeah, I've considered it. I just, I was too lazy to actually make something where I could still, like if my phone rings outside the cage and I see it and it's a call I want to answer, it's not like I can just open the door and pull it inside and answer it. I gotta get out of the damn thing. Go,
I'll tell you a funny story. I did the Faraday cage thing because I was experimenting with remote viewing.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that technique by any chance?
Yeah.
Where you you kind of, you remote view in, whatever, and then I was experimenting to see if there was any interference. You know what? $20, went to Home Depot, got everything cut. Just put it on top of my bed. Had a lot of huge box.
Did it help at all?
I'm sorry.
Did it help at all? I mean, were you able to?
I mean, yeah. I mean, apparently, I have that ability. I had this idea that I wanted to experiment the idea of basically, you know, like astral surfing. So it's like shoulder surfing, but through astral projection. So I could literally go anywhere and just see them type the passwords, and then I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is put in the passwords, write down the code, done.
I wasn't even thinking along those lines, but you know, I mean, years ago, like when I was living in the truck, I mean, I got on a kick where a couple of years I was trying, consistently for several months to induce out-of-body experiences, and combination of the environment and the way my brain works, it's wasn't quite successful, but
lots and lots of Robitussin.
No, there's actually there's another, instead of Robitussin, there's another Mucigen or Mucinex.
Dextromethorous or whatever it is.
Well, no. See, there's a difference there. I've been on DXM trips, and
that's the active drug that's in Robitussin that makes you.
But that's completely different from inducing an out of body experience sober. I mean it's totally different levels, even down to the point where what you're able to do when you accomplish it.
It's like at first I could listen, but I couldn't see. Then I could see, but I couldn't listen.
So wait, did you do sensor deprivation in your bedroom?
No. I mean, I try to be as quiet as I can, but something that I found out was through this technique of this Buddhist technique of breathing through meditation while you're sleeping, and you basically you just keep your basically your spirit awake.
My problem was getting my brain
techniques.
Well, my problem was getting my brain to shut the hell up. I could never quiet my brain enough to actually exit.
What was that, James?
Lucid dreaming techniques.
Oh yeah. The guy from I was very interested when Mr. Robot showed that too. Body asleep and mind awake. That's an actual thing.
Have you ever heard of Robert Monroe or read any of his books?
Yes.
Reading.
He talks about that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's got the Monroe Institute in Virginia or Maryland, where you can actually go there and they have the sensory deprivation chambers and it'll train you how to do this stuff. But I was first introduced to the whole out of body stuff through one of his books and reading a series of 3 of his books at the time. It was amazing, and He described his experience well enough that I actually felt satisfied that what I was seeking on my own, I was able to get enough vicariously through his experiences and the way he described them to where kind of like okay, I could see if I was able to do this, or if I was successful at doing this when I tried it, and then and I felt satisfied. That curiosity was satisfied. So, I haven't really pursued it since, but I've not always, but for over half of my adult life, I've had an interest in those types of areas, and I could trade you some stories offline on that too.
Yeah, I mean, I've successfully done it twice to the point that I've been able to remote view and try to get the password, but I'm talking about, I think it's been luck. It's nothing to do with anything else, because I tried over 50 times. These are like 50 different incidents, and it's only worked twice. It has to be I think it's mostly in your mind and willpower, and you have to be I guess, how do you call that? You got to be honed in to
you have to have everything else grounded in your life, and you have to be in the right spiritual frame of mind when you start, because I mean, the slightest worldly distraction that'll just ruin it.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the unclassified project from the CIA, Project Grill Flame?
The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah, we talked about this last time, but it's if you guys go to the CIA library online, cia.gov, or just Google project. I'll put it down, and it's they have like full on things, like SRI did it and stuff like that. Same people who did Siri.
I generally tend to avoid a lot of that stuff because it's like stuff that was declassified 20 years ago, and I don't know. I guess
stuff that was done 20 to 30 years ago and declassified like 6 months ago.
No, yeah, that's what I meant.
No, but I got into. I've heard about the project before, and then it came out. But I'm just interested in this, like, the Akashic records, like Edgar Cayce type of ability type of thing. Just because I think that if you get really good at that and you can actually prove it, it will be an amazing attack vector. To be able to remote view anywhere and get the information you need to start your attack.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be, well, from our perspective, that would be hard to defend against.
I know, it's like, you can imagine if you got so good, you can just go to any hacker con and be like, yep, I can hack anything. Oh, this is impossible, you can't get in here, blah, blah, blah. But all right, we'll black box this one. Just give me the information you want me to know. At least the minimum I need is a internet link. You know what I mean? And tell me the scope, and that's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, if you're proficient enough, you could just, watch the design of whatever CTF you're planning on competing in.
Could you imagine? You can fly away and just put in the flags. And they ask, so how did you do it? Dude, I remote viewed. That is not allowed. You have no rules that say that. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's amazing how, when you go through history, how these people's, there's been humans for thousands and thousands of years. And sometimes I imagine, how did they translated the information, or how they communicated, and how many communicative technologies have we lost through time? Because this civilization is on a string to be lost.
Our whole language lost some critical aspects that, this would be an entirely different civilization if we hadn't lost them. I mean, language can communicate so much more than just, the words and ideas. I mean, if, a lot of the old languages, you're actually communicating energies with your language, and that just isn't the case here, with mainstream languages. But if I remember right from 3 or 4 weeks ago, you're in Georgia, aren't you?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm traveling. I traveled to New York and California.
I'm wondering who that was. I know, I know where you're.
I know who you're talking about. It was the other guy.
It was me.
No, besides you, James. No, there's someone else that was yeah, they're a lot closer to the Atlanta
area. He's in Atlanta. Yeah, I don't remember who that was.
I always wanted to go there, though, to Georgia. I heard it's beautiful. But I have a friend. You guys, apparently, I have a friend of a friend who does cotton. Something like that.
Yep.
Is that big in Georgia, or?
I mean, it's not as big as it used to be, but yeah, it's still a thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He supposedly he does that. And he said he had a place I could go there and stay, but I don't know where it is. It's gonna be in the middle of nowhere, But apparently, it's a big business.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that after I heard.
Yeah, pretty much any commodity is big business.
Oh no, yeah, but it's kind of like one of those things when you're when you don't follow it and you don't know about it, and you ask somebody who's like kind of like us, really into computers, and so hey man, so is this a big business? Is this a thing? And it's like, oh man, let me tell you about cotton, and they just are so passionate about it, that.
Yeah, well, I mean, how many people wear blue jeans? And that's just such a small portion of what cotton's used for. I mean, so
no, he told me his biggest clients right now is the medical industry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they need a pure whatever form, and even though they're trying to replace it with
even
plastics, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not working the same. It does not.
All gauze and everything like that.
Yeah.
And one of the big reasons is because it's not biodegradable, the plastic ones, even though they're doing it. They're afraid that some of these funguses that they're using to grow these plastics will actually transfer. I don't know. I don't understand.
We mutate.
Yeah, because of the composition changes once it's wet.
Yep.
Don't know. So he says his biggest is he says his cotton fields are like on back order type of thing. Like for the next 2 years, this company takes all my cotton.
Wow. Because I know cotton's. I wouldn't say it's huge out here. I'd have to look up the numbers, see how much Georgia actually produces. But I know California, Southern California produces a crap ton of cotton as well.
Yeah.
When I hear cotton, I think more of like the Carolinas, just like a little bit north of here.
Apparently it's a tree. It could be North Georgia.
No, it's a shrub.
Yeah.
It's a tree. It's more of a shrub.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers to see where the most cotton's done.
I have no idea. And then again, I am no expert in the subject. I just passing it forward. Because I could imagine that even though there are other parts of the country that are known for cotton, probably this guy got into something that say, hey man, we need more cotton. If you get your fields ready, I will buy it from you, kind of thing,
Yeah.
If you change your crop, because apparently they do that, because this guy used to do corn. And now he does cotton. Which I don't understand. But
according to the National Cotton Council, the state that grows the most cotton is Texas.
Texas, huh?
Yep. Let's see.
Is Texas close to Georgia?
Hank Hill's dad was named after cotton.
Not really. I mean, it's not. Texas is like smack dab in the middle of the U.S. and Georgia's all the way on the other end there. I mean,
I wonder how they do that, because I know that in some places they'll do they'll grow cherries and trees where seasons are not ideal for them, but they still do it somehow.
They do it with heaters and big, huge fans. Like if you ever drive past an orchard and it's got what looks like a windmill sticking out of it, that's not actually a windmill. That is a fan. Huh. And what they do is when it starts to freeze, they turn the fans on and it blows the frost off of the top of the trees and keeps them from dying. And then they also put heaters down so that you've got a fast moving wind going across the top of the orchard, blowing the frost off, and then you've got a heat. So when that heat rises, it gets caught in the wind and pushed back down. So
I see. So they're like diverting the wind or something.
Yeah. Well, so the heat's coming up off the ground because the heaters are on the ground in the rows between the trees. Yeah, they put the heaters on the ground. Oh. So the heat's coming up from the ground, and then the fans blowing on the top. So none of the cold air can't fall because it's getting hit in that that vortex of wind, and then the hot air is getting pushed back down. So it's like a rolling heater over top of the orchard.
Kind of like the blast of air over automatic doors to department stores, so
exactly.
The wild animals don't come through because it hits their whiskers and they turn away.
Exactly.
I didn't know that. That sounds interesting. Man, those old timers were amazing at survival, huh? Freaking farming for your food and working all day, and
I mean, people still farm for our food. I mean,
but not enough. I mean, can you imagine if there was some global event where all of a sudden we're thrown back into Little House on the Prairie days?
Well, yeah, but
most of the people in the U.S. would be just SOL.
No, so that's the thing. Like a lot of people don't realize, one backyard garden. This is where so socialism, sharing of everything, basically, in my view of socialism, which is the sharing.
Yeah, but if shit hits the fan, if shit hits the fan, and all the thugs suddenly can't, buy their shit from the store, they're gonna steal yours. They're not gonna. They're not gonna join your community.
Well, that's the way. That's only the way it works, though. Is one backyard garden is enough to feed like 40 people.
You have a bigger yard than me.
You would be surprised how much food comes out of a small plot if you do it right.
Yeah, but I know where I am, and for one thing, the lighting sucks. And for another, there's just not that much room.
Well, and that's where a little bit of freaking hard work comes in. Like everybody wants to eat. You're like, all right, well, guess what? You got to cut down a few trees so the crops will grow.
Still, though, I'm on like a half acre, so.
Yeah, my little backyard like 4x4 garden produces more food than I can eat. Like. But that's not 100% of what you eat either. No, you're right. It's not 100%. I mean, you'd have to supplement. I mean, there's of course, no meat. Nothing like that.
Yeah, I've never farmed before, so I couldn't.
Well, I mean, backyard gardening is not farm.
And legal gangibus plants.
If you can grow legal gangibus, you can freaking grow tomatoes.
Really?
Yeah, like tomatoes. Even not even that. Like tomatoes are stupid easy. Throw seeds out in the dirt someplace and water it, and the next thing you know, you've got 10,000 tomatoes.
Oh wow!
Tomatoes
is
it
a vine?
It's kind of a vine. I don't know if it's more of like a bush. I guess a vining bush.
I was thought potatoes as being the easiest one.
No, I wouldn't say potatoes are easy. No, because they grow in the ground. You have to till them up.
Yeah. I mean, as far as just dropping seeds and walking away and coming back, along your escape route 6 months from now, you'll have you'll have potatoes.
Well, if you throw tomatoes out, I mean, freaking, you come back 6 months and you'll have tomatoes for like 20 acres.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I heard about a friend who's like a prepper thing, and he takes he showed me this technique with a barrel, and you throw dirt, and then the tomato grows up, and then you throw dirt on the potato, sorry, and you throw dirt, and it keeps on growing. You throw dirt on top of it, and apparently whatever touched the dirt will turn into potatoes again, into like roots, and then you then when you fill up the drum, you have it full of potatoes.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
So I then again, no expert. I'm just. You guys might know how potatoes work better than I would. But we could talk about heaps.
I know if you take because the potato itself is the root of the plant. So what I mean, you could take a potato and cut it in half, and then it'll start to sprout, and then you can let it grow, and then it'll sprout more roots from that. So I don't know how that would. I don't know how to keep throwing dirt on top of the work.
I guess when they run out of room.
Yeah.
When you start seeing stuff break the surface, cover it up.
I'll have to look into that one. I haven't seen that one. I guess Adrian's asleep. He's not responding at all.
You're there. He doesn't realize he got muted.
What? Who did
well, he's not muted by him.
Who did that to him again?
Is he muted by everybody?
No, but he hit the mouse thingy.
Yeah, it's that damn Apple touchpad.
Oh my god! Do you know what I heard I heard this week? I read about this news article. Oh my god, these guys are so wrong. Saying that, people that have Macs don't need to worry about hackers because hackers don't really know how to hack Macs, and that's why they're not so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Really? Have you heard of OpenBSD and Match-O architectures?
No, the reason why
what
Macs
are you talking about?
The reason why Macs historically have not been targeted is because of the freaking project, or what do you call it?
The PowerPC processor.
No. Yeah.
No, dude, I'm telling
market penetration. Why are you going to spend all your time trying to hack a Mac when like 20 people have it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now they're so saturated. Every freaking hipster's got one. So.
Yeah, but this is the thing with Macs is that I don't know why people think Darwin is like this exception and the Linux environment. I'm like, dude, it's basically a custom OpenBSD.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's a book out there, how to make rootkits for BSD, because I read it. I mean, I used to reverse engineer
I don't even
stuff.
know if I'd call it an open or an open BSD variant. I'd probably call it more of a free BSD variant.
True. You know what? I stand corrected. Brian the wise man, because that's true, Brian. That's really true. I think I've been fooling myself. It's just like, you have a point, because OpenBSD right now is a total different beast.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. I used to do a lot of PowerPC work. The reason being that not a lot of people knew how to reverse engineer PowerPCs. When I was creating plugins or debugging plugins for different applications.
It's just understanding the assembly language behind that particular architecture, right? So here's
that's is the YouTube stream still going?
Oh
yeah.
Okay, I'll hold off then.
Why?
Shoot me an email. I'll tell you offline.
What happened?
No, it was just I took some of the firmware for some of our big iron machines and dumped it into a hex editor and just started reading through, and I was rather surprised at the OS and platform that the management processor's running on. Or running.
So yeah, it's pretty sad actually.
Off topic. What is when they say for CTF the format Jeopardy? What is that?
Just like Jeopardy questions and answers.
So,
but it's kind of like a story-driven type of thing.
So they ask a question and you have to hack the answer, like.
I don't know. Sometimes it depends who creates the Jeopardy event, but they're mostly like here. Let me give you the.
Well, because I'm looking at CTF time, and the upcoming is one's a Jeopardy and the other one's attack defense.
Yeah, that's the purple hat one. I think this guy wants to do that one. The one that was the Jeremy individual, I believe his name.
Oh, you need to get in the Discord so we can start working on it, figuring some stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can definitely.
That link's permanent, by the way. If you share it with anybody else, they can get in as well.
Yeah, it's in here, right? Let me get it.
Yeah.
I gotta log in. I'm gonna do it right now. Can you repost it just to have it down here, because I can't. Let me see.
Yeah, give me a second.
To answer your email.
I see a Discord. Yeah.
And to answer your email, I don't have LinkedIn, don't have Facebook, don't have Twitter,
it's fine.
Don't have.
It's fine. I just to let you know. Yeah, we'll talk off. I just want to be able to see whatever you feel comfortable with me passing forward with a good word, being, hey, you should definitely check Brian out. Totally legit, and Mike, I think you're legit. So.
Yeah, no, I avoid social media. Just
It's okay. I totally understand. Awesome, I do it because.
Put all your personal information out there for everyone to see.
Oh no, dude, that's scary. I don't have a lot out there, but I get like, fuck, I have too much.
Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
One of my social media things is obviously got too much because I get freaking annoying calls all the time.
Oh, this invite is invalid or has expired.
Oh, maybe I posted the wrong link.
I got hacked. You got
hacked?
I got owned.
That's what you get for trusting me.
My directories now. Oh no. And that's the other thing that people don't understand. Whatever computer system you have, if you're running it with root access as an administrator, once you get popped, there's no going back.
I told it to be permanent. Why did it not?
No, and then people think, oh yeah, because this operating system is more secure. It has nothing to do with the operating system. It's the knowledge. What's your user knowledge? What are you doing? The difference between me and you is that when I get hacked, I know about it. You don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I'm not immutable. I'm not immune to getting hacked from a 0 day. No one is. Freaking $1 billion infrastructures aren't. Sure.
Yeah. Before I moved down here, I was doing like small business consulting and stuff, and this was in like early 2000s, and my boss actually paid for a T1 to my house. Which was quite nice at the time. I had 32 publicly routable IPs, and
what's a T1? It's like
1.544.
Yeah, 1.54. Yeah,
but that is both directions, and it was you do get higher level support.
In the dial-up era, that was fiber.
Yeah, and there was like ADSL was getting popular, but nobody had 1.544 megs upstream, but as part of that, I was also hosting a nonprofit
org. It was like what, T3, T4?
After T3, you pretty much go to fiber. Well, there's OC lines, that's when you hit fiber. But pretty much nowadays, everything's just 10 gigs and multiples thereof. But but like an OC 148 was what, 192 megabit a second, if I remember right, or OC 192. It's been a while since I've looked at. I know T3 was 45 megabit. Pretty sure I forget the OC ratings now, but I mean, anytime you get fat pipe now at a data center, you just get 10 gigs or multiples thereof, 20, 40, 100, whatever. You just pop in more modules, and it you get as much bandwidth as you want. So it's nobody really uses OC X lines or TN lines.
Oh yeah,
everything's just wait. I remember the first time.
Or fiber.
Sorry. What?
I said everything's cable or fiber now.
Yeah, no, but wait, back in the 90s, early 90s, I saw an OC 192.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was so excited. I was able to download a lot of things. Almost got arrested. I was a kid. I was in a well-known military base, but nothing happened. It was great, dude. Oh my goodness, you could download the world.
All that porn.
I mean, status of limitations for all you feds doing it out there. I was 17 at the time. Don't go with me at the moment.
Yeah. Anyway, when I had the T1 at the house, I mean, one thing, part of the deal was, a relative of my employer was a board member for a nonprofit organization that had a website, and they retire their own host. So so I hosted all that stuff in my basement. I put them on different servers for inbound and outbound mail and web servers. And it kind of split it up so that if one thing went down, the whole thing wouldn't be down. But there was one day I just happened. I was walking out, getting ready to go to the office, and the blinking of the router caught my eye. It's like it wasn't blinking like it normally does. There seemed to be a whole lot more blinking going on. I'm thinking, shit, I got hacked. I start checking, and then I remembered, oh yeah, that's right. So and so from the foundation was actually on the Today Show today, and there's just like this insane spike in web traffic. I mean, the traffic jumped 100-fold. During the 2 days, most of it was during the actual Today Show interview, because I mean, the URL was on screen, but I mean, for it was the next couple of days, I mean, there was orders of magnitude more traffic than normal, but it was so funny leaving for work that day, and just the normal blinking that normally catches my eye wasn't right. I was like, wait, what's this? Oh shit, what's happening? Tap 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 tap. Oh, yeah, that's right. She went on the Today Show today. When you said the difference is, I know when I get hacked, that was the first thing I thought of, because the normal blinking rate wasn't right.
The normal blinking.
Yeah,
funny.
One of the guys I work with, he had a friend that was hosting a site, and I guess it got picked up in India, like a blog he had made, a blog post, and like the same thing, like it blew up. His freaking network was going crazy, and
my network never went down.
Well, yeah.
Oh, dude, no, and this is the thing. This is why I like CoreOS and Kubernetes, because if I have a lot more traffic hitting my hitting whatever thing I'm doing, or if somebody discovers me that I'm like not really a Tor relay, and they start DDoSing me, I can expand my bandwidth at will.
That's nice. I was actually running their web server on a Spark Station 5 or Ultra Spark 5 that I got off of eBay for a couple $100, and I put OpenBSD on it, and I still have that exact box with that that original website. I still have that in my possession today. It's the one that was in my basement that survived the Today Show flood.
Yeah,
he wound up like ripping the server down and everything, freaking out because he didn't know what was going on.
No. I mean, I just checked. I just started checking for what the activity was. What
he wasn't
I actually fired up Wireshark on a Windows box that was on a management port of a router that could sniff all the traffic on the switch, and
Raspberry Pi that I plugged into port forward.
Well, I saw everything was like all normal web traffic then, and I dug into the web logs a little bit, and that's when it clicked. Oh yeah, we're supposed to have a lot more web traffic today.
I also run Splunk on the network too. Monitor all the network traffic. Yeah. I forward all my SMTP logs from.
Just to let you know, apparently you can. I'm not gonna disclose much, but there's sort of things you can do with packet manipulations to pop it.
On Splunk?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. I know that if you don't change the certificate,
Yep. That's
all the traffic. Because it's a well-known default certificate.
Yeah, it comes in the firmware you can download, whatever.
Yeah.
I was watching some interesting presentations on on IDS systems where they'd this guy would specially craft traffic that met like 90% of the rules that it would get flagged, but then it would stop. So in effect, it winds up wasting just an insane amount of CPU time. Where
on the IDS, attacking from another place.
Well, regardless of whether there's attack on the other place or not, you just you completely maxed out the IDS processing wise. Where it thought it almost got through to where it processed something that identified it bad, but you always had it so that it looked normal before it finished all those calculations. So you're DOSing the IDS, and there is no log period of it.
Really?
Because it never identified anything as bad. It's like, wait, this looks suspicious. Oh, it looks a little more suspicious. Oh, this needs more investigation. Oh, wait, no, it's okay. And
basically your CTI, your cyber threat intelligence stuff.
Yeah.
I
think.
Wait! Before I forget, guys, change it up. I know you talked about the Raspberry Pi, but have you seen Asus little board?
Yeah, they're you're talking about their little USB computer.
It's like a Raspberry Pi. The competitor for the Raspberry Pi is going to be like $100.
100.
And it supports 4K and all that stuff.
Right, the competitor for the Raspberry Pi is going to be $100.
No, it has a lot of more power. It's like 4 times the power of a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, but if I wanted 4 times the power of the Raspberry Pi, I'd pay $55 and just get an embedded board.
Well, I don't know. It's supposed to be really good.
You know what I mean?
Gigabit and Ethernet, Wi-Fi on board, which I don't like. I don't know. Why would you buy a Raspberry Pi with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on board, other than, hey, I know your MAC address. I know where you bought that.
Well, I mean, if you're dropping them around at different places and they're reporting back, they have their uses when they're throwaways.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just don't buy it with a credit card, and you'd be all right.
Or buy it with someone else's.
It's like like to beat a ninja, you gotta be a ninja. There's no other way.
Speaking of ninjas, we need to develop that smoke bomb Faraday cage.
Hey, I'm telling you.
I'm pretty sure that would be harmful to our health. Because it would have to be, to be like metal shavings.
Well, James, me and Brian are supervising. You're gonna do our first.
I'm not testing the
go
shark tooth,
forward.
right?
I heard you can make amazing smoke bombs with ping pong balls. It actually works. No, it actually works.
I'm sure it does.
And it smells like shit. It's like a stink smoke bomb type thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, I actually have industrial sized tanks of oxygen, acetylene, and hydrogen to play with at home.
Here, let me send you a picture of my Frankenstein that I'm working on. You guys want to see it?
What are you working on?
You'll see.
Frankenstein?
Yeah, my Frankenstein. Don't make fun of it. It has feelings.
Last Frankenstein I tried was making a 20-round magazine for my Saiga 12 gauge shotgun with a 20-round mag.
Yeah, that's just not effective.
Does that work? Let me see. Can you guys see my Frankenstein?
Not enough light.
No.
Yeah, it looks like just looks like a motherboard running on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a server. It's a rack unit I'm building.
A rack unit? Oh, wait, what is that? Oh, you said a rack unit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm building a 1RU probably. I don't know yet.
That heat sink won't fit in one U. Actually, yes.
I know.
Yeah, two you can get away with, but actually even your DIMMs.
Cut it down, but
that's the crazy thing about like rack units, like rack servers altogether. I'm assuming that's why they've got freaking jet props for fans.
Yeah,
they've got like no thermal, like, you know.
It's all about airflow.
Yeah,
and who gives a crap about noise in the data center? I used to love walking into the raised floor space, and every different model, each different model of server had its own different little personality, and I mean, I could tell when, like I'd be walking up and down the aisles, like maybe I'd be going to replace a hard drive on one box, and then but on my way I'd be like, I'd hear an angry RX 8640 and like 2 aisles over, I'd go over to see what it's what it's doing.
Oh man,
those fans were supposed to spend that much.
Let me tell you horror stories. I used to manage like part-time like render farms, like huge render farms. These things were like running like beasts, and I had to like say I had change these hard drives and make sure the thing didn't go down. And man, sometimes things went crazy, and they're like, you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
When a server dies out of nowhere. And like...
I've seen some pretty amazing failures. Where like I go out to I go out to a rack and I see like one of the breakers got tripped for the rack, and I see like one of the like a couple of power supplies are out of 6 on one box. So I flip the breaker, like reseat the power supplies up front, walk around to the back, flip the breaker, and then all of a sudden pop, and smoke comes out. The server's still up, but it completely fried some other stuff on. Usually the server stayed up. I did see one kind of humorous. It was a cluster. It was a local cluster of 4 big ass computers. Each of them were about, I think those were 22U. They each had 6 power supplies, 4 cell boards each with 4 processors each, which were multi-core.
Was this a custom mainframe?
No, these were titanium, like $1 million titanium boxes, with 32 cores and like 1/4 half terabyte of RAM. Yeah, and geez, PCI bus in the back had about 16, fiber cards, to go to SAN. It didn't have shit for local storage. It had like, a couple of SCSI drives for the OS. Everything else went over SAN. And it just gobbed. I think they each had roughly 10 gig net, 10 1 gig network network ports. And one power supply went out in one box, but the way it went out, the one beside it got overloaded just in that split second to take over the load from the other one, and it popped.
Wow.
And once it popped, then the third one on that half of the power rail, actually, it didn't blow from drawing too much because, the other one that blew took that spike. But when it ramped up to the point where it tripped the breaker in the rack.
Holy shit.
And that immediately put extra load on the other the three remaining power supplies on the other rail. One of them popped. And to make matters worse, I think, it was N+1, N+2 redundancy if you're lucky on the power supplies, depending which ones go out. So, once it got down to that, the load segment feeding, the three, he didn't have a chance at staying up. And when it went down, the cluster software was a little bit buggy, and it was running. It was an Oracle rack cluster, and Oracle got freaked out when one of the nodes dropped out, and it actually took down the whole 4-node cluster. It all started with one power supply.
Yeah, I hate that from taking care of huge, server, like that, servers like that, because it can daisy chain and just destroy everything, and then you're not sleeping for the next 3 days, and you're flying places and getting parts, and you're coming back, and you're
well, we were the company that made the servers, so that did help in getting parts. We actually had we had most any spare we needed on site, and actually when we didn't have parts, I had a reputation for finding parts because, I could work the hell out of the database for what systems were what, and I'd steal parts from a dev box to get a production one up, We weren't allowed to do that, but, at the end of the day, you're not going to have a business impacting escalation that's costing the company money because the dev box is down. The dev box would just mysteriously fail. I'd usually pull a couple cluster internet connect cables or something and make the dev cluster crash itself, and then while it was rebooting, I'd make sure one of the nodes didn't come back up because I need the parts from it. And as far as they know, it just crashed, something went wrong. Oh yeah, it's a hardware issue. We'll fix it tomorrow. And everything's good. But that allowed me to fix the production machine. So, you do what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely that. But I've at least in my experience, since we were doing high-end, photorealistic renders for high-end post-production, we had to not only calculate the time and then get the files and make sure everything was in place. And me and 3 other guys were there that were fixers that could just do minor tweaks to the whatever file for the directors and producers. But dude, I'm telling you, sometimes these servers will burn, all 6 went out.
Yeah.
And you're coming back from home and you're like, what? They're like, you're going to Seattle to get these cards. You're going to go to San Francisco to get these racks, and you're going to go here to get these solid state drives. Were you rendering tomorrow?
Were you rendering on? Were you doing that on deck alphas at the time? Was it that long? Was it long enough ago to be them?
Yeah. Definitely. And we had also an experimental Tesla graphic cards.
Okay. Well, the Teslas are out. This would have been before the deck alphas, or after. The Teslas were way after the deck alphas.
Yeah. So,
deck alpha was that was from before Compact bought digital. So.
Yeah. No. Then I was definitely after that. But yeah, we had our own custom. Everything was custom, from the super micro boards to depending on whoever was experimenting, and we had people writing thesis, and we talked to people from Pixar, and that created the. Have you heard of the OpenEXR by any chance? From like Industrial Light and Magic. It's a
No, but
basically
just
imagine when they make a movie, like one frame has all the layers. So you have a layer with a mask.
oh yeah,
You have a layer with all the colors and the corrections. So if you need to make a change, instead of rendering that the whole model, you render that basically that frame layer. And basically you can change the occlusion and you change the shadows or the light or whatever
That's
needs to be done. So we did minor changes ourselves for it. And there were all these scientists, like they were from Pixar and then they were from Industrial Light and Magic, and they all basically bought render time with these different places. Let's say sometimes you'll have like Weta Digital, right? Even though Pixar has their own rendering capabilities, they probably don't have the time has been scheduled in to render these movies. So every day you lose is a day you put back into the budget, and it just could get very messy.
Yeah, I kind of want to threw up a little in my mouth though when he said super micro, because I just can't imagine. Yeah, I mean from the class of hardware that I was used to using and what I would see being called mission critical, and then hearing a brand name that you can buy on Amazon or Tiger Direct, it's just it's like I want to cringe. Yeah, I mean, I know it works. It's a lot cheaper. A lot of places did it, and they probably got the contract because they were cheaper. Because
but we got things that you couldn't. I mean, basically to the point the boards could not be thrown away, and we couldn't touch them either. So every basically we got an empty motherboard with a bunch of void stickers everywhere, chips covered. Type of thing.
I got a little, not really a black mark, I guess a gray mark on one of my reviews because I took troubleshooting too far, and I went down to like the board level component on what failed on a system board on one of our Unix boxes. And
is that what you're supposed to do?
Well, you know, we won't do the board repair. The whole system board is throw away and replace. But I was wondering what exactly caused it. And it didn't. It wasn't that big of a deal. And I was just, to be honest, I was more just like kind of showing off. But apparently, the guy that got the ticket after me thought I was expecting him to go out there with a soldering iron and swap out a resistor or something.
Yeah, and this is the thing, in that environment, I came across that a lot. Because it's a very when you're like at that high-end industry, in any industry, it just gets very cutthroat, and one mistake can cost you the job. And also there's a lot of bureaucracy. It's like there was this problem with something, and I went in there, I wrote down the numbers. I already knew the distributors because we were friends before. He was the one who got me the job because they needed a specific somebody who understands security and networking programming, and not only that, could speak the artistic lingo and communicate with the people with the files directly. And yeah, then I got the parts, I got everything, and then he said, "Yeah, I got these on loan, I got this and that," and then the manager was like, "You can't do my job, right?" I'm like, "Wait, I saved your butt, and you're gonna yell at me?" You know what I mean? I'm just a contractor, dude. I don't work for your company. I'm here. I'm contracted. I'm the guy that's here because you guys can't do your job.
There's one specific model of is a little 4U rack server. It's run Titaniums. It's probably it's definitely up in the six figures for retail costs, probably a couple $100,000. And it had there was a known issue that was documented, internally with the company on, they've seen these things happen after they rushed them to market. And it's like one of three things, basically the error you get in the management processor. The OS doesn't know anything's happening, but in the management processor, one of the 12 cooling fans will start cycling, will go below RPM, then it'll be okay. And while air will be below, it'll go okay. And it could be one of three things. Could be a bad fan. Could be the fan, the little pigtail came loose, which, depending which fan it was either easy or a major pain in the butt to get your hand in there to try to reseat it. Or if neither of those worked, then it's a firmware issue. Now, part of the problem with the fan was that it had N+1 redundancy on all the fans, but every fan module was 2 fans. So as soon as you pulled out one module, a 30-second timer started. And if you didn't put back at least one working fan into that connector within 30 seconds, the server went down. And
yeah, because of the overheating protocols, whatever.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, that's just the way the firmware was coded, you know.
I mean,
and,
but a server is what was it like? I've seen servers be fine, then a fan just is not even down. It's kind of like something's wrong with it. It's about to die, and the thing just skips 10 degrees in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, they'll heat up quick. Yeah, but some of the fans, primarily, they were just for their IO fans. They were just blowing the IO chassis. They didn't even, they weren't even cooling the processor at all. I figured a way around that. I could like partially disassemble the chassis and get a bunch of wires out of the way, so that once I removed the fan, I could also remove the bottom pig nail for it and plug the fan back in loose while that took care of the 30-second timer and get my hand back in there and whatever. And but a lot of guys wouldn't mess with that. They'd just be like, well, okay, I had one crash on me doing this one time. I'm not taking that chance again. I'll arrange for downtime to do it. So the standard practice in the by the book practice was to get the downtime first and replace the fan. And if that doesn't work, then you got to turn right back around and ask for downtime again, to update the firmware. I hated I thought it made our team look like idiots if we asked for downtime to fix the machine, then immediately have to say, oops, that didn't fix it. We need downtime again, and wait another week and hope nothing else breaks in the meantime. So for this fan cycling issue, one thing the firmware did do that was smart was when it did have any single fan go slow or fail, it would ramp up the other ones, to compensate for the airflow. And I happen to notice I already knew, but it didn't click until this one day. Wait, when you open the case, they ramp up also, because you're taking the top off the airflow. It's got to blow more to hopefully get enough over where it needs to be.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, that should just be a little micro switch. And, sure enough, yeah, it was just a little chassis intrusion switch. So anytime I had that issue with the fan, I never asked for downtime. I just slid it out of the rack, popped the lid, busted the chassis intrusion switch, and let all the fans ramp up to 100%, closed it back up, and done. Call it a day.
Wow.
Yeah, and I found a whole bunch of little like hacks and tricks and stuff that works like that. But then, it's like, that's not really the stuff that they didn't want me to train everyone else to do that. It's like, okay, it's okay if you do that. You know what you're doing. You can justify it. And if anything blows up, I'm sure you documented why you took the actions you did, and that's fine. But for obvious reasons, we can't make that the standard practice, So, whenever we got somebody new, it was always kind of like, okay, boss, how much do you really want me to tell this guy? How much do you really want me to teach him?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like, especially when getting a job now. I'm not gonna say, like, right now I have like this headhunter that contacted me through LinkedIn, and I'm like, all right. Then they send me like a self-evaluation form. Have you ever had one of those?
Long time ago, and it wasn't in IT. I don't know what they look like now, but I can imagine.
Definitely, I'll say it's a fortune. It's well known. Do you guys want to see it?
Sure.
Let me get it. Make it available. Just don't show it. Don't show it on the screen. Let's just make fun of the questions.
Yeah.
Let's see how it works out. Let me see. Let me get it on going.
You putting it in the
Yeah. I'm just
chat?
I'm just trying to make a copy from the drive to have my own personal copy.
Oh.
So when they find out that I shared it,
erase all the metadata. Is it a Word doc?
No, it's I'm gonna make it a PDF or
It's
something.
an Excel document.
Oh man, they heard us. It's just looping.
There's still 7 people watching the stream.
I'm excited. Yeah. Very excited.
And I'm not one of them, actually, because I turned off the YouTube once I got on this one.
Yeah. Hey, I bet 6 of them are military. 2 of them are intelligence. They're all sharing this in a Slack conversation.
Right.
They're like, well, I think the one with the mustache was part of Lulsec. Look at him.
Lulsec.
He was definitely on that.
No, man, we're all from Walsack. They know that.
Shit, man. Man, I used to be part of LOD, but that was a long time ago.
Oh my god, I remember.
So, I've been around, bitches. Who's the best hacker? The one that doesn't get caught, bitch. I survived time. Just kidding.
I used to be in a fairly far up the tier curry group back in the Warezen days.
Oh god, I mean, I remember. You guys ever went into like the LOD like phone thingies?
No.
Did you ever do that, James?
No, I wasn't around for like phone freaking and stuff like that. Missed out on all that.
I love phone freaking. I remember like I think that was my true first hacker skill was phone freaking. I could afford it. It was free. All I needed
is go to a payphone.
You know, some pliers, and I remember I had the Palm Pilot, which I talk about a lot. And you guys remember that Sharp, that message that had a symphonic modem in the back, and you can open it and you put the symphonic modem on the phone. You type the 1-800 number, and you can receive and send email.
I had it was called Pocket Mail. It was a device that did exactly that.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, I used to use that. That was when I was on the road trucking. That was so funny because one day I went into one of our company terminals and I just dialed the 800 number and got the modem connection, slapped the phone on it, or the Pocket Mail, and it's making the gurgling noises, and and when it's done, it hangs up. I start walking out, and one of the other drivers there, he was like, "No, wait, no, man. You can't just walk in here, do that, and walk out without telling me what the hell you just did."
Hey, I just whistled like Kevin Bacon. I said 3 nukes to Russia. That's poor Sad. They made that to make Nick, huh? He can whistle into a phone and send it out there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And he doesn't say anything because he knows, like, come on, this is ridiculous. And then the judge believes it.
Oh, I would have been like, bullshit. No, I would have been so cussing like crazy. It would have been insane.
Nah.
Dude, but you know what we have to do? We have to bring back a con. Like they used to do those phone freaking cons back in the 70s and 80s, late 70s, early 80s, where they had masks and everybody had a mask and a nickname and nobody was like, you know what I mean? I think that would have been so fun to be part of that.
FemtoCon.
Yeah. What was Captain Crunch's name that could whisk the blind guy?
Captain Crunch.
No. Captain Crunch. He's not blind. He's not. His friend is blind.
Oh, okay.
I forgot his name. But there was him, and then there's a 2600 documentary on it. That's very interesting. You guys should definitely check out. It's on YouTube somewhere. Damn it! This thing's not copying. What the hell? They know. Here, I'm gonna delete this stuff here. Let me just get this going.
Yeah, you can just randomly paste some of the questions.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, but let me show you here. File. There it is.
Yeah, actually, there's a YouTube channel that probably has that video. It's Captain Jack 5169. He's got a bunch of they're all from that. The older era. I think the most recent one was like 5 years ago or something, but there's some pretty good historical ones on that.
Huh. Here we go. I'm gonna make this happen. Ooh. People can get the link. Just gonna add you guys here really quick.
Shit, what time is it? I'm gonna have to knock out pretty soon.
What?
I mean, I'll stick around a little bit, but I do need to bail so I can, so I don't chop my fingers off in any factory equipment tomorrow.
Fingers are overrated.
Here, let me. But I think we should, for the hell of it, we should have like a time travelers con. Basically, everything's like from the 60s and 70s, and it's all like phone freaking and old phones.
Yeah, but we'd have to get our hands on like all the backend systems and stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like basically make a hacker conference. Like if the hacker culture was like today.
Like Hackers the movie.
No. The only thing they got right on that movie was when Angelina Jolie said Risk was the future. Everything else was like, no, not real. And thanks to that stupid movie, I fucking thought hackers needed to know about like GUIs and making their own custom OSs and all that stuff.
I always wondered how the 3-dimensional CD command worked.
Apparently, that was actually a thing. So someone said there was I don't know, there was a Linux that they actually had something kind of like that. I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There was a version of Linux that had, basically, it was basically that. I mean, not exactly like.
I had to request access to that link.
Really?
But my request for access has been sent.
Denied?
I'll receive an email if it's approved.
Where's the link?
Oh.
Where'd you put the link at?
Let's see.
You probably put it in the Google chat. Sometimes it usually comes to my phone before it hits there. Sometimes it never hits. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah.
I can't tell when it. Sometimes shit hits my phone. Sometimes it hits the screen.
Right.
I thought I made a copy of my drive. No, don't tell me I screwed up.
Okay, I won't tell you.
Let me verify really quick. One second. And
yeah, geez, after last week's conversation, my phone kept going off, long after everything was over. I'm sitting here sleeping, and eventually I had to turn the damn thing off.
Oh man, you're screwed as Marley Gras today. It's gonna be a party. And that's another thing. Like, have you guys ever heard of like these hackers that go like to like these like professional like black hats that go to like Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl and all these like huge events?
I haven't heard specifically of it, but it's kind of like a no-brainer that they do. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Oh, I know, but it's crazy. Like you can't. I mean,
there's a whole lot more money in that than there is hacking DOT signs.
True. But just imagine if you had like a I don't know, like a Phantom Tower, and fucking like that. Do you guys remember in DEF CON they made the Ninja Phones network?
Ninja Phones network.
I remember that specifically, but
basically it was the ninjas all got a phone. And you could communicate between people, and they had like a car with its own like basically a cell phone antenna in it.
They just set up some femtocells
a private cell phone network.
Yeah. I've always so what would be required to stand up a private cell phone network? Like, what would we need?
Equipment.
What equipment? Like what?
Femtocells with more power.
Can we use any cell phone?
Yeah. Like basically a cell phone is worse than Wi-Fi because it just auto connects to the highest frequency or antenna,
Like a
unless you
strong
have
signal, yeah.
unless you have
Yeah,
well,
but so
sometimes
how does like AT&T and how do they keep other cell phones off of their network? Like how does that work?
they
I
basically
guess they
what
don't.
happens is they lease their network antennas, and there's like basically a MAC address list, a white list and a black list. So if you're not in the white list, you're not you know.
So spoofing your IMEI number or whatever is basically defeating like MAC filtering type thing.
Yeah. So basically, if you knew somebody had unlimited and somehow the thing about having a cell phone connected to a tower is that they can triangulate you still.
Yeah.
And there's so many antennas out there that it's called something else. I forgot the name, where they don't use 3 antennas now. They use all antennas now. So
Yeah, they can hone in on you a lot
oh yeah, they can
more
find,
precise.
I mean, I can find people with just a couple of Wi-Fi antennas who walks like in my house. I have like a Wi-Fi perimeter.
Do you really?
Yeah, and with Raspberry Pis. I did it with Pi Zeros for fun.
Oh wow.
And I can tell what devices are walking around my house, and if a device stays longer than 20 seconds, it sends me a text through Twilio.
Oh, that's cool. You got to freaking show me how you built that. I got to try that.
Oh, dude, there's a bunch of stuff
What's
online.
What's the radius?
I mean, the
I
radius is I have it where the signal needs to be more than negative 60.
dBs.
Yeah, so I don't know how much. It's just basically around the apartment. So it's like, I don't know, I'm going to say whatever Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz can do.
So you get a text if something's been in basically your area for like your apartment complex.
Yeah, basically, of course, I've whitelisted the people around me that I know are
known devices that have been there for a while.
Yeah, so basically every time somebody visits somebody or something like that, you get like a little new device found. You know?
Yeah, new device. You should like have it kick off a script that tries to hack it.
Oh no. I mean, I used to fuck around with people and have like an open Linksys router. And basically it's illegal for them to hook up to your router.
Yeah.
And once they're in their router, they're in your domain, so you can hack them because they're intruding your network. And
but you have to have a welcome message to that.
No, you don't have.
Of course. Yeah, you need a disclaimer. But what you do is
you put it as the MOD if you SSH in.
No, but this is what you do. You basically take OpenWRT, you make it look like a Linksys router. You have the whatever the heck. Oh man, brain fart.
The message of the day. MOD. MOD, right?
You have the splash page come up, and then you basically have them. Do you agree? And that's it. And then you send them, you give them a code, a random generated code right there. Once they hit you agree, and then they input that code in the second field, and that's it. They agreed for you become part of your experiment.
So
that's it. By connecting to this network.
Yep. And you run Burp Suite on it, and you got all their SSL connections. And
not even Burp Suite. Have you seen Beef?
You don't have to do that. You just freaking intercept all their SSL with the router. And
wait. Have you guys seen Beef?
No.
The browser exploiting framework? Just go BEFF.
But no, I would just do it like you do the like you would do for corporate security and just decrypt the router.
No, but hear me out. This is the thing with Beef. You can create a webhook. Not only that, you can hook up Beef to Metasploit, and basically you have a Beef hook. So every time they upload every time they load a JavaScript file, you are injecting JavaScript, and you're getting remote access, and then automatically getting a report back for Metasploit that tells you what's vulnerable, and then you can do like web shells and all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's insane. And you use the man-in-the-middle framework, which is a Python framework. It's very well done. And then you hook that up with Beef. Yeah. Man-in-the-middle framework.
Okay.
MITMF.
And then
you use Beef. So it's lowercase BE, uppercase EF. You could go find that beef.org. And you can put these BIF hooks. And it's very interesting. I mean, I used to have a lot of fun with people. I used to rickroll them.
We need to
was a
bring back,
time-
like, brick rolling needs to become a thing again.
I know it does. I used to like. I had a. I usually buy a pineapple or any product from Hack 5 just for experimentation purposes. I never use them to actually attack anything.
Mhm.
But I will build, like I say, a custom Raspberry Pi with 2 antennas and put OpenWRT on the Raspberry Pi. It has more power than the pineapple anyways, and handle it, do it that way. And you can install, you can basically take the firmware from Hack 5 and then just, change a couple files with OpenWRT, and then you can just put it on a Pi with your own custom firm. Well, it's not custom. You're just basically, it's called a script kiddie custom firmware.
Right.
So, yeah, it's the truth. I mean,
that's the other thing too. Like, they call script kiddies or whatever. Like, I don't. As long as you understand what's going on.
no, it's
taking time to write some of this stuff on your own would be just freaking ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
but the experience of learning it, yeah. Oh wait, you said beef.org? That took me to a beef site.
Just put beef browser exploit framework. I'm sorry, I apologize. Just Google it really quick.
Okay, because I just went to beef.org.
I apologize.
It's actually a beef site.
Oh no.
My cows.
Actually, I'm gonna have to bail out of here anyway. I gotta get some Z's.
What?
Yep, gotta go to work tomorrow. Yeah. I'll catch you next week though. And yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna bail. So.
All right, there we go.
All right, man. You have a.
Yeah, catch you later, guys. I wish I could stay longer because it was like, first week I couldn't, but oh well.
It's okay.
All right,
well, man, you have a great night. Send me whatever you want me to send these people, whatever you feel comfortable with, and we'll go from there. How about that?
Bye.
All right.
I guess Adrian passed out.
It's okay. Here, I'll send you this thing he didn't want to see. We'll have fun with the questions. So, let's see. Copy. And it's just been a problem.
Try putting it in like Discord or something. Maybe it'll work better.
What?
Are you just not able to copy it from whatever service you're using?
Oh, no. The thing is that they have it locked. And I'm just going to make a new one and copy paste it in there. So I thought I made a copy, but the ownership didn't trickle down. So that's why whoever sent it to me now is going to know that you guys saw it. And I'd be like, oh, it was a mistake.
I be yo.
I wish it was because I didn't do this correctly. There you go. Thing is, I'm running through like this. I have this hypervisor going and all the security stuff. And just sometimes it acts up, and it's like. So tell me about you, dude. What are you up to this week?
Not much. Waiting on my new computer parts to come in. I ordered all the Ryzen motherboard and processor and RAM.
Oh, sweet. What kind of motherboard is it?
Asus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that company has come far away, man, from when they started.
Yeah, like I know like all the gamers or whatever, like AMD's crap, and I game mostly. I mean, when I'm not doing other crap.
So, what do you think about Ryzen?
Ryzen. Yeah, that's what I ordered.
Oh, that's what you, dude.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it, so it hadn't even shipped yet. Like, I'm excited about it. Hopefully it works out well.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying it's gonna be it's definitely a change.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I support AMD as much as I can.
Okay.
Because
Why is that?
Well, because I know if AMD falls out of the game, basically Intel's gonna just freaking rape us on prices.
I mean,
they're already raping on prices, but I mean, if AMD falls out of the game, I mean, it's gonna get even worse.
Oh no, it's bad. I mean, but the thing is, I heard at least AMD has this thing that allows you for better streaming. But something I wanted to look at was at the actual. I want to see the CPU registers.
As in, like,
I want to see how it handles it. Like, I want to see if I could probably send you a script that you can read. There's nothing malicious in it. It's just uses Radare, and it scripts stuff. It runs this
like
test,
or
right?
something like that, but you're just monitoring these.
Yeah, I just want to check it out the the CPU itself, how it handles certain things, just for knowledge. I mean, and it's a simple bash script. It just runs a simple hello world 50 times, and I can see what happens.
And then and so you're basically reversing how it's running that hello world.
Yeah, I'm just seeing like I add
assembly of it, right?
I add zeros and other strings and see how it does. It's like kind of like a first test that I do type of thing. But I don't know. I don't know if I should buy one or not. How much was it?
Well, they're $399 for the 1700X and $329 for the 1700.
So and then there's the 400?
Yeah, I got the 1700X. There's the 1800X, which is $450, I think. But still, I mean, the 1800X is like right on par with most things on the i7 and better than some things on the highest i7 for $450 or whatever it is. The highest i7 is like freaking $800 or some shit. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's what I support AMD just for just so price gouging doesn't become a fucking everyday thing.
Yeah. So, okay, here we go. Oops, save. Come on, why did I skip it? Yeah, I mean, I used to buy a bunch of CPUs and stuff, but it's just I always wait for like the second generation.
Yeah, like if you can go buy FX chips now, like the highest level FX chips.
Yeah.
Like 150.
I know. And I mean, I'm all about, helping out and making things work, but it comes to a point that that you have to figure out.
Yeah, I thought about ordering some FX, like some of the higher level FX chips for, other things. Like other systems that aren't necessarily my gaming rig, but they're not bad processors. I mean, they still keep up with most things. Faster than i3. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything, it's just a matter of time, but you have to stay ahead of it, or it just, you either evolve or dissolve,
Yeah, right.
That's what I tell
Ryzen's a whole new architecture, so hopefully it lives up to the name they've been hyping it. So.
Oh, I mean, of course the hype's always going to be there no matter what. I came across some really nice, CPUs, and I had an issue with the company because it claimed it could do certain things and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then I find out they were selling the lower chip, but they were just overclocking it and they just putting it as faster.
That's what Intel does. Well, they don't overclock it, but from what I understand, I guess all of them are made basically the same, but a certain percentage of the cores wind up not working, so they just sell them as dual cores instead of quad cores.
Yeah, somebody told me, I think there's this guy in Asia, I don't know. I think he lives in Hong Kong now, that he actually takes older chips and they put them in this microscope, right? He decaps it and then he connects certain pins on these chips, and he makes them faster, and then recaps them again.
Wow.
So I know he charges. I think it's like half price of whatever.
That guy's got to have like a surgeon's hand.
Oh no, he's really good. This guy's name is Chiro, and he does like bonsais and all kinds of cool stuff.
I love churros. Oh. Sorry.
And he churros. That's how you say like churros.
You know the Mexican pastry. Churro.
Yeah. But his name is Chiro. He's like he's amazing. This guy's like a hardware chip genius type of thing. It's like you talk to this guy and you feel like, what the fuck? I feel like I'm not. I should change my industry.
Right.
I mean, at least when it comes
some
to
people
like,
are from outer space, man. I swear to God.
Oh, it's fun though. It's fun. I enjoy meeting smart individuals and learning from them. And at least I'm the type of guy where I don't go in there to put you down. I go in here to put you up. You know.
Right.
I'm not here to compete with you. I'm not here to. Oh, you don't know this? And I'm like, hey, I don't know things sometimes too. Like, it doesn't know I don't know about it. It's just I don't have any recall at that time.
Right.
You know?
Adderall wore off.
Or something. It's like I had an interview with right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we can talk about it because I'm not hired. I didn't sign anything, no NDAs. And they send you this like app so you can like make an interview, right?
Uh-huh.
And let me show you how archaic it is, even though the questions were easy. But basically, I was able to sniff out the packets from the interview. So I was able to get the questions beforehand.
Nice.
You see what I mean? So I already had amazing answers. I basically hacked the interview.
And you didn't get the job?
No, I didn't get the job because I kamikazed the technical interview. Because the guy on the other line was a fucking dick. And then I was with my head, do I really want to work with this person? I don't really need to. I don't have to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I do my own thing, and it's not easy. It's not that I'm, not getting paid, but it's just like, I do everything. And me going into a job.
What was the position, I guess? Choice. What was the field, I guess? Was it security or?
Yeah, penetration tester.
Oh, really?
But apparently they do a lot of web stuff. That's what they do. They run burp sweep and whatever. And I was talking about this guy that I was like doing rob chaining and all this stuff, and then doing gadgets. So what are gadgets? Their return addresses. All right.
We'll see. I'm lacking in a lot of this area. You said gadgets? Is that what you said, though?
So, and then, let me see if I can find you a link. So, gadgets. Yeah. So, ROP is like return-oriented like programming. So, you basically get all the, you daisy chain returns, bypass ASLR and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one technique. There's thousands of them. I mean, so yeah.
Daisy chain returns.
So basically, let me see. Yeah. Just look for return-oriented programming, Wikipedia. And that's what ROP chaining is when you're doing reverse engineering.
Okay.
So it allows you to do all kinds of cool stuff.
So I'm assuming returns are hitting the API. Is that what's happening there? Is that how that's?
So carefully choosing machine instruction sequences that are already presented in machine memory called gadgets. Each gadget typically ends up in a return instruction and is located in a subroutine within the existing program and or shared library code. Chained together, these gadgets allow an attacker to perform arbitrary operations on the machine, employing defenses that thwart attacks. So are you seeing it? You wanted to.
I don't. Did you post a link?
Oh, it's just Wikipedia return or
Oh,
programming.
okay.
Let me just copy paste it.
Hold on a second.
I got it. I'm gonna copy it. And
I'm actually playing For Honor while we're chatting up. So.
I'm sorry.
I said I'm actually playing For Honor. It's a medieval sword fighting RTS. I'm going with RTS. We'll call it an RTS. But it's like a sword fighting RTS. It's the thinking man's RTS, or not RTS, but FPS.
Also, I
Or
sent you the
third-person
link
movie.
for the document. Oh, so you're going to sleep?
No, I said it's third person. But yeah. No, I'm not heading out yet. Holy crap! It's just me.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Do you not hear me?
Took the link for the Google document.
I think I saw a link for the Google Doc. Let me get in there real quick and check it out. I said I think I finally see the link for the Google Doc. Let me get on there and check it out.
Yeah, it should be there.
Yep, okay, I see the... I don't know, man. You probably freaking drank too much mead and fell asleep again.
Adrian! We can't
Maybe
yell
freaking
at him
desk.
because we
I know, right?
muted him. Can we unmute him? Let's see. Oh, man. We can't. Yeah. So check out those questions if you got a sec.
Ah, no thanks. Yeah, okay. I'm in here with the questions.
Okay, don't read from where it's at.
Don't what?
I want to. It's you know here. You know, I mean, okay. Can you tell what company that is or no?
Possibly. If I thought about it long enough, I'm sure I could.
It's okay. Don't do it. You're fine. Somebody on the call?
Rating level of...
Yo, Mike.
Somebody joined.
Mike did, apparently.
I don't see him. Oh, I'm looking at the document, so that probably didn't help much. Rating level of descriptions.
Isn't it crazy? Experience of working within an ad tech space and familiarity with ad servicing and online advertising solution across one of the mobile. You know what I mean? It's like, we're going to put you in a team no matter what you do, sir.
Right?
We really want you bad. Oh, man. I just wonder. Yo, Mike, can you hear us? Mike. Who is this person? Mike Personal, it says.
Mike Personal.
Person. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Rating, interest level, programming, advanced computing in any language.
I'm just wondering if there's any like crazy, any funny questions or crazy ones.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's like, it's all over the place. Like, what do you know about? I mean,
What?
nobody's gonna have all this knowledge. You know what I mean? Unless I've been doing this.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what are you doing? Is this really an interview or is this a CIA recruitment paper?
Maybe they're just trying to see what you think you're good at, and then kind of like, we're gonna put you in a role based off of what you think you're good at.
Yeah, but it's just kind of weird, huh? Because there's some questions there that have nothing to do with the job.
Does it say what the job description is?
But I think that's part of their trap too. What?
Does it say what the job description is? Sorry, I'm getting lag spikes.
Yeah, are you getting lots of lag too?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Or...
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm getting lag spikes, I think.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going.
Didn't have my mic in.
That'll do it every time.
Sometimes it's a good thing.
What's all the lag? Because of Adrian?
Probably.
Spilt his mead?
He fell asleep like 20 minutes in, I think. I don't know what happened.
That's Wednesday. I had a nap too.
Shit, I'm gonna reconnect, guys. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh, there's only 2 people watching the stream now. Sad face.
How about now, guys?
Yep.
Sound good?
Yo, Mike, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. Living the dream.
What? Is it about to become a horror movie?
Where I work, it is every day.
Yeah. Tell us
Just
about
waiting
this
for
dream,
something
Mike.
to blow up.
What do you do?
I work out at a gas plant.
Oh, yeah. Stuff blows up there, for sure.
Usually once a year. I've seen some pretty good ones.
I've seen some pretty neat explosions.
They're not real fun when you're close.
Yeah, I wasn't too far away from a few of them.
Explosions? What?
Yeah, explosions.
Yeah.
Explosions that were intended to kill me as well, but
That's
sometimes
right.
I wonder when I'm out there too.
No, these explosions were explicitly intended to kill me or people like me. Bastards.
Well, thank you for your service, friend. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
It was neat.
We're glad you're back.
Hey, that's one thing I got to give them is so smart little fuckers when it comes to making shit blow up.
Have you seen those Franken trucks?
Yep.
What fracking trucks?
Fracking. Yeah.
No. It's like a Franken truck. It's like they take a truck now and they will weld the truck and they fill it up with plastic or explosives and they run checkpoints and then they blow it up.
Oh, fun.
No, it's a huge problem right now. Google it, Franken truck.
Do you know what stops that problem?
What?
Well, of course we're not.
Ballards?
No. Freaking armor piercing 50 cal rounds.
Yeah.
Well,
Stop 'em dead.
no. These things are thick. These things are thick.
It doesn't
I
matter.
mean-
It's not going to stop armor piercing 50 cal rounds.
All right.
Dude,
I mean, you're
I've
the
seen
military, man.
I've seen armor piercing 308 rounds go through the up armored windows in Humvees and the semis, and those things just like 6 inches thick of glass, of safety glass. 6 inches thick of safety glass. It weighs like 100 pounds for like a freaking 8x8 square.
Yeah.
And it just
It's like
pop right through it.
Is it kind of like the presidential limo?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the armor-piercing rounds would go right through that shit, dude.
Wow,
yeah,
really?
steel core rounds are gonna bounce right off, but those armor-piercing rounds, holy crap, man, they will go right through that shit, like a hot knife through butter.
Oh man, I don't know. I could never shoot somebody, but I'll definitely break their knees and their elbows and all that shit. But yeah, I don't know. I think I don't have the heart for it.
I don't know, man. You're things change in certain circumstances.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, but Krav Maga never lies, friend. I know that because I know Krav Maga.
Right.
Yeah, but I've been practicing this thing, you know, Jeet Kune Do, like basically Bruce Lee has his own like martial art that you take keep what you like and works with you, and then dump the rest. So I've been like kind of like combining, like basically Krav Maga with a little bit of Wing Chun and Tai Chi, which I know. And it's very interesting when you kind of like get to know your body and get to know where you're really good at. And,
right.
Probably you can use, I do Tai Chi and Southpaw better for my transition, and then I go back to my regular stance. And then, I go back and forth.
As long as I don't have any bladed weapons, I'm more of like a grab and crush kind of guy.
Oh man, no, check this out. I got the honor to meet a Tai Chi master in a airport, and I saw him. He was doing the katas, waiting for his flight, and then I started doing it with him, and I couldn't communicate with him, but I told him pressure points. Show me pressure points, man. He showed me all kinds of cool tricks.
Nice.
It's amazing, and how to like use your like basically bring the force from your toe all the way up through your body, out through your hands. Very interesting. I don't know. I like martial arts. Keeps me at least healthy,
Yeah, I need to start doing something since I got out of the.
I think if you don't like to work out like me, I think martial arts was the best thing that I found for that, because it allows me to only work out, but I get to like, that's something that I like. I don't know.
I thought about going and doing the MMA stuff again.
Man, MMA can be brutal.
I used to do Greco-Roman in high school.
Oh, I see.
So it's kind of like a.
Just be careful who's your teacher, because sometimes those MMA classes, they try to treat them like CrossFit classes.
Yeah.
And if your core body's not really there, you're screwed. That's why I always have a TRX. Have you seen those bands, resistance bands?
Mm-hmm.
And you use the weight of your body, so this way you reduce injury by like 80%.
No, see, like I would treat MMA more like I would treat Greco-Roman, where it's all about cardio conditioning. It's all about lasting longer than freaking 2 minutes.
I mean, yeah, I know about the cardio. It's a huge factor when it comes to a fight.
Yeah, like dude, freaking. Like when I started, I was like, "Oh, I can't be that bad." Like a minute and 30 seconds into the fight, you're freaking
Oh no, it's
dead.
bad. It's bad.
Yeah, you're like, "Holy crap, I'm fat," and I weighed like 170 pounds.
Oh man, I'm telling you, like I started doing a lot of cardio to the extent that, like, I mean, it does help. Also, another technique I heard from an old timer is get a wind instrument like a flute or something like that as well.
Yeah, because
just to practice your breathing, and it'll help you, like, instead of like needing to go and be underwater, to like when you're doing cardio to a certain point, you do these water exercises so you can even increase that even further, because you increase your oxygen consumption, I think it's called. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but because when you play a wood or any wind instrument, you're able to sustain and take in more air because you're stretching your lungs constantly.
Yeah. And that also helps you out.
Yeah, I used to play saxophone too.
Oh, cool. At least with me, I'm the type of guy that I'm like, hey man, I'd rather run away of a fight and people call me a coward all they want. Right. I try to avoid as much as I can. I don't care. You can say whatever you want.
I've got kids
know,
and shit now, so I
Oh no, but hey, the
I
laws
carry
are in
items to
favor.
protect myself and my family.
Oh yeah, of course. Like if somebody throws at me, I'll let them throw a couple of times, and if they keep on going, man, I'm gonna kick you in that knee so hard, and then I'm gonna hit you in the solar plexus so hard that you remember me forever.
That one's a good one.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's like if you follow the chakras of the body, wherever the chakra is, that's a pressure point, and in between the chakras is a pressure point. If anybody out there is listening and don't want to stop anybody, you just follow them from their neck to their heart, solar plexus, and their balls and stuff, and whatever's down there. It's a lady, which I don't recommend anybody doing unless she is definitely an assassin paid to
I am an
eliminate you.
equal rights advocate.
What?
Said I am an equal rights advocate.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
My father always told me growing up, if you piss your girlfriend or your wife off and she open palm slaps you in the face, you probably deserved it. But if any woman ever balls up her fist and punches you, all bets are off. You punch her right back.
Smart dad.
Yeah, but you have to be careful because we live in a society that basically, if you and I get in a fight, and even though I started it, if I call 911,
yeah, whoever
the
calls
charges
911
fall on
first,
you.
yeah, it's stupid.
It's like with me, somebody stole my research and my computer, and I went to recover that shit because it was like, yeah, I mean, literally, you stole a cyber weapon type of thing. And I was able to trace it back and get it, and it was a huge fucking problem, but I fixed it up.
What were you researching?
I was doing custom solid states drives, and I had like a custom rootkits.
So you're in the researcher community, I'm assuming. You probably know other researchers that are working on other random projects.
Oh yeah.
Do you know anybody that's doing any research into Active Directory federated services or SAML assertions or anything like that?
I don't, but I do have my own Active Directory research when I was doing some Windows stuff that I can probably follow you, trickle down to you. But I definitely can ask around for you.
Yeah, I'm looking for someone doing some Active Directory Federation services and SAML research. Just kind of see what's out there, because I mean, a lot of these companies are starting to rely on SAML assertions and other Federation stuff, and you never hear about it, and there's no talks about it. So it's like, is nobody researching this, or are they just keeping a lid on it? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah, I think. Remember,
yeah, you lagged out.
That. All right. I know there is. Remember, there's a lot of. Have you tried the talks like Microsoft Dev Talks?
There's a Dev Microsoft Talks.
Yeah, there's like a DevCon and stuff, just like Apple has one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Spark, I think is what it's called.
I really don't know, but I've used it for really good like presentations on Windows, and like what happens with a lot of these people that I meet, not you in particular, but other individuals mostly, say like, oh man, I couldn't find a hacking tutorial on this subject, and it's like, dude, because
you're not looking hard enough.
No, it's not about not looking hard enough. That's not the problem now. In this time of age, is looking the right keywords.
Yeah.
If you have the right keywords, you get the right information. Is like people ask me, are you a expert hacker? And I'm like, no, I'm an expert researcher. Because I can research anything. You can bring me a subject, I can have everything for you in 72 hours and be knowledgeable enough to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few things, but nothing targeted specifically at the SAML assertion. It's more at the application or something like that. So I don't know if it's
Have you seen Empire?
Empire. Yeah, I've never used it, but I'm aware of it.
Right. I know Empire has a lot of cool stuff. A lot of interesting stuff. Another thing, surprisingly enough, that I do is I go to the Nmap GitHub and I look for their NSC scripts. Have you ever used those with Nmaps? With Nmap has these it's their Lua-based scripts that allow you to automate Nmap and do certain tests. To the point that you can run Nmap tac a script, sorry, and then you do double quotes, and then you write a safe, not safe, HTTP, tax, wildcard, and then you close it, and it runs all the HTTP scripts. So sometimes you find cool stuff that are related to that port, and then from there you can find who created it, and through that researcher you find more research. Have you guessed my point? So you then, or you find there, sometimes I'll stalk people for information on GitHub, and I'll find them and then see who they follow and who they talk to and what they're up to to go down and figure it out. But shit, I'm gonna say, let me see.
Well, there's one article I found where someone got Officer 65 through a SAML assertion, but I'm sure it's been, it's been.
See, I see Active Directory Federation Services, MSDN, Microsoft. Okay, let me find exploits. Are you using 2.0?
I'm not sure which.
There's 3.0 ADFS.
It looks like there's 3.0.
Yeah, 3.0. Okay, so here it's a 3.0, SAML, and then exploits. So
a lot of these sites that I find are so sketchy that I don't even want to click on them.
Well, hey man, I mean,
yeah, right.
I can. Have you ever? You know what you can do? I don't know if you can run cubes from a VM and then do disposable VM, or just make sure you have a VPN though. If you want to do that. I don't trust none of these sites either, but CVE details, Microsoft list of security vulnerabilities.
See, here's one. And I don't really consider this a vulnerability. I consider this shit fucking administration. You know what I mean? Because Microsoft Active Directory Federation 2.0, 2.1, and 3.0, when configured, SAML relying party lacks a sign out endpoint, does not properly process log off actions, which makes it easier for remote attackers to obtain access by leveraging an unattended workstation. And then actually by basically using your already logged in session because you never actually logged out.
Because you
clicked on
Windows L.
Well, even that, but yeah, you didn't log out. You click log out, and it kicks you back to the main page, but it doesn't actually log you out because your fucking admin didn't configure your shit right.
Oh, because does your session get stored?
Yeah, because you have to tell it, you have to give it a logout URL, so it basically sends the command for that account to be logged out, and it deletes that certificate for that session. So if you've clicked on some shit in your email and got a fucking rat or remote access tool installed, and you're fucking dumb enough to do that in the first place, that's not really an ADFS vulnerability or a SAML vulnerability. That's more of a fucking retard vulnerability.
A dumbass.
Yeah.
It's this is our admin. Hello, my name is Steve. How are you? I'm like, hi Steve. Yeah, I like balloons.
I mean that was the very first thing. When I set up SAML for some stuff I was doing. I click log out, and that was the very first thing I noticed. Is it didn't actually fucking end my session. It just closed the page. I'm like, why didn't it end the session? What did I miss? What didn't I read about? And I read some more and figured out that you had to put this log out URL, which then I had to figure out what the hell the log out URL was for my particular system and stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean,
It's just
I can't call that a vulnerability. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I mean, but this is the thing. Like when it comes to like something serious like this, I think they're putting it out there to make sure that they check it.
yeah, no,
Because
I get
people
it.
aren't checking it. That's what I mean, I see. Man, and the thing with this,
Yeah,
does
the
sorry.
denial of service stuff. Now that I mean, that's just fucking annoying. Is really all that is. But
Yeah.
so
I don't know. I mean, does the NSA still have those certs inside Windows?
probably
You remember that time with like
they probably
people
put
deleted
new
them
ones
and
in.
whatever?
They probably put new ones in.
I actually, you know what? I actually have a Windows 10 stripped down ISO that I created. It literally only has Explorer and a command line.
Yeah.
And
It's
whatever's
like
needed.
impossible to uninstall Explorer.
I know. Which is kind of crappy, right? I think that's what their
Right.
backdoor is.
It probably is.
It probably is.
It's literally like almost impossible to uninstall it.
Yeah, I think that's how they're basically
Matter of fact, you
controlling.
can't. I mean, you can turn it off in the registry, but it's still like you can't uninstall it, though, can you?
Yeah. Is it linked to the kernel directly?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like compiled into like the actual OS.
Yeah, I know it's
Or however they-
compiled to the directs, but I wonder if there's a kernel hook that basically once you take it out, it's
It breaks the box.
yeah, basically it breaks the list.
Yeah.
That's you know what I mean, because I tried to take that thing out.
You know, I wonder if they're leveraging Explorer's some other stuff from Explorer to do some of the UI stuff though.
Well, this is the thing. Explorer uses WebKit.
Mm-hmm.
So how is WebKit being handled for the GUI manager?
Oh, hey, you know what? Sorry, you're saying Explorer uses WebKit, which maybe I don't know why. But Dell uses fucking PC Doctor.
Oh yeah, that's shitty.
I was like, what in the fuck? Who like? Because I got a Dell laptop in at work, and they were having some issues with it. So I was looking, you know, of course I'm automatically like, yeah, you dumbass, clicked on some shit, right?
Yeah.
And
it's like, have you seen the CompuTrace feature on your computer? You go to your BIOS and you can basically add a CompuTrace. So you basically install a rootkit in your computer.
Really?
So what you can do is you enable it because you want to enable it, because even though you disable it, the space is still going to be there. They just hide it better. You enable it, and then you take a bus pirate and you can install your own bootkit.
There you go.
That's what I did.
I started to look into writing your own BIOS and stuff like that. And it got way over my head real fucking quick. Right after the like I understood the whole, you know, chip hat and then like how to remove stuff and all that else. And then they started talking about like actually writing the fucking BIOS, and I was like, yeah, I'm totally fucking lost.
Well, I figured out a way for me to the way I also got lost at the beginning, but what I've done as part of like my workflow, I guess, is I write a flow chart or I draw down a flow chart, and then I do like a detailed, you know, old school flow chart with all the right little symbols.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. It's basically how electronics work, AND/OR gates, NOR gates, XOR gates, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, at least for me, since I was dealing with registers and stuff like that, I could like visualize it better.
Yeah.
And then I was able to do it, but me trying to code it, it was a headache. I couldn't do it. I got so frustrated. It took me like a year to actually get anywhere.
What language do you program in mostly?
I'm sorry?
What language are you programming in?
At the moment, I'm doing a lot of C, Go, and Rust.
Rust? I haven't heard of Rust.
I used to do a lot of Python extensively. I did a lot of Ruby extensively as well when they were big, when Django came out and all that stuff, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And all these like programs started using Python, like GIMP and Blender and basically Maya and Autodesk. everyone picked it up, so it was kind of like a work thing.
Right.
And yeah, that's an assembly. I mean, I love assembly. That's my hobby.
Assembly is hard for me to follow. Like I get it, but it's tough to follow for me.
No, but there's the guys who created Radare. Have you heard of that program?
I've heard the word. I don't think I've ever looked into what it actually
Okay,
does.
so the guy Pancake who created that program, he created something called ESIL for Evaluative String Intermediate Language.
Mhm.
And literally every string and every function, you can see the whole story of it once you learn how to read it.
Is that kind of like IDA Pro or something like that, or IDA or
Yeah, it's like
what's the
IDA
other
Pro
one?
without the GUI. There's a web. I used to use IDA Pro extensively from Hexrays, but
BitNinja is a new one that just came out, and then there's
BitNinja, yeah, but this is the thing. They're not, for me, they're useless because I can't just run 30 containers because I don't have money to buy 30 licenses. You see?
Yeah, it's it was $100 a license. I don't know what the hell it's at now.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Radar is free. It's amazing. It's a lot more advanced than any other thing you're going to find
what's
out
the
there.
other one?
It's community driven, and it's going to take over. It's already taking over.
Really? And it's a decompiler, right? Basically, or
oh no, dude! It has
not a decompiler, but
it's a reverse engineering framework. It's
yeah.
like
So it's reading the CPU processes and it's spitting out what the assembly that the CPU is running at the time.
yeah, dude. It has an assembler. It has a
what is it?
decompiler. It has a compiler. It has with R2 RAGG2. You can basically create a shell code. I mean, it's it's at another level. It has Python binding, Ruby bindings, the Go bindings that I was part of as well. It has everything you can possibly imagine. I mean, it is out of this world. It's like if you're not learning Radare, you're going to be very sad when that time comes. I mean, IDA Pro is really good, and I understand IDA Pro is needed, and many people use IDA Pro and Radare. But at least for my use, which I'm trying to apply machine learning and stuff like that, I mean, it has everything. It comes with an API
how's it spelled?
already. You know what I'm saying?
How's it spelled?
I mean, yeah. I mean, and you can do it too. And the cool thing that it's free. If you wanted to learn, I could teach you the basics, right? And you can just download it and boot it, and that's it. You know?
See, how's it spelled?
RADRE. Just go to radare.org. Like, you know shellfish, right?
Mm-hmm.
By any chance?
Like shellfish as in like the animal?
As in not the one you're allergic to, but the CTF team.
I don't think I've run into those guys.
All right, so they're well known in the community. They do all kinds of cool.
Well, I don't do a lot of CTF, so I'm still trying to get into all that.
That's okay. Hey, we all are noobs. So Mike. So do you use Radare, Mike, by any chance? Mike.
Sorry, but
I'm right back.
Do you use Radare by any chance?
I didn't catch that.
Do you use Radare by any chance?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Are you like an IDA Pro, dude?
Not really.
No.
Sorry. I used to do a lot of computer stuff about 10 years ago, but I just went strictly into UT and NDT, which is basically non-destructive testing.
I see.
But I used to be an IT guy.
Oh, interesting. Is that why this is Mike personal?
Yeah.
It's like, I'll make an account really quick. They won't find me. I'm not working right now.
Our company is quite interested in what you do after hours because they have a lot to hide.
Uh-oh. Are you guys tracking us now?
No, they haven't. I've switched my IPs so much. But they used to.
Wow. Yeah, that sucks sometimes, depending who you work for. I caught an employer once a long time ago. I was working with this high-end client, and for some reason I had a detail and people following me and trying to hack my computer, so I just hacked all their shit for fun. It was funny. It was definitely hilarious. I got fired, though, after they found out. Are you guys there?
Oh, yeah.
So, James.
I think he stepped out.
I think he fell off the planet, Mike. Mike, stop DDoSing him. Let him talk.
Oh, I hear him.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to go hit the can.
What?
I had to make pee-pee.
Uh-oh. You hurt my feelings. I need to say this. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah. Like, where's Adrian?
He probably passed out like 2 minutes in. Hope he's all right.
I already got a plan if you guys leave.
I don't want to know.
Oh, man, I'm going to have fun.
They're still streaming, by the way.
What?
They're still streaming, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go till the end.
Gotta go till the end.
I don't know. This is the end.
Just start like find the 30-hour freaking this is the song that never ends on YouTube and go to sleep.
Oh my God.
Make sure to wake up in the morning and like subliminally like messaged into his mind, and that's all he'll be singing all day.
Oh yeah, he's gonna definitely be out. There's only 2 watching now, so 1 watching.
We're
losing them fast.
Oh man, they're dropping like flies.
Well, like I mean, we didn't really ever. I mean, we didn't get onto like OPSEC stuff or even security computer stuff for a while. We were kind of like talking about car hacking and cars there for a little bit.
Hey, you know what? This is what this makes it special. We don't have to be like in this little box of we're only going to talk about.
Yeah, a lot of people dropped out though. Like as soon as the car talk came up, it was kind of weird. It's like, oh, AmberCon.
Who cares? Let them do whatever.
I stopped impressing a lot of time.
I mean, I'm fairly confident I could still go sit down and pass a freaking ASE exam with no problems. Which is the exam to become a
James, I believe it's
certified
all your
mechanic.
fault.
What? My fault? I wasn't talking about
Yeah,
cars.
you started talking about cars and you ruined it.
I wasn't talking about cars. I was just listening to talk about cars.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I might have said I might have said supercharger at one point.
Might have said supercharger.
I think that might have kicked off a topic that.
Yeah.
They might be scared of clowns.
Right.
Yeah.
That's actually Adrian. Adrian's in the clown suit.
Oh, Adrian's boss is scared of clowns.
Yeah, Dave Kennedy is definitely like freaking. He's got the clownophobia, whatever they call that shit.
Man, poor guy.
They
hacker cons.
He has a bunch of clowns there.
No, that's the worst place to have a fear that everybody knows about.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I know.
Was it
that's
last
the
year?
place you want to stay composed, you know?
Last year, I can't remember the guy's name. But anyway, he passed after not last year's DerbyCon, but the year before, DerbyCon 5. He passed after DerbyCon 5.
Was that the guy who died because of the heart?
I can't remember.
Jack, Captain Jack.
No, I don't think it was Jack. I didn't get the details on how he died. I was hanging out with Deviant and stuff, and they were talking about some of the stuff he did. But yeah, in DerbyCon 5, he had passed out like a clown nose to everybody, and I missed. Sadly, I missed the opening talk because I didn't get there in time. And but he had passed out a clown nose to everyone, and Dave got up on stage and he turned around to grab something, and I guess from the time he turned around, like the entire crowd, like no cue or nothing, just put the clown nose on. It scared the shit out of him.
Oh no, that's so mean. And he's a very nice guy. I've met him.
Yeah,
He's
I
super
talked to him.
cool.
I talked to him last year.
I mean, he's super cool. He'll answer your questions, and he's cool about it. Not an issue.
Yeah, he's a pretty chill dude. Yeah, I met Ben 10 at DerbyCon 5, and then talked to him a little bit, and I guess DerbyCon 5 is when he got offered the job to work for Dave. Ben's amazing, man. Freaking, I wish I could download that dude's PowerShell knowledge.
So what does Adrian do there?
I think he's a pen tester.
Huh.
I don't know exactly what Adrian does at Trusted Sec. Maybe he just walks around in a clown suit.
That's a good way to get fired. Push your limits in that type of work.
Or an office with a door.
Right.
That would be funny if somebody knew about his fear and for a business meeting just dressed as a clown.
But so speaking of doing fucked up shit to your office mates, I was talking to some of the sales guys where I work at now. And one of them, I guess when he first started out in the sales business, he started out in Wall Street, in New York. And his boss basically told her, his coworker that was mentoring him, basically told him, like, don't, if you're gonna travel, don't bring your don't bring your luggage to the office. Leave it at the house, or just don't come to the office to get anything. He's like, why not? And he's like, just don't do it. And I guess a week later, a guy came in and stuck his luggage in the office, and he got to the airport, and someone had wrapped a 14-inch huge double-ended dildo in tinfoil and stuck it in his bag. So when he goes through,
question: are you talking about where did this happen at?
It's happened in I wasn't present for it. One of my sales guys witnessed it. Where I was talking to him at a conference that I had to go to support them. Yeah, it was a Wall Street
Charles,
firm.
You did it, Charles.
Huh?
It was a Wall Street firm.
I'm just asking a question.
Whatever Charles was like,
he wouldn't name the firm.
Dildos wrapped in tinfoil. Oh my god.
No, I just you know what I was thinking? I'll be honest with you. It was a certain incident that happened at DerbyCon one year, where somebody left their bag. Somebody left their bag. It was a Northrop Grumman bag. Left their bag. They worked at Northrop Grumman. Yeah, at DerbyCon, and everybody kept seeing this book bag. It's like, whose book bag is that? And nobody could figure out whose it was until this one guy said, "Oh, that's such and such book bag," and I was like, "Oh wow! So is he upstairs?" Everybody was asking, "He's upstairs? He's in the hotel?" He said, "No." Come to find out, this dude was on the airplane already.
Wow.
So this one dude took up a collection of $20 from everybody, and he went to the sex store and bought dildos and wrapped it up, and shipped it back. Dildos. I knew. Oh my god. That's what made me think about it. I said, "Oh my god, is this it?"
No, this happened
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
His wife was probably happy.
I'm convinced Charles has 2 victims. He knows too much.
Because I was like, because I got when I just joined the cat, said, yeah, those dildos, man. They left it in the office, and the dildo. I said, oh my god, is this it?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You got
funny.
dildo boarded by the CIA. Could you imagine? Why you have all these dildos with you?
Salespeople are like dumb, pretty hackers. You know.
You know what? Depends on.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'll laugh my hey, if I ever leave my bag, I'll like fucking laugh my ass off. I wouldn't mind. I find it so funny. So I'll throw him around the office. I'll be like
I think as a salesperson, here's the thing. I think as a salesperson, you got to be sharp. Like you can't do stuff like this. Like,
yeah. No, they just do like, oh man, like the stories the salespeople tell are just freaking
hilarious.
And then I'm like, you guys don't actually do this shit. And then it's like, oh hey, we're freaking gonna go do some crazy crap. Like one of the sales guys like crashed a party and stole a bunch. Like they had this huge wok filled with rice for some marketing firm or a marketing conference that was going on at the same time of the conference I was there to support our sales guys, and the guy like crashed the party and like stole the shit ton of freaking fried rice out of this huge wok that was like sitting out. Because he was smashed and he was like, oh, rice. He just like ran past the security guard.
Oh my god. It's all rice, yes.
Yeah, rice. Score. I mean, it looked like it was pretty damn good rice.
Some of the best rice I ever had.
Where's the soy sauce?
I'm telling you. But it's just amazing. And that's one thing, whenever I work for companies, I tell them straight up, I'm like, you know, because a lot of times they'll be like, well, you know, if you're going to a conference, we can pay for it. No, thank you, because that means you want me to do a booth. And no. When I go to conferences, I go to have fun, not be at the booth.
Yeah.
Like no, I'll pay for it myself. Thank you. Like I'll take care of this.
No, it wasn't. It was a financial conference, so it was really dry and boring for me. But there's only. I mean, I work at a small company, so there's only 3 of us that, you know, on the IT team, and everyone else has time over me. So they were like, you get to go fix laptops and support these stupid smart TVs. I'm like, great.
Where do you work? The Goodwill?
What was that?
Do you work at the Goodwill fixing computers?
No.
Yeah. Dude, hey, the Goodwill has some amazing stuff they put on their site. Have you guys seen that?
No, everyone keeps talking about all this awesome crap they find at Goodwill, but
no, it's called Shop Goodwill. So anything that is worthily for resale, I'm talking Barracuda stuff. Like I saw a Barracuda rack for $30. No joke.
I've got a Cisco Catalyst in the garage.
What?
Yeah, I have a Catalyst switch in the garage, like the whole chassis, like $100,000 switch.
And what are you doing with it?
Right now it's just sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
You should sell that then.
Freaking nobody wants to buy it because I mean it's not like the latest greatest thing, but I mean
modify it. Something I do sometimes to make money to flip stuff is I make like little hacker tools and I sell them.
Paint it red and say it was in the freaking Coca-Cola fucking data center.
Dude, talking about red, do you guys remember those like Google servers they used to sell when Google started? They were like yellow, and you put this in your house and it like catalog the internet around your area and then send the information to Google.
You know that's an actual thing though, right? Like.
Yeah. This is like an actual like bot switch type thing.
Really?
You can Google it, like Google server, and it's yellow and it has like the little dots.
Did you hear about the other company? Was it like it's like Iceland or Greenland or something like that? I don't know. Someplace where it's fucking cold apparently. They put server racks in your house, and they provide the internet and they pay for the power and everything, but the whole trade-off is that you get heat from the servers in your home because it's so cold.
What?
Yeah. So they bring everything, they set everything up, and they provide the internet and power for it, and since you provide the housing for it and keeping it cool, you
I mean,
get
housing as in a house, not like
housing. Yeah, in your house.
Okay.
Yeah, like so it's like they put it in your living room, but it's like the size of like a wall heater or something, and the trade-off is you get heat from this server rack in your living room.
Well, that's security.
Right.
Hey, I need one of those servers here. I don't know. Hey, what happened? Somebody hacked us from your house.
Hey,
I'm like, man, I don't know what happened. I'm a farmer.
Dude, I was warming up next
I don't know
to it.
anything about computers. Man, I don't understand those machines. Take them away.
Dang old.
Yeah.
I was just
Could you
trying to
imagine?
heat up
No,
a
no, no, no.
marshmallow.
Here's a thought about getting old. Imagine all the people that are getting old right now. In 30 more years, 60-year-old hackers taking down fucking AIs.
Nerdalize?
No, taking down AI.
The name of the company is Nerdalize wants to heat homes for free with cloud servers. A Dutch startup
Which is
offers
AI?
high-performance server that doubles as a radiator using the excess heat generated from computers to heat homes.
Oh, man.
I'm telling you, dude, it's an actual thing. I don't know if they actually got off the ground or not, but like, I guess it's one server and it's like the size of a little wall heater that they just like mounted to the wall. I'm assuming that they've got some sort of like intrusion detection on this thing, but I'm sure someone at DEF CON will figure it out.
Yeah, apparently they're so secure that somebody's a UART or a JTAG away from knowing everything.
Right.
It's right there. You know what I mean? So
A whole new meaning to plug and play.
Yeah,
know,
they're
probably.
wanting like distributed cloud computing with it. So yeah, I don't know.
yeah, they're distributing a
Cloud.
storm.
Yeah, it's true.
This guy's
He's truly in the cloud. I don't know where the fuck it's at. I don't know. It's out in the cloud someplace. No, really, it's out there someplace.
just don't understand the common sense behind having a physical object available to somebody that you don't know who's going to visit these people.
Dude, that's every data center though.
I'm telling you, what happens if the
How many
if the
data
family-
centers? How many data centers have you walked into?
A lot. Too
Okay,
many.
exactly. And how many of them have multiple tenants?
2.
Well, I mean,
Well,
like
more than
a lot of these co-location data centers and stuff like that, they've got multiple tenants, and literally, like, there's no security. Nobody's watching what you're doing. You can freaking do whatever the hell you want, and freaking every rack's got the same damn key.
Yeah, unless you're working on like the things that are basically hot right now, like high-end media-based installations.
Yeah.
High-end data and high-end military. You're just gonna walk in and walk out.
I mean,
sometimes the military will
there's-
put servers in places like this as booby traps.
I mean, there's security to get into the building. I mean, pretty tight security. in
Whatever.
most of them.
An RFID tag that you can literally just get from the coffee shop down the street.
An RFID tag, thumbprints, and cameras, and all that other stuff. But
actually,
everything that could be easily made up.
There's actually a special spray that you can get now. I forgot what it was.
Yeah, to spray it on the scanner and get the last fingerprint.
Yeah, you spray it on the scanner.
It's super glue.
No,
Yeah.
No. It's a 2-phase thing. You spray one spray.
Yeah, it's super glue, and then it's an activator.
No. It's like you spray this first thing, right? And you'll see the laser and everything, and then you put as soon as you spray it, you're putting this piece of paper under it, then you're spraying the bottom, because you have to make sure different manufacturers of hand scanners have different laser patterns because of competitiveness and shit. So make sure you covered it all. Then you do it again, and then you take it out, and then it'll read it.
So
You
is
have to be
it
very quick
picking
with
the
it.
fingerprint up, or is it just?
If the person had an oily hand, especially if you find somebody who's obese.
So I always
better
slide
target.
my finger off. If I press, I always slide my finger off. I never just lift straight up.
Yeah. But and
So I
also there's
smudge it.
another way I was told that you can actually, instead of going in through a secure form like that, usually through a bathroom, you can connect to a depending where you are. Many of these buildings,
Just
because
crawl through the fucking ceiling
OSHA
tiles.
codes. What?
Just crawl through the ceiling tiles.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course you have to do that, but because of OSHA codes and stuff like that, sometimes there's Ethernet wires running through the bathroom. You know what I mean?
You mean like?
So
Why would you need Ethernet in the bathroom for OSHA?
I don't know. Like
Like how does having internet while you're shitting make it
has
more
nothing
safe
to
for
do
you?
with that. It has to do with the cables that run through the building, right? So you can hook up through it, or like say rapidly install stuff, or you know, I don't know how they do it, but some people are really good at it, and they put something wireless up there, and then you're like in the bathroom, supposedly taking a shit, hacking away.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've never done it that way.
You have your own special way, right?
Yeah. I James Bond all the way in.
I want to try the long distance RFID activation and retrieval.
You know what? The only thing I've really dealt with that is I took an old Nexus 2012 and we hooked up an antenna to it, and we had it like on a folder, and you couldn't tell it was there, and you basically just walk through by people, or you bumped into people on the train and stuff like that.
No, I want like, I'm talking like, 40, 50 feet. Like,
no, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just it's very hard. I've never been successful at it, at least myself.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm interested looking more at how the whole RFID works, and directional antennas and.
Yeah, it's pure math.
Yeah.
It's just pure math and distance and depending how far you are and the power of your antenna. Even though you're going to be able to read something far away, you might read it wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you walk up to the door and somebody got burned. Hope you were wearing IR glasses there so they couldn't see your face. The infrared with the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things that you just got to be very.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, IR glasses, so it reflects the light, so it just blinds the camera.
No, basically, cameras can see infrared. Like that's a good way to see if you're being filmed or not. If the night vision's on a camera, and you can you can run a camera. Say next time you're on the woods, if there's like scientific cameras, you can actually move your camera at night, and you can see the infrared from the cameras turned on. And you can spot a camera that way. So the same way it happens the other way is you can take RFIDs. They're not really. You can literally you take those batteries, those 2032s.
Yeah.
You take a 2032. You take basically you can either solder one part to it, then tape the other one, and you can put like a couple of them on some sunglasses. This is a quick thing, but they sell stuff that already does this. And you can have like a couple of RFIDs so they can't see your face. There's also some type of paints. It can be toxic for your skin, but some type of clear coating that has some type of UV stuff you can spray on your clothes or something, and it just whatever lights hits it makes it brighter type of thing. But I've never done that one, but I heard of it. So
I know what Adrian's doing now. He's uploading videos apparently.
Yeah, did he text us?
Well, yeah. Well, no, a bunch of 3 hours. Like a whole bunch of videos got uploaded 3 hours ago by him. So he probably fell asleep after that.
Adrian, stop bombarding my email with notifications. Now I gotta see them. Now I know the truth.
Yeah, there's a bunch of phone freak 12.
Oh, I've seen them.
I'm so grateful for Adrian uploading those videos. I mean, that information is going to be timeless. He doesn't realize how big this is going to be in the future.
He does all these videos while he's smashed.
You know what?
It's funny.
It's how he does it, and at least he's doing it. It's not like he's saying, "Hey, man, I wish I could like record these videos and put them online for you, so you guys can really enjoy them." Hey, Adrian, that'd be a good idea. He's just doing it, you know.
Yeah, no, because
Which I think is
I went to
beautiful.
his mead party last year at DerbyCon,
Yeah.
and I mean he was already drunk, and he was sitting there just like uploading videos while everyone was proceeding to get drunk.
Oh man, I don't know, but I can't get drunk around strangers. I get freaked out.
Ah.
That's just me. It's just me. It's like I feel like if anything were going to go down, I'm impaired.
Hey,
You know?
I wound up on some guy's Twitter because I got drunk around freaking strangers.
Yeah. He's like,
it's like Twitter. What do you call it? His profile picture for Twitter. Let me see.
man.
Let me see what his name is. I forget his name. Crap.
Just hopefully you weren't his date.
No. He started the Iron Sysadmin podcast, and he won the Hacker Derby thing. Yeah, like I guess he took like a selfie, and I'm like right behind him, like contemplating whether I should go throw up or just pass out.
Or get another glass.
Exactly.
I think I could get one more down.
He's like, hey, can I see that again? I need another.
Yeah, we were just about out of Jello Shooters mead and.
Oh man.
Absinthe.
I know one thing for one con. Me and my friend, we didn't have money to go back home, so we ended up buying booze and selling booze in the hotel.
It's Gangriff.
Around 2 a.m. and we made all the money we needed. We even auctioned our last 4 bottles, and we made enough money to go back home and party home.
Smart.
It was awesome. Yeah, the thing is, my friend's wallet got stolen, and I only had enough money for me to go. And then it was like, go back, and it was like, all right, let's do this. We bought the alcohol, we resold it, and we got back home.
Yeah, that's his profile picture for Twitter. That was me in the background.
Yeah. You're photobombing experts. Like,
I'm pretty sure that was purposeful on his part. He's like, this dude's fucked up.
It's like, hey man, you should hire me. I'm a Twitter famous person.
Right. I'm on some famous person's Twitter account.
Yeah. What happened to Charles? He left us again. Traitor.
He keeps bouncing
Charles,
out,
come back. I don't know. So, Mike, what do you do? Do you like? Are you interested in security at all, in any subjects? How did you hear about us?
Well, yes, I am always been interested in security. Like, not only for myself, but to help break it in some way or the other.
Yeah, that's the thing now. It's like breaking. I have a feeling that there's going to be a good 10 years coming up that nothing's going to be secure, and then everything's going to be locked down.
Well, it has to go that way.
Oh no, it's going to like there's a leap in technology right now, and also in culture as well. Like, if you guys think about it, like everybody lives in a little box, a little phone. So it's like the cube dominates me, you know. And
well, the kids are at work can't even put down their phone. You know, they're glued to it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely it's one of those things that basically.
See, I lose my phone all the time.
If I was an intelligence officer back in the 90s when cell phones was starting and Bluetooth was first thing in the Palm Pilots, I'd be like, if we can get every American, I'll have a whole slide. If we can get every American to have a cell phone, we don't have to do any reconnaissance on nobody.
Dude,
we'll have a phone.
Does anybody have an Android phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to the installed apps and go to Google Maps. Right?
Okay.
And then hit the little hamburger icon over there by the where you would normally search.
Okay.
And scroll down and go to your timeline. That's actually like right there. It like literally keeps where you've been forever. Like,
As soon as I got my phone, I took off GPS.
it doesn't matter. I turned
Really?
off location services. Go to your timeline. It's using cell towers.
Oh, well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I turned off GPS, and so instead of getting the road I'm actually drive on, it just draws a bunch of fucked up straight lines like all over the place. But I mean, it still follows like pretty good where I'm going. But if I turn
Oh, yeah.
GPS on, it like apparently I did fucking donuts in the middle of the road over here for like 20 minutes.
You strung pull the cob.
Now we know you have a charger.
Right.
Now I can confirm through my little profiling experiment here, my friends, you have a charger. Am I wrong?
Yes, I want a charger. I would love to have a charger.
You want a charger. Okay. So he is going insane. He has a little car. He thinks it's a charger. He's doing donuts on it. It's okay. It's okay to dream, James.
Right.
I mean, chargers
thought it
aren't
was
that expensive.
I thought it was a Hellcat, but
Hey, do you know that you can probably get one of those like highway patrol chargers really cheap?
Yeah.
I mean, I know somebody who got one.
But it's still not a Hellcat.
In California, and he sent me pictures, and it's literally, he showed me the motor, and it was like, what? And he said, yeah, these things are maintained. They just have too many miles. And was like, whoa, like supercharger, like insane.
Yeah, well,
like we're talking 600 horsepower.
Dude, the Hellcat's pushing 757 horsepower. 756 horsepower, something like that. But it's the same thing. It's just a supercharged, Dodge engine.
Yeah, he told me it was like more than 600 horsepower, and I was like, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
No wonder they catch Ferraris and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you do like people think that to get a lot of horsepower, you have to, buy some fucking crazy amazing engine. You just gotta put a little work and money into it, But 8,000.
Yeah, but hey, let me tell you this, because I've had the experience. It's not the same thing to get here in a Charger than to get here in a Ferrari.
Well, yeah, I mean, and a lot of it's just the name tied to the car. Like, I mean, a Ferrari is just it's just a really light car with a shit engine in it that freaking,
Oh no, it's definitely different. Yeah, you can definitely, like when you're in a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, you can feel the bottom. You feel like you're almost scraping the ground.
Yeah, I mean they're really.
And
low.
when you sit down, it's like your legs are straight, type of
but
thing.
My buddy had a Nissan 240 SX, and it had the Skyline motor swap in it. Like literally, literally the only manual you can get is in Japanese because they will not import the Skyline to the United States because they feel we are inferior and don't deserve that car. Apparently.
No, it's because of the emissions.
No, I'm pretty sure someone said.
And EPA doesn't allow it, but that's going to change.
Man, fuck Trump. The EPA. But anyway, but so he had the Skyline motor in there, and he had bought a Miata, and he's like, "Hey, you drive the Miata back?" And I go to get the Miata, and I don't fit at all. And of course, it's a manual as well. And I'm like, yeah, there's no way I'm freaking driving this back. I can't even move my foot to get to the clutch because I hit the steering wheel. He's like, all right. So he hops in the Miata, and I drive his 240 back with this turboed Skyline motor in it. Holy fuck, dude. Talk about, like, he's like, stay out of the boost. It hits about, 4,000 RPMs. I'm like, all right. Man, I hit the highway and fucking get in that boost. Holy shit, that car took off. Like, it would smoke any Ferrari. Like, it's ridiculous.
Oh, dude, I know. But isn't it crazy when you sit in something that has more than 400 horsepower?
Oh, yeah.
How the power pushes you to the seat?
Oh, man.
That you're like on a rocket and your hands could be like, you feel like your back, you can't move forward. You know what I mean? You're trying to lean forward and you can't.
One of my cousins.
It's like being in a roller coaster.
One of my cousins, when I was a kid, I was like, oh, I hate cars. I want a truck. All I want is a truck. Probably like 9 or 10. I'm like, yeah, screw cars. Cars are ugly. They're freaking too hard to get in and out of. Well, he had it was an anniversary edition of the Toyota Supra. So it was a twin turbo Supra. And
shit.
he's like, hey, and it was meant nice, and he just upgraded the turbos, like he put better turbos in it. And he was like, hey man, let's go for a ride in my car. I'm like, all right, whatever. I hate cars. Cars are lame. I'll go, whatever. Like, so I get in the car, and he gets on the freeway, man. It freaking punches it. Yeah, talk about being sucked in. I mean, we went from like 40 to 140 in like seconds. It was ridiculous. Holy shit! Like I've never seen that much power. But my uncle owned top fuel drag cars and shit. Though I couldn't imagine what riding in one of those things is like.
Oh no, dude! I
Hey,
got offered
1,500 horsepower.
to try that once, and I said no.
Yeah, my uncle owned 3 of them. My dad did all the work on the engines. We're talking 1,500, 1,800, 2,000 horsepower engines, and we did sand drags. So it's only 300 feet or 300 yards or something like that. And I think it's 300 feet. So it's a 300-foot track. And they're hitting into the track at almost 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's 0 to 60 and 0.
And that's scary with the sand because you don't know who went before you. They dug holes up and you're
that's part of
balance in there.
That's part of being a good racer in sand drags is lining your car up and not hitting a rut or finding a rut that's not dug too deep or whatever. But yeah, I mean it's it was crazy to hear. Just hear that motor start in the shop. Like I'd be a mile away down, ride my dirt bike on a ditch and my dad.
No, I sat in a drag racer once of friends of a friend, and he let me, you want to try it? And I'm like, I can't pay it if I break it out. Don't worry about it. And then I hit the gas and boom, I'm like, yeah, I can't drive this. You know what I mean? Like you're not touching it, and the thing wants to go like 40 miles an hour with gas.
I mean. Yeah, and how they take off is they're sitting at almost max RPMs, and it's just bouncing off this 10,000 RPM limit, just blah 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 blah, and they just dump the clutch.
Have you seen the slow-mo videos of the tires when they
the tires
basically? It's so insane, like how wide how skinny those tires go, and then they boop turn to marshmallows again.
Yeah, well they're running low air pressure, especially on even on the dirt they're running like 12 pounds I think. And that low air pressure allows the tire to compress at launch, but then when they get up to speed, in like a quarter of a second, the tire actually balloons out and becomes real skinny. So it's a taller tire, which gives you a higher top end because you've got a taller tire, which changes the gear ratio and all that other crap.
Is it like more radius?
Yeah, because you get a larger radius in the tire because it actually it balloons out and skinnies up, kind of like a cone.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird, like freaking how it all works and the thought process behind it and how they figured all that shit out.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. I mean, I believe there's a science for everything, and
and of course
there's hackers everywhere. I mean, there's hackers in that industry that they just, I've heard stories of people they bring their own CNC machines to make pistons and piston rings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Something crazy like that because they don't make them. This is a custom block.
Yeah.
There's you can't buy them, and I'm like, really?
Well, there's a guy in Michigan or Montana. Keith Black is the guy's name. I don't know if him himself is still alive, but he's got basically a legacy among Chevy engine builders and owners as being one of the best internal parts builders. Like the dude builds amazing shit. I mean, we're talking freaking 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 horsepower engines here.
So he's building everything from scratch.
Every
wow.
piston. Well, I don't know if he's building from scratch or what he's doing. He's mapping. He's called mapping. But every piston, every bolt, every rod bearing, every ring, basically every piece of metal that's rotating in the engine weighs exactly the same as its counterpart. So you have no shake. Like yeah, he does it by shaving and, of course, doing all sorts of weird stuff to the bolts and the the actual piston rods and the pistons and the rings but yeah, everything weighs exactly the same and so you get no shake, no off balance. Everything's balanced. And that's how you can get. I mean, that's really what throws off the RP. That's why you can't go high RPM is because you get too much shake at a certain RPM, and most things are cast, which nothing weighs the
I know
same.
I had a
Yeah.
friend who did like street racing, and I was able to help him. I helped him with the research and programming of his car, and we ended up like putting like this little Android phone, and you can like change the oil and air and gas, whatever. And apparently, when you mix the air and gas ratio, I believe it is, you change the horsepower.
You done it?
Something strange. I may be wrong, but it changes how the motor reacts and stuff like that. You there, James?
Yeah. Sorry, I walked
Is
away
that
for a second.
correct, or do you know?
It's you're changing the air fuel ratio. A lot of times when you're tuning, and basically.
I did not do the tuning. I did like the programming of the computer, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the saying is lean is mean. Meaning the more air to fuel is lean, and I'm not exactly sure the science behind it or why it does it, but basically when you lean out a car, it runs like a fucking rape date. But
yeah, apparently, let me tell you,
but
because I
it
spoke
burns
to
up
a
the
guy.
pistons.
So basically, apparently the pistons have a radius, right?
Correct.
And then that radius, there's a math that they do.
So it's radius. It's
That
radius.
tells them the limit of how much they can push it, and depending on the metal alloys, because it will heat up, and you have to time the car when it heats up and cooling time so it doesn't crack the block, and then that goes through a fuel injection system that literally targets different things. And also he mentioned something called a Holly. It's like a
carburetor,
something for carburetor cars.
Yeah, a Holly carburetor is well, Holly is the name of the company that makes carburetors and other intake parts.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about it. And tell me what I remember of the conversation. And
yeah, and when someone says I put a Holly on it, that means they bought a Holly, like a 4-barrel or something like that carburetor to go on their carbureted car. Which are, if you're gonna put a carburetor, an aftermarket carburetor in a car, you're buying a Holly.
Yeah. Well, apparently he was trying to simulate the flow of air and gas of one of those, but on a fuel injected system.
What
I don't
for that
follow.
vehicle.
I don't know why you'd want to do that, seeing how you can get a better.
I don't know. He wanted to try this. He was just trying to, make the math and see how, like, he wanted to be as performant.
The problem with carbureted, the problem with carbureted is it's not consistent.
Yeah. No, yeah, I understand, but he wanted to have the same, whatever airflow and not consistency, but performance of one of those with this custom system. That's what he was telling me. But I don't know what happened.
He went and bought an MSD ignition system and fuel injection system and call it a day.
I don't know. I guess you would know. Do you have race cars too?
I don't anymore. I used to.
Yeah.
My like I said, my uncle owned his own company, so he had a lot of expendable income, which he put into race cars and other fast things. But yeah, so I was in. My dad was, my dad worked for my uncle in his business, and then he was also his mechanic for all his race cars.
That works out.
So I got to do a lot of race car stuff growing up, but
well, that's cool.
I never
had that experience before.
Yeah, I've been in oval track races and stuff, just drag races. I never got to drive the 1,000 horsepower car, but or 2,000 horsepower, where the hell it was. But I got to drive other things that went fast. I think. I mean, and I learned a lot from my dad. I mean, as soon as I was old enough to walk, I was working on cars. I did my first brake job at 5.
Oh, that's so cool.
So yeah. But I mean, I hear other people talking about, oh yeah, my dad taught me how to use computers. I'm like, yeah, I wish my dad did. I just know how to change the brakes.
No, you know what? Hey, you know what?
Rebuild an engine.
Hey, I think my dad used to be an ex-intelligence officer. He taught me intelligence.
Right? Yeah.
I mean? So what I'm trying to say is like, I'm grateful my dad taught me what he taught me because that's what he could pass down on me.
Well, see,
and then it's up to me to not only grow from there,
my poor
but
kids.
I can now I have another skill, and it's like you have a skill that I don't have. You might not like it for a living, but if anything happens, you can get it done.
Oh yeah, I mean, I enjoy working on cars, and I intended on it being, at one point, being my living.
Well, James, here's a scenario. If I ever am in the side of the road, guess who I'm going to call? James. You don't have to call me because you'll be fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm all about like respecting my ancestors and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I still try and work on cars as often as I can, but I really want a new project car. I miss working on them. I haven't. It's been almost 3 years since I've actually got to do anything to a car.
Then take your words back because you just said, "I wish my dad taught me about computers," but you can't wait to get on a car. Come on,
Well,
James.
yeah, I mean, so I mean, my parents. I mean, my dad taught me how to like work on cars and stuff, but at the same time, like I don't know, like my uncle pushed for them to actually get a computer, and he kind of taught me a little computer stuff, but it was basic crap like how to manually install my drivers and stuff. And I mean, he didn't really. He was more like the OSCP thing, try harder.
I see.
And he would just stand there like, I don't know, figure it out. And if I got close to fucking everything up, he'd make me stop. But
you're gonna blow the motor. You're gonna get us both fired, son.
But I mean that's how my uncle taught me computers and stuff. And I mean I didn't really I never learned a lot until later on when I other life circumstances.
Man, but you know what?
Forced me to choose a career.
Yeah. Hey, an experience changed a life. The seed was there, right? So.
Yeah, I mean,
the mental seed grew, and hacking take over his life.
Well, I mean, that's the whole car community is basically hacking. It's all about what can you do to this thing that's not supposed to go fucking 300 miles an hour to make it go 300 miles an hour.
Yeah, and this is what I try to explain to people. It's like there's hackers and then there's crackers,
Right.
There's people that hack and trying to figure out systems, and there's people trying to crack systems and break in systems and rootkit your ass.
Right, yeah.
Till you die. You know what? Some people are going to be hacked since the day they were born to the day they'll die, and they'll never know it.
Really?
Think about that. No, kids being born today that have a 9-year-old with a cell phone. Not saying that kids aren't worth it, because when I was 9, I learned how to program myself. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, just imagine, and also imagine those freaking kids are going to start hacking the shit out of shit at a very young age. I mean, they're going to be beasts with all the information and capabilities of these systems right now.
Oh, I know. Like, some of these people I know that are, some of the kids that I know that are, I call them kids now because I'm, getting up in years, but like these 19, 18-year-olds, and I'm like, freaking, how the hell do you know all this shit? Like when I was 18, I fucking barely discovered pussy 2 years ago. Like, how the hell you fucking program,
Yeah, man. Yeah, but you have to understand that our digital society facilitates things like that.
Right?
Like
yeah.
Tinder. Like there is no face-to-face conversation anymore. Right now, if you try to I read in an article, if you try to pick up a woman face-to-face, they think you're creepy and weird.
Right? Yeah.
No, think about this thought but they'll definitely go out with somebody out and on the internet without even knowing who they're going to meet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is, and they trust that over meeting somebody right there face to face.
Did you get his PGP key first?
What?
Did you get a PGP key first?
I can't hear you. You broke up.
Did you get his token signing certificate? Make sure
Oh, PGP.
verify. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
verify authenticity.
you know what? Somebody should make like a high-end dating site where like they need PGP keys and it's for hackers and smart people that are going to take the time to try it.
I don't think it'll work because it's the same thing with like social media and stuff. I mean,
but this is the thing. Like this is what I'm thinking. A lot of people, when it comes to software, they think on a macro scale, but they forget about the coolness of a micro scale instead of a macro one. Like why not cool? Well, there might be 100 people there. I don't know, paying $1,000 a year. That's $100,000.
Yeah, $1,000 a year. That's kind of steep, but
I'm just saying. I mean, hey, believe me, if you put a high,
but it's like anything.
Price.
It's like anything nowadays. Nobody wants to pay for anything. So a lot of these companies like Twitter and Facebook were struggling to monetize. And it's like, man, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, but
nobody
also
wanted to
people
pay
are getting
for it.
tired of ads.
Oh, I fucking ad block the shit out of everything, dude. I got a fucking black hole and all sorts of shit. Ad block on everything.
Yeah, but I know, but that's you, but not the regular person,
So like, you remember there's a site called MajorGeeks.com. You ever been there?
Yeah.
Yep.
So like that was my go-to site to like download whatever. Like if I needed a tool, antivirus, whatever, I went to MajorGeeks.com because that was what
You downloaded a free antivirus that you had to pay from a site.
Well, no, it was before Major Geeks went. This was like the 90s.
Okay.
Early 2000s. I don't go there anymore.
I use CNET. Remember that too? CNET.
Oh yeah, God, CNET freaking. I won't even go there anymore.
And they had a TV. Do they still have a TV show?
I'm not. Maybe. CNET's lost all credibility, like everywhere. Yeah, I remember the show. Yeah. But yeah, I used to go to Major Geeks a lot, and in the 90s, 2000s, I never really ran an ad blocker. But, you go to Major Geeks and you're like, oh, download this, freaking tool, whatever, malware bytes or whatever the hell it was, like, and all it did was redirect you to another page on Major Geeks, and you've got the download link. But there'd be like 500 fucking ads that all said download. Like, it's like really like, and some of them look legit as hell. You know what I mean? Like, is that the button? Is that where I'm supposed to click to get this file currently right now? You're like, oh, let me hover over and see what the fuck's actually there. Like, it got to the point where I couldn't even trust Major Geeks, and I had to run ad block just to fucking find the download button.
Yeah, small one in the corner.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and the thing that pisses me off the most is a lot of those download ads, they were all put there by Google ad services, and it pisses me off that Google would even allow somebody to run an ad that looks like a fucking download link, because it's malvertising. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, a setup.
Yeah, it's like, why would Google even allow that?
Free information.
I guess they're getting their paycheck. They don't care.
Yeah. Problem with today's society is everybody wants to know everybody and everything. And it's sad.
I enjoy learning stuff, but I don't need to know everything.
No, but they want to know about everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You have to understand that a lot of people are getting interested now with this stuff. I wish I knew you guys when I was a younger kid in the 90s, because it was a free-for-all. It was 2G. It was 2G non-encrypted. It was Wi-Fi unencrypted.
Right.
There was web encryption for Ethernet, right? Which then got cracked on Ethernet, and then like 3 months later, it came out web for wireless.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So literally, imagine a 12-year-old kid, well, 13 at the time, with a Palm Pilot, just capturing packets all day.
Yeah.
All day, and then going home, and then writing a little program, and going to CompUSA to crack it.
Yeah, see, there, CompUSA was not a thing for me. I had a Kmart.
That's crazy. But but the thing is, they had computers, and I had floppies at the time. You see?
Yeah, right. I
had 4 floppies, and
I remember. Was Command and Conquer Red Alert? Maybe it was Red Alert 2 came out. So Command and Conquer was the first video game. Red Alert 2 came out, and they had I think maybe it was Red Alert. They had the dial-up to where you could call someone else if you knew their number, and what do you call it? And play a game of Command and Conquer with them, peer to peer. And I thought that was like,
oh yeah,
I thought that was the coolest shit ever. It was like fucking black magic to me. And I think it was around that age I was like, one day I'm gonna figure out how all this computer network shit works. And of course, I was too busy Googling Perfect 10.
Yeah.
So I never figured it out until later on in life when I got my CCNA. I was like, oh
wow.
I could have fucking totally done all sorts of cool shit that was even better than this.
Oh man. Shit, man, I remember I used to screw around with it was BASIC. You guys ever code in BASIC?
No.
Yeah.
See, I never got programming languages.
Have you seen like the basically the rubber ducky?
Yeah.
How you program for a rubber ducky?
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine that. That's basic, basically.
Did you see the new one?
Syntax. Yeah, the Bash Bunny.
Bash Bunny, yeah.
Yeah, but he kind of stripped. Do you remember that guy Node on YouTube where he took he took a how do you call this, a Pi 0 and put an Ethernet connection on basically he soldered like a USB mail on it, and he made it like that. Ethernet. You can build a Bash Bunny.
Really?
I could build you one for like $25.
25.
Yeah, like a clone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there's the new Pi 0W. Have you seen that one? That came out too. It has Wi-Fi on it and Bluetooth now. I don't know about the power. I think the power is greater on the Bash Bunny, right? Is it a quad-core processor?
Yeah, I remember they're talking about that.
I wonder. Do you know what ARM processor it is?
I didn't read too far into what they actually were putting on there.
Let me check out the Pi 0W. Check out. But yeah, I was thinking about building my own. I'm not gonna pay $100 for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's come to a point where why are you triple marking stuff? Like it's like the Lamb Turtle. It was $100 when it came out. Now it's $50. So the same thing with the Pineapple Nano. It was $150 when it first came out for the first 2 months, and then it went down to $100. Do you remember that or no?
I don't remember Pi Nano.
There's a Pi Nano, not a Pi Nano. The Wi-Fi, the Pineapple Nano.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. I think it was like 120, 130. Then it went down to 100, and then I got it with a whole tactical kit for $100 with some other weird specials. So it's better to wait when it comes to them. But I'm still gonna build me a Raspberry Pi W, a Pi 0 version of the Bash Bunny. I might call it the Ghetto Bunny. What do you think?
There you go.
The Ghetto Bunny. Have you guys ever heard of the Ghetto Big Mac?
What's that?
No.
Oh God, you guys have to Google this in YouTube. But I'll give you a little insight. Basically, you can go. The Ghetto Big Mac is basically you go to McDonald's, right, and you order. Hey, can I get a 99-cent burger with onions? From the small little onions. Can I get it with onions? Can I get it with cheese? Can I get the Big Mac sauce with it? And can I get an order 99-cent fries? And that's the Ghetto Big Mac.
Nice.
Then
And then you put the fries on the burger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find the video?
No, my cousin used to do that years ago. I always thought he was weird.
Yeah, it's the ghetto Big Mac, and it was this huge thing on YouTube like years ago. Yeah,
he's white. I never thought he was black.
Well, hey, you don't need to be black. You don't need to be black to be ghetto. I know a lot of white people are ghetto as fuck. But apparently this is a one single core CPU, 512. Yeah, I think the other one's gonna be more powerful. Let's check out the Batch Bunny. Huh. So the Pi Zero W. Huh.
What's the purpose of a Bash Bunny?
Oh, it's like you know about the Pi Zero?
Vaguely.
Basically, it's it utilized. Okay, let me say this. It's a Raspberry Pi. You know Raspberry Pis?
Yeah.
Single board, same company, but this board is $5. And it's a smaller. So they made the new version of it, which is $10. But if you can find a Magpie magazine, you can get a free one. So, and apparently this one, I think I might be able to get a couple if you guys can't find them. Let me check out the March edition to see it. Magpie magazine. Because last time they had a free Pi Zero in it. Let's see what happens. I think, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think they have it. No. December 2015 came with a free Pi Zero. Let me go to home. And okay, does it come with a free one? I think it does. What the heck? I'm trying to figure out if it has a free magazine. Free. It's issue 55. Issue number 40 had the free Pi Zero.
Oh shit! It's almost 1 o'clock.
Oh man, you're gonna sleep?
I gotta get up and go to work in the morning.
What time you work?
Supposed to be at 8:30, but I rarely make it.
I gotta be there at 6.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm used to it.
When I got hired, they were like, as long as you show up, we don't care. And then a few months later, they were like, someone with some rank at the company had a computer issue and no one was there.
Oh yeah.
And they freaked out a little bit, and they were like, "Oh, somebody needs to be here at 8:30 every morning."
Oh
And
no.
yeah. So now we're supposed to be there at 8:30, but I usually get there at 8:45ish, 8:50, 9 o'clock, whatever. Mostly because I had a kid and freaking, you know how kids are. It just hit the terrible twos. So
oh god.
Like, get out of bed and let's take it, drop you off at preschool, and it's a fight every morning.
Mine's 6 and 21.
Oh wow, Jesus! Talk about spreading it out.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, my kid's gonna be jacked up. Like I've already, I've already got the a netbook with Ubuntu on it that I've given to her so that she can play with. I'm going out in the backyard, like gathering moss and getting a microscope to find tardigrades or water bears. My plan is when she hits 16, when she hits about 14, I'm gonna give her a car, but it's gonna be in pieces.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, have you seen that girl in Texas that she rebuilt a Fiero?
A
From her dad?
Fiero?
Yeah.
Nice. But yeah,
You know,
that's my plan for like, here's your car when you turn 16. It's in pieces in the garage. If you want to go out there with me every night and put it back together, that's fine. You know, but that's what you're going to take when you're 16, because I'm not getting you anything else.
It'll be like mine. You'll end up selling it.
No, I would get her something I wouldn't mind keeping myself.
Oh, there you go.
well, especially having a girl, you want to give her a car, she's not going to be stranded, you know?
Yeah,
It would
well,
be dangerous.
you know, 6.7 Mustang, you know, something like that.
That'd be cool.
When I'm done fixing it, she's not
You're
going to
not
be
a
stranded in
cool.
it.
She wants a. But by the time she gets a car, it will be like, Daddy, can I get the one that takes me everywhere?
Right.
A Google one.
I don't want to drive that, Daddy. Nobody wants to drive. Nobody drives. Like licenses are not issued anymore.
I think we're still.
are getting closed down.
Oh God, wouldn't that be great? So, okay, so that's the question. So, if self-driving cars actually finally do get approved, at what point do they force people to stop driving, and what point do they stop issuing licenses and stuff like that?
Well, I believe that what's going to happen is there might be a rule where if you get caught with a DUI, your license gets terminated.
Terminated.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to start terminating licenses for little stuff.
Speeding.
Another thing is insurance is not going to cover you if
you're driving yourself.
Computer, if the thing hits you, they're going to try to blame it on you because it's an intelligent machine.
You know, and the other thing that they keep talking about, like moral dilemmas with cars. Like, the car comes around the corner and there's 4 people standing in the middle of the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does the car can swerve and fall off a cliff and kill the occupant of the car, or it can hit the people standing in the middle of the road. My opinion is the car should do its best to save everybody, but its primary concern should be the occupant. And if 4 fucking retards want to stand in the middle of the road, it's their fault they got ran over.
Yeah, you did the world a favor.
Like, why the fuck are you standing in the middle of the road?
No, do you know that? Do you know that somebody actually in California, which I can't mention, a friend of mine who works in like close protection, told me that that's how they kidnapped one of his clients. They threw a metal garbage can in front of his car and it just stopped.
Yeah.
And the guy got hit so hard that the airbag came out and it was horrible. Nothing happened to the car and the guy just disappeared.
Yeah, you run it over.
It's crazy.
Primary concern should be the occupant of the vehicle. Is that you, Mike? Are you playing?
No, I think that's Adrian.
You're playing?
Yeah. Is it bad?
Oh.
What are you playing?
It's a ukulele.
Are you?
Sorry.
Are you strumming or are you picking? Like
a little bit of both.
Okay.
Is it? Want me to stop?
No, I mean it sounds good.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, it's rare nowadays. Yeah, that's a lot worse. It's rare nowadays to hear people play in like a classical, and not fucking power chords.
Oh yeah, I come from a violin background.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided to pick up the ukulele because I had 4 strings to get my calluses worked up, and my girlfriend had one, and I was playing it more than my violin. And then it was like, oh man, I'm so in love with this thing. It's not expensive. I can take it anywhere.
my step grandfather is Spanish from Spain, and he is my family background is heavily Christian. But he's from Spain or whatever, so he plays classical Spanish guitar. He plays at the church, and he plays the stupid chords and stuff. But he comes home, and he sits down with his guitar, and he starts strumming, and it's the finger picking style of playing, where you're not picking, you're not strumming with a pick, but you're finger picking. It's such a beautiful sound, and not a lot of people do it anymore.
Yeah, I like Spanish music. I think it's very beautiful. But I'm like, I don't know. I like the ukulele because it's small. This one has a low G at the top, so it's not like normal ukuleles have like that on the top. This the high G.
Mm-hmm.
So this one makes it sound like a guitar, but it's not. I don't know. Hello?
Oh yeah, we're listening.
Sorry, I stepped away again.
No, keep on talking. I wanted some background music. Adrian! This one's for you, buddy.
What's for you, Adrian? I'm pouring for Pepsi. So when are you going to give me the Redis class?
The what?
I said, when are you going to give me the Redis class? Or
Redis?
Redari, sorry. I don't know. What the fuck is
whenever you
Redis?
want, buddy. Oh, Redis is like a NoSQL server, sorry.
That's
Is that
what it is. Yeah, it does. I'm using it for some other project. That's fun. The bourbon's starting to kick in. Sorry. I'm using Redis for another project, and it wasn't started. And I was like, "Why the fuck would this shit work?" And Redis wasn't started. I do it every time, apparently. Hey, we're up to 3 viewers. Hello, viewers. I think I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I'm obviously one of them.
What?
So we're up to 3 viewers.
What?
And I think 2 of them are me and Mike.
Yeah.
No way. At least we have one soul out there.
One poor bastard stuck around. Who are you? Say something.
Spot the Fed, man. Spot
the
Fed. It's easy today.
I have a government card that said that make me a Fed. I have a federal identification card.
Yeah, me too. But mine's for testing.
I miss my cat card and making cat jokes.
I like when security pulls me over at the gate when I go into work and they go, "What's this card for?" Makes me certified to test in the plant. Oh.
What was the guy's name? I met a guy at DerbyCon 5 that worked at a gas plant, and then he moved to a bank, I think. But he did penetration security stuff for the gas plant security, computer stuff, computer security.
Well, the funny thing is, before I started with NDT, I was actually at the same gas plant doing network work on one of their expansion projects. And it was quite hilarious because then I switched over to NDT, way more money.
Right.
Why would you?
Yeah, I left the army and got a contracting job and was like, holy crap, I'm making so much money. I was making, mid-30s, maybe high 30s.
Yeah, but it's a difference when you're making less than that. Definitely see it.
Well, like I said, I was in the army, and then I started making in the 30s. I'm like, man, I'm making so much money. Look at all this money. And then I left the contract job I got working for the army, mostly because my manager was a total fucking retard, and got a job doing, in private sector. It was like, holy shit! Like, look at that pay jump! Like, $30,000-$40,000 freaking pay raise to, you know, go do something a little bit harder than what I'm doing now.
I think work is. I mean, it's just, to me, a good job means you have people you can have fun with. You know, you're waking up to, man, I'm gonna have a great time at work today. And it's not like, work.
Yeah, I mean,
that dick's gonna be there today again, asking me the same questions again, emailing me every 30 minutes. Are you done again?
Yeah, I mean, every job gets like that though after a while. Like,
I mean,
you know what I mean?
I think it depends on the people. You know, sometimes if you allow it, it does. But you know, sometimes you're not part of the team, and people try to weed you out, which I totally understand.
No, I mean, my team, as far as like the operations team, we all do pretty well together. We just hired a new kid to take all the laptop crap away from me, so I don't have to just do the laptop crap anymore. But it's funny. Like, I come in with, I had 5 years quote unquote experience at the last job. And it was all basic, like, help desk shit. And I start the new job and freaking, my knowledge expands so fast that freaking is,
Yeah. Yeah, it's like,
yeah,
I know somebody's whispering in the background. Sorry. My girlfriend. She's like there. But yeah, but the thing is, like, it's like, look, let me tell you this. It's like my interview with Siemens, right? And I try to, like, just control myself, and it was like, wow, this guy's just a total fucking dick. I can't work with this guy. This is not happening. I don't have to do this. You know, and then they're like, I'm like, yeah, I've done a lot of physical penetration testing and all this stuff, and I was able to the
That's
point
what she
where.
said. Sorry.
Well, hey, stop talking to my girlfriend behind my back. I know she loved it. You know what I mean? We had a conversation, James. You cannot hit on my ex-girlfriends.
Oh, man.
You're married, man. You can't go through that rabbit hole again.
I know, right?
So the thing is, so the situation was like that. And it was like, I was going through my scenarios in my head. It's like, do I really want to work with this guy? And then I just got so nervous, and I got just thinking in my work environment with this person, which I already feel uncomfortable with during the interview. There's like, screw this, I don't want this job.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right. I can't do it.
Changing jobs, period, is such a nerve-wracking experience. You know what I mean?
Not only for you, but for the employees there too, because they don't know who's getting fired.
So my current job, my current job, I actually found it on Craigslist. And yeah, talk about sketch as fuck, right?
You're like, is this a real job or a porn shoot?
So right.
Craigslist, God.
So I was reading, I was on Reddit, right? Like hitting the sysadmin subreddit. And like sysadmin, NetSec, and a few other things. And I did a search, like, where'd you find your job, whatever. And there was a few threads about, like, where'd you find your job? And a lot of these people were, see, Ryan even said it. A lot of these people were saying, like, oh, I found my job on Craigslist. I found my job on Craigslist. I found my job on Craigslist. I'm like, bullshit. Nobody finds their fucking job on Craigslist, right? So
apparently they do, James.
Right? So I go out to Craigslist. And I hit the freaking jobs, and I search for, I don't remember, like technology or some shit. I don't know. I find this job posting. It's like looking for somebody that wants to learn a lot of shit about fucking every operating system there is, and that knows a lot about Windows already and a little bit of Linux. I'm like, fuck, I know a lot of that stuff, right? So I apply for it. I send them a resume. Yeah. Like literally, like hours later, somebody calls, and he's an alumni from the school that I was going to because he saw my school on the thing, so he brought it up, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And and I go interview the job, and the wife's like,
that's so sweet of you to help my
right.
ex-alumni. Oh my goodness.
No, pants stayed on the entire interview, Ryan.
So you claim, James. So you claim. Why are you bringing it up? It's okay, friend. Don't project.
So the wife's freaking out, right? She's like, she's like 7 months pregnant, right? She's freaking out. Like, oh God, what if they're gonna kill you? I'm like, they're not gonna kill me. If they try, I've got my gun with me.
I don't blame her. I don't blame her. Okay. I'm sorry, but she's thinking, who's gonna take care of you while baby?
Right.
You're free. Go to Craigslist. You're getting yourself killed. You don't love me anymore. You don't want this responsibility, so you put yourself out to be a statistic. Please stay home. Sorry.
So anyway, right. So I'm like, whatever. I'll go to this interview. It turns out it's a really great company to work for. I show up and I'm like, whatever. It's an actual company. There's people here working, obviously, they've been around for 30 years, it's got to be stable enough. I do the interview and I get a call. The dude that called me for the interview called me back 30 minutes after the interview. I was like, dude, everybody loved you. Everybody, you're the guy. He's like, you're gonna get the job. I'm like, okay, cool, awesome. And the interview process was weird because not only was it the two sysadmins that I currently work with now, but it was the CTO, the director of operations, and both database administrators.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there's 7 people in on this interview, and I'm like, okay, this is the weirdest interview I've ever been a part of. 7 people asking me random ass questions. but
I've been in interviews like that. And it's kind of scary because, at least from a social engineering standpoint, for things positive in my life, you try to read out the room,
right,
and check out people's body languages, but you don't want to be so keen into being hyper focused on anything. And at least that's my problem. I have mild Asperger's syndrome, so I get hyper focused on things. So I kind of catch myself wait, stop, no, type of thing.
But yeah,
And,
so they right, the technical casting couch. So they offer me the job. And of course I take it because it's a substantial raise. And the people there seem pretty cool. They're like, I'm like, what's the dress code? They're like, blue jeans and a freaking collared shirt. And I'm like, fucking excellent.
You're like, yes,
score.
I got a bunch of cotton there.
Right.
In my house, we have Levi's. That's all we wear.
So I'm not a classy guy by any means. I don't fucking like button-up shirts at all. Right. So.
Oh man, I hate it. I remember when I started meeting with, there was a point in my life where I wanted to become a board member and meeting with execs and do all that stuff. Man, putting on those ties when you really don't practice, it could be a problem.
Yeah. I've
to the point that I would have my neighbor make the ties for me at the beginning.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He would come over and show me every day, and I would pay him to show me, literally. I mean, not with money, but with expensive liquors. That he came down and took over my bar, literally. he was hey man, you got a bottle of this? I'm having a party tomorrow. And I'm like, really? There's anything else you would like? Can we just please not take that one? Here's this one. It's already open. The one you drank last time. Take it. Yeah, I used to go to Costco and get some cool stuff.
Yeah, keeping calm for the interview definitely helps, Ryan. It
yeah,
not a lot.
But at least but it's cool when you go to an environment where everybody's nice and nobody's trying to one up anybody.
Yeah, and that was the thing. During the interview, they asked me questions or whatever, and it's funny because 2 years after taking the job and working there for 2 years, we were starting to grow again, and we hired a 4th person for the operations teams to do laptop and basic user support, which I was filling that role and an engineering role as well, like literal like, hey, we want something that does this, and I would research, find the project, pick what I wanted, develop it, plan the deployment of it, deploy it, and then maintain it. You know what I mean? As well as support everyone's laptop.
Wow.
So we finally got a laptop guy. It's funny, you know. It's like the same interview questions I got asked. They came back, and they used the same ones again for finding someone else. And it's funny, like they went through the same firm they went last time, and the people they send that, you know, like it's one of those firms that try and get you a job, so they like inflate your resume, and you come into this interview and they ask you like, what is a fucking C name? And these people are just fucking dumbfounded, but on their resume it says I understand DNS. You know.
Oh shit. You know what? What's a C name, James? Do you know what a C name is?
It's a common name of some sort. I don't know. It's fucking magic and shit, right? Like, I don't know.
It's fucking magic and shit. That should be your shirt, James. It's just fucking magic.
There's a thing going around on Twitter right now where like a bunch of these people are tweeting. They're like, oh, I've been in technology for 20 years and I still don't know how DNS works. And it's like, how the fuck do you not know how DNS works? Like,
Wiki.
Certificates are magic. Like I fucking went from like, I know absolutely nothing about PKI to I fucking deployed a PKI infrastructure in like 2 weeks. Yeah,
that's what's up.
Fucking dude, I literally spent a week and a half reading every TechNet article there is about PKI.
Somebody leave? Ryan.
Yeah. Oh no.
Come on, Ryan. Come back,
Come back, Ryan. He was in the chat and the YouTubes.
I know. He didn't know what a C name was. He said, "Oh shit, I gotta leave." He's like, "Wait, they caught me. How do they know?" Damn,
they're doing a quiz.
Yeah. Look at that guy with the mustache. Definitely in the loose boat.
Fucking clowns are scary, right?
Oh my god.
But yeah, it's funny to, you know, like.
All right, here we go. For those that don't know what a CNAME is a canonical name record, abbreviated as CNAME record. It's a type of resource record in the domain name system known as DNS kids, used to specific that a domain name is an alias to another domain, which is the canonical domain.
Yeah.
This can prove the convenience when running multiple services like an FTP server and a web server.
So
he's running on. Sorry.
But so it's an alias.
Yeah.
But a regular freaking record is an A record if you're using IPv4.
Yeah, true.
Right?
I'm just gonna read it for the people out there that don't
right?
know what it is.
Right.
Whoever's listening, for that one Fed that's listening, hey Fed.
Right.
I bet his name's Ryan.
But it was funny, like during the interview, like I had brought up some stuff that even the other guys they weren't aware of, you know, like the quad, I call it AAAA records. Yeah, but you know, like IPv6 records, you know, and other things.
Have you used Hurricane.net? Do you know what I'm talking about? Then
Hurricane.net?
You don't. You know, Hurricane.net gives you free IPv6 access.
Through what?
Have you seen it? They're the guys who own the IPv6 backbones, basically, dude.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Here it is.
I angry tweeted my internet service provider and asked them why the fuck they don't offer me IPv6.
Oh, and here I can get you set up.
It started this like fucking Twitter war between this troll, me, and then some other guy came in after a while because I was like, whatever, kid, like. Because he was saying that, you know, like, oh, it takes fucking all this time to implement IPv6. I'm like, just fucking turn it on. Just fucking turn it on. Like, every Cisco switch since fucking 85 has supported IPv6.
Oh, yeah,
Just fucking turn the shit on.
And have you heard of IPv8, which is basically peer-to-peer IPv6?
IPv6 is already peer-to-peer.
No, but IPv8.
Each device has its own IP address, and they're all
yes,
publicly.
friend, hear me out. It's kind of like it's basically a peer-to-peer framework built on top of IPv6. It was an old school thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like IPv6, fucking RFC was put out in like what, 86, 87?
Yeah. You know what you have to do?
I'm like, he was like, oh, our IPv6 wasn't released until 2007 or 2008. I'm like, fucking RFC came out in 86, dude. Like, fucking don't bullshit me. Fucking,
Yeah.
what the fuck I'm talking about, motherfucker. It came out fucking 30 years ago. They just got to turn this shit on. Oh, it costs millions of dollars to update your switches.
Okay,
like,
dude. Now I'm gonna
switches from the fucking 70s.
I want you to check this out. So I'm putting it down for you here in the chat, and this is gonna give you a free certificate. I took it years ago, and it's really good information to just go by, and they go really in deep on the addressing and how the UDP packets are handled and all that stuff. You know, I had a guy tell me that IPv6 was handled with TCP, that I was wrong. That I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, and this was for real. And the guy was ready to fight me because I said, "No, dude, it's UDP," and I bet $1,000 right now that I'm right. There's the link, IPv6.he.net. So it's Hurricane Electric. So IPv6.he.net. They changed their used to be just he.net, and they have a free certification program. And not only that, through there they have a free tunnel broker, so you can tunnel IPv6, and you can do IPv4 to IPv6 tunneling.
That's broken in a lot of things, though. Like I can't remember exactly what it was, but something stops supporting IPv6 tunneling, and then a lot of them started shutting down because they're trying to like force ISPs to fucking go enter in the 2 commands to enable fucking IPv6.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, I don't use Windows, so I use like Merito, whatever, Myrito.
What?
It starts with an MI. What is it? With Windows, I did this recently. Well, not recently, but I haven't done it in Windows for some
I don't know, but IPv6 usually dicks everything up on my local network.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to you have to deal with, like, does your router support Merito? Miredo.
Oh, Teredo.
Yeah, Teredo. Yeah, that's the one for
Windows.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. And basically,
why do they call it Merito?
That's
fucking making up a word.
No, I'm not kidding. That's the old name it had.
You know, Teredo is the name of a worm that bores through ships. That's why they called it that, because it bores through IPv4 or IP. Yeah, what?
Really?
IPv4.
It bores.
Yeah, the Teredo worm. The Teredo worm. Yeah, it bores through ships. It's a saltwater worm. T-O-R-E-D-O.
Really? Wow, that's a powerful worm.
That's why they called it. The Teredo
Sorry,
worm.
I didn't know this. I'm like, whoa.
That's where the name Teredo for IPv6 came from. It's from this worm. That's where I guess Microsoft or whoever the fuck it was got the name from.
A hacker definitely made that one up.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, the Teredo
Navigalis. IPv6 backdoor forever.
Right?
So he dies. He's gonna sink some ships.
Now this is some good shit right here. Like fucking more people should be watching this Irongeek cast right now than 2.
But did you check out the link I sent you?
Which one?
It's on
HE.net?
Yeah. Or tunnelbroker.net. I mean, that's the one. So I mean, it works if you do it right. If you need help, I can probably help you out. But and you need sorry.
So the if I say the words NAT type, what do you think? NAT type. What's your NAT type?
My NAT type?
What is your NAT type?
What do you mean, like NAT type? I'm not getting it.
What's your NAT type?
IPv6?
Exactly. So the fucking gaming industry, particularly Ubisoft, has decided to fucking coin this phrase NAT type, right?
Okay.
So basically, what they're doing is they're the peer-to-peer, they're cutting out servers. So when you join a game, you got to connect to their server, and then instead of joining a game server, someone becomes the host, whoever has the best connection between all of them. I don't know how the fuck it works, right?
Yeah, that saves them bandwidth, though. That's why they're doing
It saves, exactly. But so they have this thing, and it's like, oh, your NAT type is strict, open, or moderate, right?
Okay.
And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? My NAT type is strict.
Well, I mean, it's an address translation, right? I don't know about
Correct. And my NAT type is strict,
yeah.
though. Right, so I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? My NAT type is strict.
Yeah, for a second,
Like,
I thought you were saying net type. And
no,
I just
NAT.
took a chance.
NAT. Network address. Network address translation.
I was like, okay, is it net or nat? What is he
Nat.
saying? I can't understand him.
Sorry, the bourbon's
Sorry,
really
sorry.
kicking in. So, they're like, oh, your NAT type is strict. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean my NAT type is strict? So basically what it means is you've got UPnP, port forwarding, or fuck you, stay off my network enabled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so it's like, you can't just fucking make up words. And, and now people like in the gaming community are like, oh, what's your NAT type? And I'm like, oh God, like it's fucking, do you have UPnP enabled? Like fucking, it's not your NAT type. There's no fucking such thing.
Who was UPnP enabled? Dude, that makes your network super unsafe because all
Right?
devices are like, hey man, these are my settings right here. Come read
Yeah.
me now.
Exactly.
Welcome to them.
Read on my
I've
asshole,
applied the
you
lube
want.
myself.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
You got phoned.
I've warmed it up for you. It's ready to go.
Yeah. Oh wait, first palm me, then shown me. You own all the.
At least buy me dinner.
Oh no, there's no dinner. You're getting goat seed all the way, man.
But it's so fucked up. Like you can't just fucking make shit up. That's why I hate programmers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's this is what I tell people: you evolve or you dissolve. Coming and telling me you have 20 years of experience, I respect you as a human being, but you're either a master or a disaster.
Right.
Until I get to know you, because I've had the experience with it. I've met people that are like,
So
we're talking
20 years experience, and they never moved or changed or did anything else.
No, but I mean,
You know what I mean?
Two things has happened. I met people who have 20 years of experience. Like, whoa, this guy's definitely on another level on that subject.
How many different things, or how far did they move on that particular subject? How many times did they move jobs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're saying. Like the experience of like that's what I like about being a contractor is that I have the experience of being in some of these environments and getting to meet all these people, and at least that I've honed into my like social dynamic when it comes to going into workplaces, because sometimes a lot of people feel threatened,
right?
When you say you know everything, and then or you call them on their shit right on the spot, because that's the only thing I do is like, I'd rather you tell me you don't know, but just don't try to sell me bullshit, because if I really know it, two things are going to happen. One, I don't know it and I'm taking your word for it. I'm still going to research it.
Or two, I'm going
to
fucking ask you a shit ton of questions about it, or just call your bluff.
Exactly. And then I'm going to come back at you, and then I'm going to ask you. And then sometimes, like, even if I know the subject, but I'm not sure, I will tell you, hey man, I don't know. Can you tell me about it? Just to refresh my brain, right? But I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you about a subject that I don't know about, or, I mean, just the same fact that I can't recall it at will, even though I've read about it, means that I don't understand the subject fully. And everybody should accept that as like acknowledgement as the first step to enlightenment. As soon as you acknowledge what you don't know, you will work on that, because at the end of the day,
I don't know shit. So I don't know shit.
Exactly. That's what I tell everybody. Like, dude, I've had guys come into meetings and fucking.
I had to Google how to Google.
Yeah. No, check it out. Well,
actually, if you haven't done it yet, Google how to Google. It's amazing the things you could do with Google.
Oh, you mean like Google hacking?
Like literally go to google.com and type in how to Google.
Does Siri answer?
No. Like it's.
I'm doing it.
Like the fucking Google's got like a whole nother language. Like
Oh yeah, it's like, do you know Brian, the
Yeah.
one that was in the call? He wrote the book for Google hacking with Johnny Long.
Yeah, like how to search on Google from support.google.com, and like the shit you can do. Like the thing that pisses me off, like I'm looking for like what does the fucking % symbol mean in Python, and of course Google fucking ignores special characters for some reason, you know.
Oh,
So
and also,
you have to
sorry.
like escape the character or some shit. Like yeah, you know, it's all sorts of crazy shit. Like you can do so much. Like Google does a lot more than you think.
Let me show you guys another secret. If you do wildcard like *with google.com, these are all the Google programs that they have internally for their employees and their employees' friends. So when I was contracted by Google, they showed me this with Google websites, and you can learn ad stuff, and you can learn all kinds of cool stuff for free. Do you guys know that?
No, it's like fucking getting the Firefox hidden fucking settings.
I'm telling you, like go to just search easily asterisk wildcard.withgoogle.com, and you'll see digitalgarage.withgoogle.com. These are all actual Google websites, and they have all kinds of cool stuff. And if you just search with Google, there should be more.
Asterisk.withgoogle.com.
Yeah, that's what I did. Or just do with Google, and it says like AI experiments.withgoogle.com. And here you can experiment with their AI system, and it's free.
Right? Yeah. What's the name of their fucking picture looking thingy?
I don't know.
What's that fucking what's Google's picture? Fucking NextMind or some shit. I don't remember what it's called.
It's like check this out. You can have here's a Google Code In with Google. Google's contest introducing 13 to 17-year-old pre-university students to open source software development. We can't do that. British Museum with Google, and it says
somebody introduced me to open source fucking software development. Shit.
Check it out. The hidden world of the national parks. Artsandculture.withgoogle.com.
It's only hidden because there's no fucking Wi-Fi.
Good one. Touche, my friend. Touche. But yeah, it's a great resource. You can find some, and they change these periodically. So it's like
fucking Wi-Fi trees in our national parks. Damn it.
So you can also check out thinkwithgoogle.com as their think tank, which is Alphabet. As part of Alphabet directly, so these people are on top of Google. This is what I wish I could
Project
work.
Zero?
This think tank. Yeah, Project Zero is with Google. So the thing is, Alphabet is basically you remember back in the 50s, the guy the Rockefellers who owned all the oil, so he had to break it down to ExxonMobil and Gulf, and he made all these other companies.
Yeah.
That's what they were trying to
Kinda
avoid
like
because of
their fucking all their diamond companies.
Yeah. So this is yeah.
Diamonds are worthless, by the way, if you haven't noticed.
What?
Diamonds are literally worthless.
One of
the most common occurring fucking minerals on Earth.
Yeah, it's fucking worthless until you find one, right?
No. Like literally, like the De Beers group like finds shit tons of diamonds every year, but they only release, or the De Beers family, they only release so many every year.
Well,
they keep millions in a vault, and they only release so many every year. That's what keeps the price high.
Well, of course, supply and demand.
So they've got literally like this huge vault filled with fucking diamonds, and they won't release them because they only release set amount every year.
Well, I guess
go take a fucking diamond ring to any pawn shop, and they'll give you more money for the gold, and like you could bring in fucking like a diamond ring with like 50 diamonds in it.
Wait, Ryan's back. Hey,
Ryan's back. Yeah.
Ryan.
They'll give you a few dollars for all the diamonds. Like literally nothing for the diamonds.
Really?
They're useless. They're literally useless. Especially after they've been cut. Like once they've been cut, they're even more useless.
Really? Why is that?
Because there's an abundance of them. There's so fucking many of them. You know, like they release the low quality unclear
Damn it,
diamonds.
James. I just got 20 diamonds from a friend that he found them in a safe. What am I gonna do with them?
I mean, if they're uncut, yeah, I mean they're worth a little bit more. But
Yeah.
once they're cut, the value drops considerably. But the what do you call it? You know, the Beers family, they release all the foggy or unclear diamonds. You know, the ones you can't see all the way through, and those get ground up and fucking glued to tools and drill bits and shit like that, right? And then they release the clearer stuff. You know, different grades. And they only release so many every year. You know, so and that's what keeps the price so high.
I mean,
you know, you pay $12,000.
that's definitely a fucking smart monkey, because if I was them, think about it. How do you create an industry, and how do you keep the industry where you can?
Well, they own every fucking jewelry store too.
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize it till this morning. I woke up and the news was talking about some fucking you know, they weren't promoting women, and there was definite sexual harassment between K Jewelers, Jared Gallery of Jewelry, and fucking what's the other one? K, Jared, and I don't know. There's three of them anyway.
Tiffany's?
Maybe they're all owned by the same parent company. That parent company is probably owned by the De Beers family, and there's other parent companies that own 3 or 4 other jewelry fucking stores. So essentially, De Beers probably owns all the fucking jewelry stores. So it doesn't matter where the fuck you go, you know, you're giving the same fucking assholes the money, you know.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the people with the glasses, right?
Right.
That's that company from Spain that they own all the glass companies, and they have a full monopoly. And they own all the insurance companies. They own all the glass companies. They manufacture the glass frames. They do everything.
But that's the bullshit about, you know, like, oh, we can't have monopolies, but you can fucking own a company that owns companies, and that's not a monopoly.
Exactly. It's like, we need you to distribute your taxes because we cannot understand.
What the fuck? It's so stupid nowadays.
Yeah, it's pretty definitely pretty insane. But I mean, it's just also one of those things that that you just, I mean, this is how the system, I mean, we are a currency-based society, not even a money-based society, because once you have, you know, if you have dollars, that's currency. That's not money. That's not gold. That's not silver.
We're a popularity-based society.
Yeah, no, but this is
you're fucking famous. You don't even have to have money. You just like show up. People give you shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like there's people, like they're talking about in their reserve. There might be no gold there at all.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
They don't know.
Theory.
I mean, I'm not saying it's like I'm just saying they're saying. I'm not saying
I've talked to people that have been in the vault in Fort Knox, and they said there's not very much left. And then I've also heard that it's been moved. I've heard several other things, but I've talked to people that have directly to people who have been in the vault in Fort Knox and said it's gone or moved or something. They don't know what happened.
Yeah, but this is the
there's
thing.
not that much there.
What I heard that in Fort Knox, they're putting all the servers and they transferred the gold
to Bitcoin.
No, no, wait, don't laugh. Bitcoin is a Class A commodity right next to gold.
God, I wish I fucking bought into Bitcoin when it came out.
Me too.
Well, I might have some. You guys want to buy some?
One of the guys I work with bought like fucking 8 Bitcoins when they were like fucking $8 a piece. I was like, you bastard.
Yeah, don't worry. But I mean, you can still. I'm telling you, I'm trying to figure some way to like mine them to see if I can like have.
You can't keep up now. Like the
yeah, you can.
Fucking Chinese companies have like warehouses full with fucking, you know, GTX 980s and fucking Titans.
It's fine. It's okay. I mean, but think about it. Okay, you're mining these coins, right? and you're probably not getting a full Bitcoin. But imagine if you can get a half Bitcoin a month.
I don't even think you can get a half Bitcoin a month. Not like I forget what site I was looking at, but it was like a return based on the video card you were using to do the mining, and the power that it would consume. And it was and it was literally like there's very few. There's quite a few cards that would give a quote unquote return, but there's very few that would actually like within like a couple months or a year even give you like a half a Bitcoin.
Well, I was thinking of probably like seeing if I can build a cluster in CoreOS, and literally I have this custom BusyBox Bitcoin miner thing that's 3 megabytes big, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's literally a unikernel. Have you heard of those yet?
But how fast is it able to crunch the numbers? Like, is it GPU fast or is it CPU fast?
As I'm trying to run everything and basically in a cloud computer system there, and I'm running everything from RAM.
But it's all going through the CPU. It's all going through a Xenon processor.
I totally understand, but if I can run everything basically through like a divide and conquer thing where they do little computations, right, and then they pass it over. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Ton of them to keep up.
To
keep up with the guy with 4 fucking Titans.
Yeah, like basically
my R9s or 4 fucking Wraiths or whatever they're calling them now.
Yeah, but if you see it this way, if you go to unikernel.org, just imagine if you have an SSH process, but you only have anything that the kernel needs to run SSH. That's it. And then you pack this up, and it's basically a megabyte big. Like you can run a full LAMP stack in 7 megabytes. To start with, not completely. Yeah. So that's your base. Is 7 megabytes. Yeah, you can go with CoreOS. You know Mirage OS as well. So you can check it out. It's called unikernel.org, I believe. Check it out really quick. And I'm using Clive OS, which is based out of Go. And the good thing about Go, the Go language, it supports parallelism and concurrency right out of the box. So I don't have to work with OpenMP and all that stuff, all the Chronos frameworks. I don't know if you ever dealt with them before.
I do a lot of I do like basic scripting and shit.
That's okay.
I'm a systems administrator with a security mindset,
It's okay. I mean, it's fine. I don't care, man. I mean, if you want to learn, you learn.
I really want to get into penetration testing.
Do you want me to shut up?
No.
Telling me?
Definitely give me more shit to look into.
That's okay. I mean, so
notes, of course.
What?
Ryan's taking notes. Yeah, go ahead and talk, Ryan. Fucking jump on.
You read it out.
Unmute your shit. We don't care. I'm fucking.
Mike, mute him. Mike, you're so mean.
Drunk as hell. Anyway.
Yeah.
We were muting it. I was muting Adrian earlier.
I think my call is sick to work tomorrow. Oh.
No, let's not do that. But before you go, I know you have to go. So basically, with these unikernels, you basically create little Linux processes, and you run them that way. And I'm thinking, just like ants, you know how all the ants go and they find a piece of bread somewhere or a piece of candy, and they all get together to carry it over?
Mm-hmm.
That's the concept. It's like an ant farm, but made of VMs. So certain little unikernel VMs are going to handle the security, ones are going to handle the data, and then there's going to be like a queen. I'm just trying to modulate it out of ants and nature. This is just me playing around, of course. But I think it's a great model to break things down into little pieces. So instead of taking that whole hash and try to crack it completely, this will take little pieces of it and run it through a process. You see? But I don't know how long it's going to take or whatever. But
I don't know. I'd be interested to see, if we take a hash and run it on a GPU, and take the same hash and run it on a distributed fucking cracking into unikernel or whatever, and see the time difference and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and the cool thing about it is that through DigitalOcean, their most badass machine has like I think it's 256 gigs of RAM for 250 an hour for $2.50 American. Let me verify this. And what I'm trying to say is like these cloud computing systems are getting so small, and not only that, it's like Google Cloud and all this stuff. They have TensorFlow, and you can use machine learning to help this out, and you can use their stuff. But could you imagine if somebody figured out a way how to make a Bitcoin a minute?
I'm pretty sure those warehouses in fucking China or Japan are making a Bitcoin a minute.
A Bitcoin a minute?
I mean, dude, these guys literally have fucking several thousand, probably 10,000 square foot warehouses filled with fucking GTX 980s and shit.
I think they were using like Bitcoin miner things, like the whatever you call it.
No.
50 gigahash.
They're using some fucking Silicon Valley fucking, you know, crates with fucking 9 GTX 980s stuck to a fucking one motherboard.
Yeah, I've definitely I've seen those. But there's actually like the Butterfly company. They have those like gigahash machines that do like 50 gigahash a second. And you buy them for like $1,000. The ASIS, I think it is ASIS. Have you seen those? Check it out. ASIS Bitcoin miner. It's
ASIS Bitcoin miner. What are they using? Oh, is that one of those plug-in things?
No, it's like right now there's like an Avalon Bitcoin miner for $300. Is this it? ASICS. Sorry, it's ASICS. ASIC. Just do that. Yeah, ASICS. And you're gonna see it, and they do like that's right now. Here it says 1.16 terahashes for $139.99. You know, 3.5. They're at terahashes now, $559. 14 ter. This is per second. 14 terahashes a second, $3,000.
So, I don't know, because I can't remember the site or the thing I was looking at, but it basically went over the hardware you bought and the power you're spending to run that hardware and the amount of Bitcoins you're getting in a year and whether or not you're going to make money or lose money.
Yeah, and, plus you have to clone, you have to get the money to make sure you have the whole blockchain.
Yeah.
So that's like another 50 gigs now.
So I don't know, like a lot of these hardware crypto miner rigs, from what I understand, aren't actually doing very well. They're not. I don't know. I haven't looked into them recently, but like the ones that came out right after it blew up, basically just are fucking worthless nowadays. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it says it right here. I think you're right. It says the CoinWars site will automatically fill in the BTC USD price, difficulty, and block reward. Note that in July 2016, the block reward will have to 12.5 Bitcoin for every block solved. In order to see any Bitcoin from a single S5, you will need to join a pool. The odds of solo mining a block with a single or even several S5s are virtually zero.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like these hardware devices that are supposed to mine Bitcoin are doing less than if you fucking bought an R9 280X.
Oh wow!
Like you're gonna get a return off an R9 280X, but most of these hardware devices, you're not gonna get anything from them.
Oh, I think I could do that then. I could basically create all these little machines, join a pool of.
But you have to join a pool of like literally like hundreds of other people, and you get it's like fucking it's like profit sharing at that point. You know what I mean?
I know, but I guess power by numbers. If I have machines, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, it's profit sharing at that point. Like you you're getting dividends off of the fucking stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
And
hey, anything's better than an O, friend.
right? Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right.
Anything's better than an O.
And I'm sure it's off the percentage of the amount of that you do to crack
Yeah.
the one coin you got. You know.
I mean, I'm interested.
Yeah, even like even having a cracking rig running 24 hours a day with like two R9 280Xs, I think they were talking about like you're getting like an eighth of a coin a year or some shit. Like
Oh,
it's
wow.
yeah, it's stupid small nowadays.
How about? I'm
Because
wondering what other coins could I mine
Doge coins,
that are not.
Doge or Doge coins.
I wanted to kind of create my. Get there's a lot of cryptocurrencies out there now, so
There's
it's
there's three big ones right now. Bitcoin being number one. There's Dogecoin and there's a third one.
Ethereum.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I have Ethereum. I was started to do some mining on that. I
But-
got like 9 of those coins.
But like I said, it's impossible to compete with these. You know, these. It was these Japanese, like I don't know if it was individuals or companies or what, but they literally filled like data centers with crypto mining rigs, like not crypto mining rigs as in like the little hardware things, but shit you would use in a freaking company that's doing hash cracking, like 14 fucking GTXs in a single server, and they've got hundreds of them.
Yeah, but then again, that's a great if you could masquerade your Bitcoin traffic, since it's handled by hashes, and masquerade it as a hash cracking rig, you know what I mean?
Right.
Have your own like computational hash conversion system where it looks like the blockchain. Oh yeah, it's hash cracking, but here and there the server is used for Bitcoin cracking, then it's used for like cracking the hash.
Right. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure it's doing some nefarious things every now and then.
Stupid question. What do you use
True.
them for?
What do you use what for?
Bitcoins.
They're like 750 American a piece right now.
Oh, Mike, it's like having gold. It's like
Yeah.
it's literally a grade A commodity. You have to report it in your taxes.
Really?
Wow. Yeah. Ryan said what 153.22 for an eighth of a Bitcoin? Holy shit! It fucking jumped again. Yeah,
How much is it?
1225.76 one Bitcoin.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. So you're
Okay.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you get a
Mike's
Bitcoin, you're
in,
$1,200 bucks.
Mike,
Yeah.
$1,200, Mike. You want your Bitcoin? Send in a money order under the name Juju. Wonderful.
But look. So if you get a single R9, right? A single R9 280X. I'm pretty sure, I can't remember the exact amount you get, but I mean, within a year you will actually get a return. So you should be getting more than an eighth of a Bitcoin a year with a single R9, according to the site I was reading a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So,
And this is 24/7 running. You can't touch it for anything
24/7.
else.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not using it for anything else. It's just fucking Bitcoin mining.
And also, you know what's going to change the price of the Bitcoin? It's in a stock exchange right now. There's a company where you can trade Bitcoins.
Yeah. Well, that and fucking all the crypto locker fucking dickweeds.
Yeah. Crypto locker dickweeds.
How much? One Bitcoin.
Yeah, but it's like people, what's a Bitcoin? $1,200. Say what?
Yeah, exactly. Like literally. I mean, look, fucking like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it wasn't fucking 12. It was like $800-900, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think Bitcoin's going to be $2,000 by next year. This time, there's a prediction.
It goes up and down. Like it's
No, I
fucking
can
all
see
over
it in the
place.
chart. I'm seeing it. I can see the correction.
No, because it
on the
had
graph.
a huge drop last year. It went down to like literally maybe $100, and one of the guys I work with bought a few more, and then it fucking shot back up again.
It was 2014 when it went all the way up. I remember that, and then it dropped all the way down to like the beginnings of last year, this year. I mean 2016, and then it went up for 2017, and it's just gonna go up. I don't think that. I think the next correction is gonna double because this correction here on the. I'm sorry, I'm just.
I don't know.
It was
Next
like
time it
stocks.
drops down to $100, I'm gonna buy like 5 of them.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, definitely.
Beats gold.
Right?
Yeah.
And no, how much is gold? How much is gold? 1 ounce of gold.
Gold's
I think
only
it's more than 1 ounce of gold.
An ounce of gold's a couple $100 right now.
Really, 100? No, it should be like $1,200.
Let's see. An ounce of gold.
Whoa, it's $492.
At $13.96.
Bitcoins are worth more than gold right now.
No, according to this, it's saying one ounce of gold is $12.45.50.
Oh.
13.20 Canadian.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
take those weird dollars here.
So,
Maple syrup and funny
Bitcoin's
money.
almost right on point with gold.
Pays my bills.
But
Hey, not mine. That's why it's funny
you know,
money.
like, you know, everyone's freaking out talking about like, oh well, when the dollar collapses, I'm gonna have gold, right? Well, you know, I say fuck all those guys because when the dollar collapses, I'm gonna have fucking beans and bullets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. Wait.
I can't fucking eat gold.
No, have you guys talking about bullets? Apparently, for 2018, there's going to be a short in bullets because all the companies are like not being able to fulfill.
Can't keep up with Trump.
No, it's not. It's not Trump. This has been happening since the Obama administration. It's the back orders.
No,
And-
they I mean, a lot of that stopped already. Like fucking the Obama administration, like I don't know why, but apparently the fucking what do you call them? The whoever the fuck does the taxes, they bought like fucking a bajillion fucking 40 rounds or 45 rounds, and that put a fucking huge tax on that. And then, you know, like all the big scare, freaking everybody went through and bought like every fucking piece of 22 ammo there was. So that was like almost impossible to find. But I mean, it's starting to level out now. It's getting, prices are getting back down to where you can go out and shoot again for fun. You know what I mean? Don't say anything about that. Oh my god.
I know, right? Can you hear it, Westbury?
Fucking bullets. Fucking bullets. Fucking NSA's gonna kick my door in.
I do not have any bullets whatsoever, and so who's listening to us right now.
Well, man, if you guys don't see me here next week, it's because that one Fed that was online here now
Right. Yeah.
has fucking sent a
I
text
think it was
somewhere,
Ryan.
and he got a freaking search warrant for possible international ex-spy, aka knock. Just kidding.
I'm pretty sure I'm like on every fucking watch list there is. I'm fucking, you know, like I vote Republican. I'm ex-military. I own a firearm. You know, like fucking.
Oh man.
They're watching me like a hawk. I'm sure of it.
Man, I don't know. I like,
You don't want
believe
safe
it or not,
spaces.
no, dude. I'd rather have silent weapons like bows and arrows and crossbows and knives, which I'm better at than shooting apparently. Could you believe
So
that?
you're like Rambo.
No,
You'll kill
Rambo's like
everybody with
me.
a bow and arrow,
Rambo's like
and
me,
then just
man. He wasn't
miss
a good
everybody
one.
with a gun.
No,
I don't go anywhere without my knife.
Hey, I mean, throwing knives are great to have, and also, but those ballistic knives, those Russian knives, are really cool.
So,
They actually, I have one. They make them. You
So-
can buy one.
someone got in my truck the other day and they opened the glove box. I was like, I'll just throw it in the glove box, and there was a knife in there. And they're like, "Oh, is this your backup knife?" I was like, "No, that's my tertiary knife. The secondary's in my backpack."
Oh my god.
It's like I carry one in my pocket every day, and then I've got a fixed blade, full tang fixed blade that I carry in my backpack, and then I've got a tertiary knife that I keep in the truck.
In Canada, you'd be all locked up.
Oh yeah, like most
Whatever.
states in the
In
United States,
Canada,
they
if you get a DUI, you're a felon.
Oh, I know.
Oh wait, you're a felon?
Pretty much.
Oh no, Mike. I'm sorry to hear that.
You can't own a firearm or vote.
Where and oh man, that is
Or a
that
big
is-
lighter.
Oh man. Yeah, apparently they're gonna make it like I heard about these people were trying to lobby last year when it comes to like basically misdemeanors and felonies. They're trying to make a conviction that's basically between a misdemeanor and a felony.
What are they gonna call it? A missed felony?
I don't know what they're gonna call it.
I missed a felony.
No, I don't know what they want to call it, but they want to make it where there's gonna be like 3 levels of severeness, which is pretty sad.
I'm already there. I'm in that between level between misdemeanor and felony. I have a misdemeanor that does not allow me guns.
How's what?
How do you get a misdemeanor that doesn't allow you guns?
PMFA.
It's a violent assault.
Fucking Dick probably deserved being punched in the face.
What? Basically, what were you charged with?
Assault.
Domestic abuse, assault and battery.
Which is so easy to get in the United States. Jesus fucking Christ.
And Canada.
You know, they took one look at me, saw a 6'4", 400-pound guy, and a really tiny person, and they said, he's guilty.
Yep.
That's why I can't get in the U.S.
So wait, so basically you were charged with a misdemeanor assault?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that your plea deal or no?
Excuse me?
Or did you go through the whole process, or was that your plea deal?
It's my plea deal.
Oh, so they started with felony assault, huh? Oh man, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Now, how can they deny you the right to have a firearm if you weren't convicted of a felony?
All violent.
Is it a temporary thing?
Well, I'm actually in the process of trying to get it removed off my record.
Yeah.
Oh, like 14 years.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
Mine's 30.
How many years can you take it out here in the U.S. if you had a?
It's forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, unless you go through the court system and freaking get it overturned, it's forever.
Shit, man. Yeah. Ryan, I have an idea. The darknet.
The darknet. Obtaining a firearm is not the hard part.
Firearm. That's a waste of time. Get new identity.
Yeah, right.
That'll solve it.
Call Kevin Mitnick.
Anonymous.
Whatever. Anonymous is a Fed project.
All right, Guy Fox. I probably should go to bed though. It's fucking 2:00 in the morning.
1 here.
It's 2 here. Don't do it. It's a trap.
I can't get into the U.S. because I got into a fight with an American citizen in Canada.
What?
No joke.
He's probably an asshole anyway.
Well, it kind of did start like that. I was at the 7-Eleven at about midnight on a Friday.
Just trying to get a fucking slushie.
That's right. I had one. And I was going to pay for it. And this big, huge giant just pushes me out of the way. First reaction, orange Slurpee in his face. And then I looked at his size. And then we destroyed a 7-Eleven. And I got arrested and charged for assault.
Luckily, I have evaded the officers of the law anytime I needed to.
It got thrown out.
See, the problem with that was that all the officers knew me.
Yeah,
I drank
most of my run-ins were on motor vehicles, off-road motor vehicles, and I just I was wearing a helmet and just ran like hell. So. Is that Adrian? No, it's not Adrian.
They had me on CCTV camera, kind of hard to, beat it.
That's not me. Someone hacked this shit.
I was nailing the guy in the head with cans, everything I could find, just fucking drilling it at him.
Hey. Should have been such a dick in the first place.
Okay.
He was like, "Oh, Canadians are nice. He'll just fucking let me push him out of the way."
Yeah. Lo and behold.
There's fucking Mike.
Yeah. I had a buddy with me. He bailed out the door, and I ran around destroying the 7-Eleven. And I look around for a backup, and he's already sitting
gone.
in the car with the running, waiting for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hit the sack, guys. I'll catch you guys next week.
Okay, see you, man.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm about to.
Hey man, have a good night. Have a good time.
Yeah,
at work
man.
tomorrow.
I hit you up. Get on Discord or something tomorrow. We'll freaking go over
Yeah,
some shit or something.
definitely.
All right, man.
I should be on there. All right. Talk to you soon. Good night.
All right, man. Have a good night.
No.
You don't have to.
What?
You went no.
No. One more left. There's Mike still. Mike on his
Yeah, I'm
personal.
still here.
Mike on his personal account.
Yeah.
Do you think we're gonna hack you, Mike? Do you have like your own little Raspberry Pi you're using this conversation for?
No, PF Sense.
PF Sense makes no sense. Let me show you. Got an IP address? Just kidding.
Well, I got to snort, so at least I can see you coming.
Is Adrian asleep?
Yeah, he's asleep. But Ryan, I was gonna let you know. Do you know that? Because it's not a firearm.
Say that again. You cut out.
You can own a magnetic weapon that shoots like it's basically based. You have like magnets and capacitors, and it shoots a metal.
Yeah. I can also own a bow and arrow. Or bow and arrows. Can't own a crossbow though.
Why not?
It's considered a firearm in North Carolina.
Why is it considered a firearm?
I don't know, but I'm not allowed to own one yet. Maybe in a couple of months I'll be able to have some guns, but right now, no.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
But I'm working on it to get rid of the shit. Oh crap! Hold on. Gave it cussing for Lent. It's hard.
Yeah.
But hopefully, well, this also keeps me from getting any clearance levels, too.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I can't even work with people, more or less. You know, like in a like person-to-person capacity with the public.
Really?
So, such as say I got a job with the state or even local, town-wise, I can't get clearance, and I can't work with people, specifically children and whatnot. Not because it's sexual in nature, just because it's violent. When I made one stupid mistake about breaking up with a crazy girlfriend. She ran and said I beat her up, and if I beat her up, there would be some bruising, maybe some broken limbs. She's tiny. But she did it to punish me. I got punished, and it's still being punished. I'm still being punished. And that was years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing how it doesn't go away.
Yeah, it will. One day somebody's gonna get really mad, and they're gonna mess with the wrong guy. That's gonna Google all the things. It's gonna delete everything.
Well, I hope I meet that guy.
I feel like karmic-wise, I got a little revenge. Now, I don't want to be mean, but I'm going to be mean. The first assault and battery, which I didn't even touch the guy, he kicked me in the head a couple of times, and then he ran home and told his mommy. He was 26 at the time.
Wow.
His mom died of cancer. And the woman who went and told her dad that I beat her up, and I didn't, she's married to someone with the IQ around the like 68. So I feel like karmic wise, it's hilarious.
Yeah, but it doesn't get you no more money in the industry, you know.
No, I'm working on it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I just wish I could go to school in the States. I'd be making $100 an hour.
Well, I mean, I believe the criminal system or the law system is designed to actually have people committing crimes. So by not letting people have committed crimes to have actual work, you're actually having some of those out there that don't have a choice sometimes to actually do what they got to do to survive. So whatever it takes.
That definitely made me stronger.
Made me more cautious.
That too. I look at their size first.
No, I mean when it comes to dealing with officers and stuff like that, I mean police officers, you got to be very careful what you say because they can they put all that in their investigation.
Yeah.
So it's better not to say a word. Like, you know, something an attorney will tell you is once you get in trouble, don't say anything. And if he's asking you for your ID with no intent, you can say, can you please call your supervisor? And I'm going to record this. And if he doesn't allow you or takes your phone away and all that stuff, like I've had officers break forensics equipment, trying to plug certain things. Say I've had like development phones or like basically they will just bomb it. And basically rewrite their firmware and just write zeros on it because I use them to like access firmware through these phones and have like security measures. And they can get really fired, not because they have a uniform means they're a police officer. It could be a pig. So I was telling the last podcast, I believe there's pigs and there's police officers. There's people that serve and protect. And then there are assholes that wear a uniform that think they're in a gang.
Oh, that's true.
You know what I mean? Because not every officer is bad. I respect any officer that's out there to serve and protect, and he's an honest man. But I have no respect for those that are out there to put on a uniform and disgrace those that are there to serve and protect. You know, there's just pigs.
I don't.
dirty.
Sorry, Ron.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish up. I'll speak after.
That's okay. Go. Continue. I apologize.
I don't hate all officers. I know a lot of really great people out there that sort of stick up for the uniform and the ideals and everything. I mean, my brother-in-law's a cop now, and it's hilarious. I keep trying to get him to do illegal things like constantly, just to see if he'll do it. And half the time he's like, "Let's go rob a bank, sure." And and a lot of them, but this morning, for example, just some of them are, and I hate to even give pigs such a bad name, but this morning it was a shift commander and somebody else, and they kept giving me. I walked in and I was still dressed for bed. I was dropping my kids off at school, and they were just shooting the stink eye at everyone and fondling their guns and just showing off, and people who are bullies using that uniform as an excuse to do mean. I just wish there was a better way to weed those people out.
Oh, me too. I work with more egos than ever.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be working in law enforcement in some capacity, most likely if I could, but probably my mentality will keep me out because I have a very loosely definition of following laws. I don't know.
I mean, it all depends on your situation too. I know you can change your name and your social, but they will know once you fill out the W-2 if you do, unless you get a contractor. If you make your own company and you find your clients yourself, I mean, there's no way they can find that out.
It's
unless you
also the
allow it.
principle behind it.
I'm sorry?
You know, it's also the principle behind it. Me trying to get my record clear is that I got fucked over by making 2 stupid mistakes with stupid people when I was under the age of 21, under the age of 19, and just made 2 stupid mistakes. Trusted 2 people that I shouldn't have, and now I'm 36 and I'm still paying for it.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, but it also like comes down to like, you know, what are you gonna do about it? I mean, I'm not in that situation, and I don't know, but I bet it can't be easy.
It keeps me away from a lot of work, even in the IT or security community. It keeps me away from work, even trying to get a job at forklift or even fast food or Lowe's or something. You know, they see that on my record and go, oh, pass them over. And that's happened for years.
Yeah. How do you manage to work? Like,
I had a job since 2008.
oh wow.
I went in a different direction. I went to school and went to school, saved up money, went to school. I have 2 associate degrees. I'm working on a bachelor's. I got tired of trying to live paycheck to paycheck. You know, it's hard to do that, especially now that I have, you know, a family and 2 kids.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, good for you. It's good to keep trying.
Yeah, I screwed up on the associate's degree. My last 4 credits, last 4 classes I needed were prerequisites for each other. So, and they were only offered in the fall, spring way. So my last 4 classes turned into another whole degree because that's what I had time to do. Now it's off to get a computer science degree or machine learning.
Yeah, I'm addicted to machine learning. It's really fun. Like I don't know, I find it fun, but it's very interesting field with, like, you know, it's kind of has data science, so you get to see fun graphs, and apparently like those.
I like hands-on.
I really go ahead.
I like hands-on stuff where I can, you know, learn as I go and grow.
I like both. I originally went to school to become a doctor. So my early college years was all related going toward to become a doctor. And I really wish I stuck with that shit then, man. I swear. I'd be a doctor already.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, life has a weird way of putting them all together. You know, just guess as long as you keep it positive and going, right? I mean.
Yeah. One door closed, another door opens.
Yeah. But nowadays, I think it's a lot more profitable to do your own thing because of the nature of the beast and the ability, you know, like imagine those people that try to make businesses back in the 1800s or even the 1950s, you know, it was a lot harder than it is now. So, but there's something out there that you can find out about something, and also flipping stuff is definitely something very doable now today, very easily, which I do all the time. You know, just flip
that's
stuff.
what I used to do. Just flip printers, shit like that. Then there was no money in it.
Really?
Oh yeah, when I started, a laser jet was like $3,000.
Oh wow.
Base model.
Something I found very easy to flip stuff is like with instruments.
Oh yeah.
You find them really cheap online, and then you just flip them. Get a nice oils on them and go from there. Also, in some countries, there's certain chips that are not allowed, and there's like this huge, apparently underground market of you can sell chips to people, in China and South Korea, and if you know what you're doing, you can you can definitely make it happen.
I've been getting into woodworking.
Oh, that's good too. Didn't Jesus do that?
My hero. Yeah. I don't know. My brother-in-law gave my mother-in-law like a wooden bowl, and it was made out of like a tree that's been on the property for like 400 years, and he got a whole bunch of bowls made, and they looked fantastic, and they're extremely expensive. Wait a minute, I bet I could do that. So I found the closest hacker space to me, or maker space, which is like an hour away, 45 minutes away. And they got a crap ton of woodworking and metalworking and stuff like that. And I got to get my ham radio license anyway. So I figured I'd start making stuff, maybe sell it a little bit, see what the market is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, you have to really be careful and find out, what's going to happen, at least with having a plan the next day and next day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Backups.
Yeah.
And
I don't
budgeting.
know.
That too.
At least, I mean, my mostly fear is like, I have my own little business where I have a think tank. I give people all kinds of opportunities. I really don't care. As long as you can, perform, I'm down. But don't waste my time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a guy on my team who was convicted of a felony, and he's a great guy. It's just one mistake that he did.
I'm always curious how the gangbangers and whatnot who have turned their lives around, now they're cops or whatnot. How does that fucking work? Excuse me.
Well, just remember, they make deals and they rat out their friends.
True.
So they rat out their friends and they get all the stuff. They get it's not a by no way it's a balanced system. It's gonna help those that need it. It's like, say you can have a felony, but if you can hack and you're really good, and a Fed really wants you in their team, they'll freaking put that thing under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. So I mean, it's just one of those things that you have to take in consideration. It's like, if you really want to do this, it's not going to matter how old you are, but if you can really hack and you can show that you can do it, or go like my way. I'm making money by mining 0 days and selling it to brokers. I mean, that's my goal right now. I haven't really done anything very profitable, but I think it's something that's insane. I mean, you find a 0 day on an iPhone, that's $500,000. Did you know that? And you can sell it legally to a company, to the 0 Day Initiative or those other guys. And literally, you can legally make money. There's the bug bounty programs online. And reverse engineering is one of those things that not a lot of people are doing. And I think somebody like you that really wants to learn and you want to go ahead, Ryan, reverse engineering, it's a lot harder, but it's a skill that nobody has. So when they go to hire you, it's going to be like, yeah, but he can reverse engineer. He's literally put out there more than 50 bugs. This guy's good. I don't care. We need him. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So, shit, I'll teach you guys how to reverse engineer if you guys are interested. I don't care. I'll help you out, Ryan. And I'll teach you in a way where it's free to start and free to make money out of. You don't have to pay anything. So it just takes a little bit of time and commitment. And the key that I've seen, at least with my success, is consistency. Be consistent with what you're doing and what you're learning, no matter what. And you have kids, and you have to be a dad, and that's a good thing too. But you have to also, spend your time doing it, and be a dad first, I guess, and a reverser later. But have you guys seen the Google bug bounties? Have you guys seen them?
No.
Well, if you guys can Google really quick, just do Google bug bounties. I believe the least they pay it's $25,000 for a bug. So if you guys Google it, really Google bug bounties. You guys are there.
I do remember this.
What?
I said I do remember this.
So so there's a reward. There we go.
Oh, I see it.
I mean, it's a fairly well-known thing. I mean, but I mean, this is something you might be able to be interested. Ryan, this is the new gold minings. Basically, like it's worth more than gold, literally.
But is it worth more than Bitcoin?
Oh yeah, think about it. Look at that. Look, if you were to find you're more if you were going to use the computing power to make a Bitcoin and a computing power to fuzz a program and find a bug, I'm talking there's bug to own competitions, pawn to own. And not only do you get the device, you get $100,000 with it. I mean, there's it's definitely one. I'm telling you, there's not a lot of people that can do it. Because I've talked to a lot of people, and it's it baffles me, but it's definitely something for those that are looking to have an extra edge. Reverse engineering and exploitation is where it's at. Here's a great resource I'm going to put in the chat. Have you done any reverse engineering, Ryan?
No.
There's a great book, and it's reverse engineering, and it's basically written by Bruce Dang, Alexander Gazet, and Elias Bakahalani, I'm gonna say. It's practical reverse engineering. It's a good book to start out of. And then there's a little old school book called Hacking: The Art of Exploitation by John Erickson. It's also a good book to have. Another book I recommend people is Data Structures and Algorithms with JavaScript, because JavaScript is basically the assembly language of the web right now. Because you can compile to it everything that's, you can beautify it, uglify it. I mean, there's so many things you can do with JavaScript. You can with ASM.js, you can literally mess with registers in the CPU from JavaScript. So it's come a long way.
Yeah, it has a hedgehog on the front of it.
I'm sorry? Yeah.
Data structures and algorithm with JavaScript has a hedgehog on front of it.
Yeah, there's a hedgehog, yeah. And then you have the Hacking: The Art of Exploitation by John Erickson. There's a second edition. It's the latest one, I believe. If I'm wrong, let me know. And then there's Practical Reverse Engineering by Wiley. And then I believe the Hacking: The Art of Exploitation is a No Starch Press book. And yeah, you have the one with the the O'Reilly book, I believe, with the hedgehog on the front. And here's another website. I'm going to show you more about the RA, or I'll show you the GitHub. So that's the other link. I put in the chat in there so you guys can see it. Did you find the book, Lee?
Two of them. Let's see. I got the obviously the Hedgehog book, which I've actually thumbed through before. And the reason I thumbed through it is because I picked it up and I recognized the Hedgehog, and I immediately thought of Stacy. Every hedgehog I see reminds me of Stacy for some stupid reason.
Sonic the Hedgehog?
Well, hedgehog in general.
I see. I never had a pet hedgehog. I've seen them online. Have you had one before?
No, Stacy Banks, I think her last name is. She likes hedgehogs, and Adrian is constantly posting hedgehogs memes.
Oh yeah. That's right.
And I'm like, oh damn! I bought her fucking hedgehogs, like ornaments, and then the kids clean the table and they're gone. And so as soon as I find those stupid things, every time the kids clean the dining room table off, everything I like have that's important disappears.
Oh wow.
Okay, so you got the data structures and algorithms with JavaScript.
Yep.
Exploitation.
The art of exploitation and practical reverse engineering.
Practical reverse engineering. And that's Alexandra Gazette, Bruce Ding, and Elias Baccalini.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm in need of some good books to read, so I might as well start with these.
I will definitely start with the practical reverse engineering before you hit the hacking. I mean, you can do it. The hacking one is very strong in C, but I found better when I teach people to do the practical reverse engineering, so they have an overall view of it, and they they touch a little bit of ARM and x86 and 64-bit, and they find it a lot easier. And then you go and you do the other one, which is basically a C book. Everything is x86. You can apply it to 64. Just remember that when you're compiling the software, you have to take out. You have to put certain flags in, which I can send you. So when you compile them, it compiles it without protections, so you don't have any issues. Because
I probably need to learn how to program a little bit better. The only thing I know how to program in is JavaScript.
Hey man, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Have you seen?
But I still when I write down programs and whatnot, I still use pen and paper.
Hey man, everybody has his own way. Like I do. I like making flowcharts, I guess. That's something that stuck with me forever. So check that out. I send a link for Frida.re. And basically, this is, you can hook functions. It's a reverse engineering type thing, but you can do like mobile and all kinds of cool stuff. And it's all Java. They have a JavaScript API that you can definitely communicate with. I'm actually writing a version for Frida in Go, so I'm doing all the bindings for Golang. Have you seen Golang by any chance?
Mm-mm.
Yeah?
No. I've sort of been out of it in everything computing here in the last
okay.
6 months because I just family issues and my mother dying and insurance and other shit. Oh god, it
Sorry to
cussed
hear
again.
that. Well, I
It's
believe
not
you
been a
should-
great year.
Yeah, it's okay. Something you should definitely look into will be golang.org, GOLANG.org. It's created by Google. Rob Pike, the guy who created Plan 9. Have you seen Plan 9?
Uh-huh.
So created that, the same Rob Pike, same guy from UTF-8 and all that. You know, same. There's other two guys that did C and Java and bytecode. Those guys wrote this language. So it's basically imagine a C language for the now. You know, it supports parallelism, concurrency right out of the box. It's a compiled language. It's a static language. I enjoy it a lot. And you
That's
can
interesting.
definitely have a lot of fun. It's very similar to JavaScript. If you're more interested, I can. I'll send you. I have this this like chart, and it shows you like JavaScript and Go, and they're very similar. Very similar. Of course, the way you deal with functions and all that is independent for every language, but at least the structure looks very similar. The paradigm is different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like how you like declare variables and constants and all that stuff, and there's there's like shorthand notation, which you only can do within functions in Go. And, it's like, it's a lot more tight than JavaScript, since JavaScript is so loose. It's just like, it's like the Taishi. It's not Taishi. It's like the, like the Taishi of programming. It flows anywhere, do anything, call me everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm actually looking at the examples here.
So that can definitely help you out. Do you program, Mike, by any chance?
No, I used to a long time ago.
What used to program?
Basic.
I see. You did anything big in Basic a long time ago?
Not really, no.
No. Shit, we gotta get you programming too, Mike.
I know.
You'd be fine.
Yes.
So, are you Native American, Mike, by any chance, or no?
No.
No.
I
you
just
have
look
that
like
accent.
one.
What?
I said I just look like one.
And sound like one? Yes, then you are.
Call me anything. Just don't call me Collect.
Hey, man, no names, no names.
Well, hate to cut it short, but I gotta get some sleep, so I'm getting up at 6.
Yeah,
me too.
I think Adrian went to sleep. All right, guys. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for talking.
Hey,
And
nice
thanks
talking
for
to you
all the
guys.
highlights.
Hey, you guys can always private message me or whatever, and just send me a message on Hangouts and let me know if you guys need help with anything or just want to talk or whatever.
Okay, I will do. Write that down.
All right. Take it easy.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
too.
Good night, guys.
Yeah. How do I message you? At #flow?
Yeah. Do you know the if you go to the chat and the
Right.
Google Hangouts, you can bring out my name and you can go to. I don't know if you know how to. Here, I'll type it. I'll type my email on the private one here in the Google Hangouts, so you can.
Okay.
Just don't read it out loud. That's all I'm asking you.
No, I won't.
I know who's gonna watch this. And our one Fed friend that's still online.
Got it.
All right. So.
Okay.
All right.
See you, man.
All right, friend.
You too, buddy.
Talk to you soon. Yo. Yo.
Why is there such a delay?
Yo, Jess Hall, you're there? I can read your post. Just log in. Adrian went to sleep. Yo, Jess Hall, you're there? I can read your post. Just log in. Adrian went to sleep. Yo, Jess Hall, you're there?